I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, what's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? We back already. What's good? Seemed like we was just on like a few minutes ago. Because we were. You know what I'm saying? Sorry about having the Knicks Morning Drive come on a little bit later. Y'all know how it go. Y'all know how it is. What's good, party people? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? So we're gonna rock for a little bit, talk about some stuff. Y'all see the title. You know, what is it that Knicks fans want? What do y'all really want? What do we really want? You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's one of those deals where I think we have so many narratives and conversations going on at once that sometimes we forget to ask the question, what is it that Knicks fans want? What is it? What is it? What is it the Knicks fans want? Right? C-Mac is in the building. The original troll, the godfather of the troll, C-Mac is in the building. What's good? What's good, C-Mac? Good to see you. Chris Chang, my brother from another brother, is in the place to be, party people. What's up? Paris Duggar is out here. White Falcon 44 is out here. Cuts, Kicks, and Knicks is in the building. Asking the question, what is it that Knicks fans want? What is it? Don't tell me like the one thing that all NBA fans want. Don't try to tell me, hey, Uncle Freeze, you know, I want a championship. Yeah. So does everybody else. So does everybody else. Now, if there's a question about how desperately you want that championship more so than other franchises, then we have a conversation. But if it's just one of those deals where it's, hey, I want a championship. So does everybody else. So do people, fans in passing. That's what they want, championship. What's good? What's good? Paris Duggar says, appoint God. See, now we are talking. Now we're talking, right? So why do we need a modern point guard? City for Real is in the building. Chris, what's good? White Falcon, don't start that. White Falcon. White Falcon, we ain't about to have that conversation. Anthony D is in the building. Party people, put your hands together for Anthony D. What's good? What's good? What's good? Why do we need a point guard? You remember when your kids would come home and they would say, Pops, I need the ruby red Jordan 11s. They don't come to you and be like, hey, I need some sneakers. Nah. That's too easy for a parent. Oh, you just need some sneakers, son? I'll get you some sneakers. I'll buy you 10 pairs of sneakers right now. Won't spend $100. No, Pops. No, don't do that to me, Pops. No, don't do that to me. Right? You remember when the kids come home and they'd be like, yo, I need some sneakers, man. I mean, they don't say I need some sneakers. They say, Pops, I need some ruby red Jordan 11s. They're like, well, hey, that's specific. You just don't need sneakers? Nah. And I got to have them. I got to have them tomorrow. Oh, you got to have them tomorrow, son? You got to have them tomorrow. That's the kind of game we playing. You're gonna come and tell me you need those sneakers tomorrow. Right? A unique brand of sneakers, you need them tomorrow. What y'all having a science fair or something? Nah, man, stop playing me, Pops. White Falcon 44 says Rose is back like Freezy show. Bim! Bim! C-Mac says, I also want a transcendent player. What I want is the Knicks fans, the franchise that remains competent year after year after year and define structure within the NBA. See, now we talking. See, I'm going to leave this up here. See, now we talking. Now we cooking, right? Now we are cooking. Now we start to have honest conversation with ourselves because we could say what we want, right? Like somebody said, hey, I want to hit the Powerball, right? You want to hit the Powerball, right? But hitting the Powerball is not really what you want. What you want is the freedom to buy whatever it is that you want anytime you feel like buying it. What you want is the freedom to escape from your current status, right? Using money. That's what you really want. You want to be rich. And hitting the Powerball helps you get to that thing that you so desire, right? And as Knicks fans, we have to have these honest conversations with ourselves, right? And I'm sorry about the title of the conversation, but this is one that I wanted to have during the season, but you can't have a conversation like this during the season. This is an off-season conversation where you take the top off the bottle and you're not in a rush to put the top back on the bottle. So we'll go as long as y'all want to because I want to find out what it is that Knicks fans want. Right? Dive deeper into what it is that you want. And listen, there are no repercussions to this. This is a conversation. Nobody's going to get in trouble. You know, nobody's going to get judged. This is a real conversation to Knicks fans and with Knicks fans about Knicks fans. What is it that you really want? Real King, what's good? What's good, my brother? Good to see you. And I understand where we are as Knicks fans, right? Real King says, I want Julius Randle traded. Nah, that's not really what you want. What you want is like, for instance, why do you want Julius Randle traded? Oh, I just prefer another type superstar. Well, if that's what you want, then we should state that, and that helps drive the conversation. Not Zay, what's good? Not Zay, what's good? Zion wants out of New Orleans. Really? It only took 2 years, huh? NBA, that's what you get for manipulating ping pong balls. That's what you get for manipulating ping pong balls. Cats go to these places, they don't want to be there, and you force them to be there. Chris Shane say, need a center that can hit threes, real talk. Right, that's what we need. What do you want? What do you want, Chris Shane? Andy Garcia, Black Rangers in the building. Andy Garcia says, I would trade Randall to get Zion here. Really? Y'all about to start playing? Y'all about to start playing that Lauryn Hill again? Y'all like how I did that just now, right? I know I made y'all laugh with that. Sergeant Knicks, aka G-Man for Life, is in the building. Hey, G-Man, I'm trying to put together a trip to go see the Giants in Dallas Stadium, in Cowboy Stadium, AT&T Stadium. Not a big trip, not with everybody, not a meetup. I'm just saying, just to go hang out in Dallas. And and it should be cheap. It should be cheap, right? What I want to do is I want to hang out in Dallas. I hadn't been to Dallas in a long time. Yeah, C Mac. Yeah, Dallas is but I'm not going for that, bro. I'm not a fan of the Giants or the Cowboys. I just want to go. I just want to see what Dallas Stadium is like. So what is it that Knicks fans really want? What is it that Knicks fans really want, right? You know what I want? Y'all want to hear my side of it. Y'all want to hear my version of what Knicks fans really want. You want to hear my side of this? I want the organization to be smart, right? Because I've worked for dumb companies, no lie. Not all of them. Not all of them. So if y'all watching this, G-Man, what's good?
My man, what's going on, brother? What's good with you?
I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling.
Hey, it's good to see you, my brother. It's good to see you.
Hey, it's good to be seen. It's good to be seen.
So before you get into your diatribe, let me go here real quick, brother, because I think people need to understand this, right? So for all 20 people that's watching this, and everyone that's going to watch this on the restream or however you get to the content, right? I need for y'all to understand the sacrifices that content creators make, right? So what you don't understand is you see the finished product. You don't see what goes into having to, put things together to have a topic of conversation that's relevant, to give you guys the opportunity to voice your opinions and things of that nature, right? I'm going to tell you right now, Uncle Freeze is the hardest working man in show business, brother. I'm telling you right now,
well, I appreciate
the
that,
hardest working man in show business. To the point that I'm going to have to call Miss Mocha and be like, Miss Mocha, I'm going to need for you to get you a jammer in the building, right? So Uncle Freezy can get on when he think he need to get on. He need to rest because he's running the candle at both ends. I'm telling you right now, Uncle Freezy is doing his thing right now for you guys. And
a shot collar.
For real though, you know that electronic collar,
a shot collar.
You can, yeah. You get all that. You get all that,
man.
But hey, listen. I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing for the Knicks verse and the opportunities that you're making for other people to be able to get out there and do that thing. So salute.
Yeah, man. Salute. Yeah, hey, this is easy, bro. This is the easy part. The hard part is the technical stuff behind the scenes. You know, what I make this thumbnail look like? Have I used this thumbnail before? What about this topic? Is this topic something that I want to talk about for 2 hours?
Right.
Because if I don't want to talk about it, will somebody else will want to talk about it for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Is it relevant? Will you uncover hidden topics as you go along in the conversation? Right. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And so, man, I appreciate the fact that you shouted us out. You know, we try to provide the best content we possibly can for the people. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when you don't have content, just provide a platform where people can get on and just have a sounding board. Right. Because the sounding board is just as important as having a nice topic. Because sometimes a topic is just a way to introduce the sounding board for Knicks fans.
Yeah,
so,
fact.
So let me ask you this. You see the topic that I brought up. As a Knicks fan, what is it that you want from the Knicks?
So, and this may be an unpopular take, which at my age, I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things about being a senior in different organizations or different perspectives, right? So I'm gonna break it down to you like this. What I want from the New York Knicks is to continue on a path of improvement, right? So what that means to me, it may be different than what it means for you and everybody else. But I know what it means for me. What it means for me is I need conditional progression as we continue to move forward in this thing that is the NBA, right? Because what was true 10 years ago is not true today.
Right.
So what my mindset was 10 years ago is not true today. You have to be able to adapt and evolve into what is current. So what's current for me right now is this. I believe, let me see, White Falcon, G-Man, Lemon, he knows we ain't getting nobody. We have to try. Okay, so White Falcon. So that is a perfect example of what I'm about to talk about, right? So when we get into what is it that you want to see, we have to be, first of all, we have to be realistic and as to what the opportunities are out there for us, right?
Right.
We're not going to mortgage the farm to get a big name that may or may not be productive into what we have going on moving forward in the future. That's number one. That's the first thing we need to realize. What I think is about to happen right now is this. I think our front office is going to continue on the path that they have established based on the first half of the season when we first went through free agency. We didn't make any moves.
Right.
Why didn't we make any moves? I don't know. I'm not in the front office. I can speculate all day long, but that has no credence on what happened and what didn't happen. Right. I think that what we are doing right now, we're going to continue to make these proven deals in the upcoming season. And then in the 2022-2023 season, when all these free agents become available, that's when we strike.
Right.
That's when we go in and say, okay, I've gone, and I love that mock draft that you did yesterday. I was watching. I didn't say anything, but I was watching. So that was on point, right?
Right.
So I think with that, two things have to happen. The first thing that you didn't include in that assessment is this. I think that the Knicks need to go out and find them, if they don't already have one on staff, an offensive-minded assistant coach that can help Tibbs with the development of these young players and develop an offensive scheme that we can go from being the 21st offensive team in the NBA until at least the teens. I'm not asking for us to be in the top 5, at least be in the teens, to be competitive. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, after we do that, we get into that draft prospect that you talked about. Now, there is a combine going on in Chicago next week.
Right, right.
Where we got a whole bunch of players that's going out there that's going to debut their talent, right?
Right,
so
right.
This is what I would suggest for Knicks fans. If you have nothing better to do, I'm missing basketball like everybody else, go and watch. So when you come on these platforms and you give your opinion, it's an informed opinion based on the last performance that you saw this player go out and produce for you, and right. Figure out how that player either fits or does not fit the New York Knicks organization. That's first and foremost. And then after we go through that, after we get to the draft, I'm not talking about any free agents right now until we get to the draft, because what you draft and how you position yourself in that draft is going to dictate those free agents that you go out and you pursue. So let's not put the cart before the horse, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Let's do these things in steps. First of all, let's figure out what we're doing in the draft and what the outcome looks like. And then after that, we figure out what we're going to do moving down the line.
I have somebody that may disagree with what you're saying.
I'm sure. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. So I agree.
First of all, good afternoon to Mr. Uncle Freezy.
Is that a new shirt?
I forgot who's that next to you. I forgot his name. You know, I forgot my Geritol. That's what happened. So I got
let me explain something to you, Mr. First of all,
can't talk about my shirt.
First of all, let me salute you by wearing an appropriate shirt out there. That's the first thing I want to say.
Friday was a bad day.
Yeah, man.
Friday was a bad day.
That's my man, 50 grand and all. Welcome to the building. Welcome to the building.
Yeah. What's happening? I agree with everything that you're saying.
Whoa. We ain't gonna gloss over that. Freezy, we're not gonna gloss over that.
What?
Yeah, I want you to say that one more time. Say that.
Yeah, we gotta record that.
Say that one more time. What did you just say?
I agree with you.
No, you said I agree with everything.
Everything, yeah. It's not the first time.
Wow. Okay.
It's not the first time I've agreed with. I mean, if it made sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I gotta give you credit.
It made sense. Now, 50% of the time, it don't make sense.
Oh my
Here we go. Shots fired. Here we go. Shots fired.
Yeah, man. I agree with what G-Man is saying too. My only thing is I think the personnel that Tibbs was given, and I'll give this analogy. Like, I used to watch the Giants, the New York Football Giants,
right,
run the football, right, with a dude named Rodney Hampton.
Oh,
a running back out of Georgia.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
he's a running back. You remember Georgia used to be running back U back in the day.
Yes.
They still might be running back U, as a matter of fact. But the thing is the Giants would do something like somebody would fumble the football, and I watched the game. The Saints picked up a fumble, ran it back for a touchdown. Y'all remember Pat Swilling?
Yep.
Yes.
And Ricky Jackson. Remember that defense the Saints had? They were just as good as the Bears, the Eagles, and the Giants. What it is their offense was worse than ours.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But the thing is that's the reason why they couldn't get to the playoffs and win.
Right.
But the thing is, I saw Pat Swilling pick up a fumble. Somebody from the Giants fumble. He picked it up and ran it back for a touchdown, right? And then they and so the Giants quarterback threw an interception, pick six, right? Giants were down 14-0, right?
Right.
I knew the game was over,
right?
Because if you need to run the football for 5 and 6 yards at a time, the Giants was the best in the league at that.
Absolutely,
right? But when it came to dropping back, throwing the football, that was not their forte. They were not built for that.
Nope.
Right?
Right.
So what happens is I watched the 49ers, no lie. I watched the 49ers come out and just gash the Giants defense. I was like, what in the world's wrong with the Giants today? And shout out to my man Harry Carson. He came on the show and did an interview with us.
Oh,
it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. We did that back in November. I'm gonna try to get him and another guy for that defense. I can't say, I don't want to say his name because it fall through.
Hey, if you get LT, you a god.
Hey,
if you get LT, you a god.
Hey, don't say that. Don't
get
say
LT,
that.
you a god, man.
No, don't say that, bro. I'm gonna try here in the next few months or so. Okay. But
wasn't Carson the originator of dumping the Gatorade on
Kev, you got to watch the interview. I made him break that down.
Okay, all right, I'll check that out. Okay,
he was like, yeah, you got to watch the interview. The interview is beautiful, bro. Because we talk to each other. Mm-hmm. And in the interview, and it's like we had known each other forever, but I had only seen him a few times. Okay. Right? I've seen him a few times, but there's something, man. So I love Harry Carson, man. The dude is a beautiful person.
Yeah, he looks like a beautiful guy. Yeah.
So the 49ers though come out with the West Coast offense is new. They just throwing the football all over. The Giants have a hard time tackling these running backs in space. They throw on this dude named Tom Rathman, this dude named Roger Craig. You can't hardly tell. You can't tackle these dudes. You're like, what in the world? They throw into a tight end named Brent Jones. You're like, oh my gosh, right? So the 49ers go and get like a 20-point lead. And I look at my pops. I'm like, Pops, this is over. My pops look at me like, Uncle Freezy, don't underestimate the Giants.
That's right.
I'm like, Pops, this thing is over. He's like, Uncle Freezy, what I'm telling you, don't underestimate them. So what happened is the Giants try to drop back and throw the ball with Phil Simms. Mm-hmm. And everybody is off page. They throw into this dude named Stephen Baker, the touchdown maker, and he can't catch. They throw into a dude named Phil McConkey. He get hammered.
Phil McConkey. Oh my God. Phil McConkey.
They throw into a dude. They throw into a dude named Mark Ingram.
Mark Ingram,
man, he fast. He a little jitterbug, but listen, he can't. Man, listen. And so what happened? The Giants go on and lose, right? They go on and lose. They scrap. They kick field goals. The 49ers score touchdowns. I think they wind up losing. They kick like 5 field goals. You remember a kicker named Ali Haji Sheik?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. So okay. All right.
So, name, man.
So anyway, the point to it is the Giants were not built to run up and down the field. They were built to run the football down your throat.
Downhill.
That's what they were built to do.
Right.
So when you get them outside of that, they look dysfunctional because they were not built to be a run. They were not built to throw the deep. They were not the LA Rams with Jim Everett and Wendell Tyler.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And Flipper Anderson. They were not built like they were not built like the Rams. They were not. You remember they had Flipper Anderson and James Watson?
Yes, sir.
They were not built like them, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
They were not. But if you needed on third down and 5, and bad elements, and you needed to run the football to get 5 yards,
you can get that.
The Giants were built to get 5, and possibly they would get 7.
That's right.
Because they had dudes named Jumbo Elliott. His thing was not. His dude was not pass blocking. He was a decent pass blocker.
Yeah.
Probably a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But in his bag, he is a run mauling machine.
Okay.
Right?
That's a fact.
Right. But when you ask him to drop back and pass protect,
mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with this Knicks squad, right? Mm-hmm. Tom Thibodeau can't run unique and imaginative offenses because this team is not built to run imaginative offenses in intricate offensive sets. They are built to defend all 4 quarters, all 48 minutes of defense. That's what they're built to do.
So let me ask you this. Okay, keep going.
So when you ask them, you're like, well, how come the Knicks don't run this third option on the Spanish pick and roll? They are not built to do that.
That's right.
Right? You're not built to ask Nerlens Noel, to fade out to the 3-point line and then cut with his outside hand open. He's not doing that.
No.
Right?
No, he's not. He's not.
He
Not
can
at all.
barely at 210. He can barely set an NBA screen. But on defense, though, on defense,
which is mind-boggling. Which is mind-boggling because I don't know how many years he's been in the league and he still can't set a set that screen like y'all saying.
Right, but on defense, he's a different person.
Right.
So on defense, he is.
I'm still picking the phone up and just hang it up. I'm glad I wasn't calling trying to get insurance
because we don't use this phone system anymore. You idiot. God, man, like you tell everybody else, and like what Cookie says on what's the name? Stay in your lane, all right? Stay in your lane.
Right. And so, but the thing is, Kev, is I agree with what G-Man is saying. Right.
Yeah, I'm starting to disagree now. Just for him doing like that and everything.
But my point though is so I agree, but I kind of like wish we were in a situation where we had multi-dimensional players where we could do both. I just don't feel like right at the moment we have the personnel to do that because in order to have more imagination in your offense, Nerlens Noel would have to be at least an adequate 3-point shooter, right?
And that's not happening. That's not happening.
And that means for one, he has to catch the basketball,
right? Which he can't catch.
So before Kev gets in his bag, right? So let me ask you this, Fritzy, because I watched the mock draft yesterday. So based on what you just said, did that have any inclination as to how you position the players that you selected for the mock draft?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Guys, between me and you, I have concerns. And the reason why I have concerns is because of the coach that we have. If we go into this draft picking out the players that, let's say we get the players that both of you and everybody else wants, is Tibbs going to play those players?
So this is I put this in the tweet, in my tweets, and I had a couple of different conversations with a couple of different people that are content creators, and this is my concern, right? So in that draft, in the mock draft that Freezy set out, I believe that what should be included in that is an offensive-minded assistant coach.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
To be able to help Tibbs in the developmental process for these young players, right? Because right now, Tibbs is I'm not going to call him a dinosaur. I'm not going to give him
but he's set in his ways.
He is, and he knows what works as it pertains to a defensive-minded team, right?
Right.
But at the same time, when you play defense, you have to be able to generate some type of offense at some point.
Right.
You have to be able to do that, right? But that's not his mantra. His mantra is defense. So where we saw the fall off in our season, this past season, was when Woodson left the team and went to go and do his
thing in Indiana,
college.
right?
Yeah, in Indiana, right? But there was never a person that jumped in and said, "Okay, I'm going to fill that void.
Right.
This is what I'm going to do."
Right.
We have to go get that.
Right.
So, say for instance, whether it be the Knicks use these draft picks to trade up and go into the lower part of the lottery and try to get a pick, or they go with Freeze's picks and we utilize all 4 of those picks and we bring in all this young talent.
Which I gotta say, the picks that he did, I did my research on them. They will fit in nicely with what we're trying to do. They really would. But again, I'm just worried that Tibbs will not use those guys right now.
And that's where we get into that assistant coach that's in his ear that says, "Hey, listen, understand that you want this person on the floor for their defensive paralysis, right? I get that. So if a team is blowing us out of the water and we need to shut them down, they got it.
Yes.
But if we are in the driver's seat, then we don't need to succumb to that. What we need to do is we need to go out and develop or show that this is the offensive paralysis based on the personnel that's on the floor, and we go get points. We go get buckets.
Right.
That's how we win. Right now, this is why teams last season played us the way they played us. They didn't fear our ability to score the basketball.
You're talking about the COVID year, right? Not this year that just
this year
this year
just passed. Even though we were able to improve our 3-point shooting percentage, we were able to do that. Even though we were able to get into some situations to where we were better offensively than we were in the COVID years or whatever the case would be, we were still not a feared organization from a defensive aspect. I'm sorry, from an offensive aspect. Nobody feared the Knicks coming out.
Nobody, yeah.
They didn't. They're like, okay, well, you come out, you may hit a 3 here or there, and whatever the case may be.
Well, because it was too much isolation.
Yeah, exactly.
It was too much isolation and not enough pick and roll.
But the thing is, though, Kev, the thing is, like I was saying, teams did not fear Reggie Bullock taking cats off the dribble
at all.
No.
That wasn't what happened.
You get what I'm saying?
Which is what we need. We hardly, the only one that really put it on the floor was RJ Barrett. He was really the only one that put it on the floor and tried to get something.
But 5 can defend it too.
Yeah,
there's 5 can defend it too, right?
All day long.
So, right, and so nobody feared Nerlens Noel saucing up top, taking his man off the dribble and dunking. Nobody feared that.
Nobody feared Elfrid Payton. No one feared.
And those were your starters.
Yeah,
and all the 5 people we just said started.
That's a problem.
Elfrid Payton, Reggie Bullock, RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, Nerlens Noel all started.
Yep.
Right. And you can even throw Mitchell in there when he was starting as well, because all he was just a runner. You cut that off. What else you got?
Right. So what I was getting at though is that when I was talking to G-Man is this: the Giants formula, when they ran the football, play defense, and kick field goals, they could beat any team on God's green earth on any given Sunday.
Right.
And not barely either. They can impose their will on teams. I was at Giant Stadium watching them play the Eagles when I saw the Eagles offense quit. They legit got tired of getting hit in the cold. They got tired of the physical contact on them. And I talked to Mr. Harry about that. I was like, I was there. Well, I was there. Y'all remember Keith Jackson?
Yeah.
Right there from the Eagles?
Sir. Yes, sir.
I remember seeing him get hit and watch him walk up the field like, man, I done had enough of this. You know what I'm saying? It's 8 degrees out here. It's sleet and rain. The wind blowing. And these dudes is knocking my block off. And it's the second quarter. I done had enough of this. I ain't going back in there. I saw when the Giants imposed their will, right? Defensively. And offensively, they ran the football down your throat so much that defenses quit. They got tired of the physicality. It's the same thing.
Hey, Freddie, check this out. I got a conference call I got to jump on real quick. No more than 15 minutes. Don't leave, Kev, because I got something to talk about too.
Now we here.
Don't leave. I'll be right back, brother.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we here.
All right, peace.
Yeah. So the thing is, it depends on your personnel. You can't ask this Knicks team to run the same offense as the Denver Nuggets. We don't have a Jokic. We don't have
a Jamal Murray. Yeah,
or a Michael Porter Jr.
Or Michael Porter Jr.
But at the same time, you can't ask them to run the defense that we run because they don't have a Mitchell Robinson. They don't have a Nerlens Noel. They don't have a Reggie Bullock. No. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at it, you can't. We as Knicks fans, we have to be more open to understanding who we are as people. It's like me and Cornerstone Kev see a bunch of dudes walk by with dreads, right? And I'll be like, man, it would be nice if I could grow that hair again like that and grow me some dreads. You know what I'm saying? But them dudes walk past me and Cornerstone Kev and be like, man, it'd be nice for one day for me to be the major contributor of a business that's sustainable and profitable, right? right?
Mm-hmm.
So we want one thing. We want dreads. They want to be in our position, but we can't. All we can be is ourselves.
Ourselves, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's how you look at who. It's basically how you look at who we are.
Oh, and I didn't want the dreads. I wanted the high top fade, like Kid from Kid and Play.
Yeah, I used to have one, and I joked.
Oh man,
I joked that I grew all my hair at one time. I should have shaved some of it.
And you know, G-Man never had hair.
Oh wow!
I know he probably listening like that son of a gun.
Wow.
Oh, I have to correct you. We never drafted Doug Christie.
Oh, we didn't.
No, look, the Lakers drafted Doug Christie, and we got him. I don't know how. Hold on 1 second, all right? I'll be back.
Let me see. How did we get Doug Christie? I know Doug Christie was a young player on our bench, and I appreciate Cornerstone Kev for the fact.
But where we messed up was letting him go, because he was a star in Toronto and Sacramento. He wrote man.
Yeah, man. Doug Christie was something, bro.
Man,
he was exactly what it. Imagine the Knicks always in the market for a shooting guard and constantly letting them walk.
Jamal Crawford.
Right. Who's the greatest, in your opinion? Who's the greatest shooting guard in Knicks history? And do they compare to the all-time greats at the position? So the greatest shooting guard of all time is Michael Jordan, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the greatest Knick at shooting guard of all time is who? And how does he stack up to Michael Jordan? And
Walt Clyde Frazier?
No, he's a point guard.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allen Houston. How does he compare to Michael Jordan? Not really.
Well, he really can't. He can't.
Right. Not really. Right.
He can't.
Right. That's one of my points. Like, you know, as a franchise, we have to recognize that a lot of the ineptness is not on what the circumstances, but the type of players that we want. Like, we wanted Allen Houston because we thought he was gritty. You remember? So there was a time he played in Detroit with
yes, sir. With Grant Hill.
With Grant Hill, right?
Yeah.
He is not an original Knick. He is
he's not.
He's a transplant, basically.
Right. But the way we got him, I didn't think we were going to get him. And when we got him, I was like, yo, our shooting guard position is solidified, because you had him and then you slid John Starks to the bench. And and that was that was great. That was great. Right. But yeah, we haven't really had a really good shooting guard since Allen Houston.
Right. And
you want to throw Latrell in there? Because he was really
Latrell Sprewell was an excellent shooting guard too, but in comparison to Michael Jordan,
no,
of course not.
No, of course not.
Now, when you compare the greatest point guards of all time, when you say Isaiah Thomas, Magic Johnson, John Stockton, just whoever you feel like, Jason Kidd, Steve Nash, you could probably put Clyde Frazier in that conversation.
And the Pearl?
Because Clyde Frazier's accomplishments are many and you know, outstanding. Defensive player of the year. You know, this dude is.
Even though I never got to see him, what about the Big O?
More of a big combo guard, more of like.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, more. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But yeah, man, and the pace that they ran at, it was. But anyway, anyway, Earl of Pearl Monroe was an all-star point guard for the Washington Bullets.
Yeah,
and we traded for him and brought him here.
Yeah, got us a championship.
And he played the two for us.
Oh, he played the two. Okay.
Yeah, he played shooting guard for us next to Clyde Frazier.
Clyde.
Yeah, because Earl of Pearl could do one thing, man, and that is score.
Yeah.
Earl of Pearl.
Hey, that's why they call him Black Jesus.
Yes, Earl of Pearl could score, brother. Earl of Pearl could score, but he originally was a point guard out of Baltimore, Maryland. Matter of fact, I think he played for the Baltimore Bullets. They were the Baltimore Bullets back then.
Oh, they were the Baltimore Bullets back then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Before they moved to Washington.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But the thing I want to get to though is how what is it that Cornerstone Kev wants from this New York Knicks organization going forward?
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna tell you what I want. Let me just look for one thing here. Yeah, look for one thing.
So Andy Garcia says Earl the Pearl was our best two guard. Hey, so how does Earl the Pearl compare to the greats to ever play the position? How does Earl the
there
Pearl
he is.
compare?
Okay. I was looking to try and send AD the link and everything.
Yeah,
now he's on it all like that. How does what's up, AD? How you feeling, man?
Yo, good afternoon. Good afternoon, brothers.
Right.
It's good.
Yeah, nothing too much. What was your question now, Freeze?
How does Earl the Pearl compare to the greats to ever play the two guard position, like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant?
Well, you got to understand. The one thing is we got to understand it. It was a different age back then because he wasn't the high flying, skyscraper dunker like MJ was. He was more athletic, but I think Earl was more skilled at creating his shot.
Oh, his handles. Hey, Earl handles.
Yeah.
Handles started with two dudes. Handles started with JoJo White. Used to play point guard for the Boston Celtics.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wee boy.
Yeah,
So I was not a Celtics fan, but JoJo White. Oh my goodness. JoJo White was nasty.
Absolutely.
Him and Tiny Archibald.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Handles. Earl Monroe.
You might have hated the Celtics, but you couldn't deny, players on that team. You couldn't.
JoJo White
was one of them.
Yeah,
he was cool. He was cool.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
So, but
what do I want? I want I just want us to keep rising to the top. I just want us to
keep rising
to the top.
Yeah.
That's all I ask for, man. I don't care how it happens. But I just want us. I want us to progress from the 4th seed and keep, going up till people have it in their mind. Players have it in mind, like, Dad, we got to play New York. They're at the top of the league, man. They're at the top. We got to play them. That's what I want the mentality to be. Right now, it's like, the Knicks are up and coming.
Right.
That's what I want. That's what I want. So, I just want this management team for this summer to really. Do you want
that? So here's the question: do you want them to fast forward this process or build it brick by brick?
So how you gonna ask Kevin 2 questions and not give me a chance to answer that?
Because I'm not finished.
Hey, did you say? Did AD say hello to everybody?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right.
I'm done. Go ahead, AD. Go ahead, D. Ask your question.
I'm listening, fam. Go ahead. Don't
go ahead. Not at all. Yeah, I just want us to keep going forward. It just so happened that we were going to build this slowly, but Randall upstarted it. He upstarted it big time. Because I know a lot of people didn't have us being the 4th seed and in the playoffs. I was just lucky just to make the playoffs. And now that we're at the 4th seed, you have to build from that position that you were at. So that's the reason why I say we have to keep rising. We have to. It just got jump started. It just got jump started. So, but I agree a lot with what you're saying is doing stuff organically and not having to mortgage everything just for a star that we'll probably only have for like maybe 2 or 3 years.
Right.
You want to build it. I want to build it too. It's just that the Randall element just kind of jump started it a lot quicker than what we thought we were going to the time that it was going to take. So, all right, AD, I'm done.
All right, gentlemen. Now I know how Freezy feels, and now I know how you feel, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this, okay? Look at today's climate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how many players are either hurt or missing from their game in the most crucial parts of the game, right? This might be unprecedented. We're not there to capitalize.
Yeah.
You see, we're not a part of the situations. You see what I mean? We're not there as one of the teams that maybe we wouldn't be the team that to have all these injuries or whatever. And if we do, we're able to overcome this, and we're right there with them because now there's a man down. There's been a man down all over the playoffs.
Right.
All over the playoffs, there's been a man down, and we're not talking about a key contributor. We're talking about a star to a co-star to, right on down the line.
Yeah.
I've never known of a management team that's looking to bill for the next management team to come take their job. You understand what I'm saying? I can never grasp taking 17, 18, 19-year-olds that their names are not LeBron and KD. They don't have that almost surefire tag on them to where one regime can be envied by the next regime and can't wait for them to fumble that up. Those things don't happen all the time. You have to forego this nonsense and go get players to be right there, Freezy. Stop it. You've been a Knicks fan far too long. You can't tell me that you're not hungering to sip some champagne after you finally won the championship.
So what are you asking for? So what do you want?
Kev, let me ask him this. Kev. I feel you, AD. Listen. I was there. I was a Knicks fan during the Darryl Walker years. Rory Sparrow, Trent Tucker.
Okay.
I was a fan. I was there when we drafted Bill Cartwright. I was a shorty. But they were like, yo, we won big man away. We drafted Bill Cartwright with the number 3 pick or number 6 pick, whatever it was. And I remember skipping to school. Oh boy, we got Bill Cartwright. You know what I'm saying? So I remember that. But bro, let me ask you this. See, because my road is long, winding, and dusty, potholes in it, traps everywhere.
I'm right there with you.
But so is your road.
I'm right after you a little bit.
How was your road of star chasing? How many championships has star chasing gotten you since we've been star chasing?
It's not just I'm gonna answer that question first. 0, according to how I think you mean it, right? Do you regret having Bernard King on your team? Remember, you named all of those rattan dandelions in the garden that he had to carry. Right. You mentioned all those guys from that team that he was on, but if he's not on that team, the star, and I'm not talking about someone that gets to the playoffs after being all second team and all this whatever that bites it. Okay, you go back that far. Look at his 83 series against Philly, the eventual champion. Look at his 84 series in old Joe Louis Arena. Game 5, 104-degree fever. You should be dead with 104-degree fever.
Right.
And two splintered fingers on both hands. Right? No excuses. That's what a star does for you. Look in Brooklyn right now. That's what a star does for you, my guy. A star shows up in that big game, and then everybody else is happy because the star has shown up.
Okay, so what do you want? What do you
Star
want?
chase. Go get
So
stars.
you just want to star chase and
Go
mortgage
get some
everything
stars.
and mortgage everything. You say mortgage everything for that star.
But Kev, so
Yes.
for one, Bernard King was not a star before he got to New York. He was a really good player. He was a good scorer, right? Before he got there.
We didn't draft him. We didn't draft him.
No, we did not.
No, he was drafted by the New Jersey Nets.
Oh wow!
But he became a star, Freezy.
Stop taking my point, AD. Let me finish. He became a star in the biggest, and he became a star in the Mecca, right? And that's part of the law of the Mecca. Like if you're a really good player and you have the ability to carry a franchise, you can become an international star for the Knicks, right? You could become a star for the Golden State Warriors, right? But that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. People don't know who Klay Thompson is around it. Klay Thompson ain't he a star, but he played for Golden State. That ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Luka is a star for the Dallas Mavericks. But if you do that for the Knicks, you become iconic like Barack Obama, Michael Jordan, Reggie Jackson, right? Hey, what's up, Chief?
Yo, I can't even see who that is.
How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Good.
All right.
My point is star chasing puts you in a situation where if you don't get the star, look at how many resources you bypassed on the way. Because you have to save resources in order to exchange it for a star, right? But if you don't get the star, now your resources have rotted on the vine, right? When you could have, say, drafted a Trey Mann and had him playing under Tibbs already, or drafted a James Bouknight and had him playing for Tibbs already, right? You can have a Trey Murphy and have a playing under Tibbs already, as opposed to saving those resources to trade for a cat like Damian Lillard, who you may not even get.
Right.
Or even worse, that you may have to overpay for.
I don't mean to cut you off, Freezy, but I just want to be real quick, right? The window is now here. He said he wants out. The window is here to go get him and build your championship team.
Who?
Zion.
Oh, Zion.
Oh, no.
Go. You have to go get him.
Okay.
There's no disrespect to Julius Randle. He's done what he needed to do, but you have to go get that guy.
Okay.
He's the guy. You have to go get this guy. And there's no disrespect. You have to trade him. You have to do. I thank him very much. I appreciate him. But to win the championship, he's one of those guys that you have to get in this league.
Okay, so when has Zion
and we have the resources.
When has Zion proven that?
So it's not like you can't go get him. And you could do a 3-team deal with Dallas. You could send him home, or you could send him to New Orleans. Like there's a bunch of ways that you get this done.
Okay, so when has Zion proven that he's championship worthy?
Come on, Kevin. That's not.
Come on, man. Don't even do that. Don't even do that. Don't even do that.
Yeah, you gotta ask questions because you want to.
Cornerstone Cab asked a legit question because
I'm gonna give you the question. I'm gonna answer it.
But you can't have it both ways. You can't say that I want to win a championship right now, but at the same time I want to build brick by
brick. You're not gonna win it right now, but you're gonna win it 2-3 years down the road. And that's what I'm talking about because you're still not in position to win it. So this is when KD, Giannis, and Embiid and all those guys, they're gonna be they're already beat up now. So keep playing in the playoffs and keep running it down. And Zion has some injury issues, but when you build this basketball team, you ready to run them out the door 2 years from now. So you got to have the foresight to do this deal now, because we know Randall's not getting it done, and that's no disrespect to him. He's a great player, but you need a dog, and you need players that are combined together, and they all have friends. And I don't know who Julius Randle's friend is, but I know one of his friends, and that went down the toilet this year, and that was Alfred Payton. That was one of his best friends, and we all know it.
Right.
Because they had the meeting and all that, yada, yada, yada. Go read it. Alfred Payton was one of his best friends. who's the star that's his best friend? You don't know that, but I know Zion is RJ's best friend, right? One of his best friends, right?
And
I also know.
that don't even have nothing to do with stardom. They
Exactly.
They just friends in real life. This don't even
Yeah,
have nothing to
exactly.
do with basketball.
That's what I'm saying. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is one of his best friends, right? Ja's one of Zion's best friends. So you have to start connecting dots and playing the business. This is where World Wide West and Leon Rose have to do their business and get this thing done. Because you have to take a step backwards and take 2 steps forwards. So next year you shouldn't even be thinking about, you should barely make the playoffs. But you have Zion, so you have to get that deal done, and you have to have foresight for 2 years down the road. But I just wanted to say that, fellas, because I got to run because I'm in the middle of business. But y'all take it easy. Later.
Hey, bro.
Peace.
Hey, Chief, you got to come back, bro. Come on, man.
I will, but not today. Right. Have a good one, y'all.
All right, man. So yeah, I understand. You know, the concept of what's AD doing.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but I can't agree with that because the organization has already somewhat, you know, committed to Randall being part, you know, of what they're trying to do. I don't see that happening, especially. I mean, he's not going to go back to New Orleans. That's you know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's crazy. I mean, I don't understand why
you need a 3-team. That's not to interrupt you, Kev.
Well, no, I'm going to come to you. So you are looking to pretty much get rid of Randall. That's what you're looking really do.
No.
Like I said yesterday, if there's
I understand it's business.
It's either you get me a 1 or some pretty good 2s. Yeah, you need to be there, and some pretty good 2s can be what can help to expedite the matter. If you can't get the 1, okay, that's this off season, fine. But there's a lot of pretty good 2s out there.
I'm sorry. You know what? I think I'm just probably the only Knicks fan that believes in loyalty. And then this guy has pretty much, this is only his 2nd year, but he made a drastic change from his first year. And I'm willing to give this guy, and everybody in the team looks up to him. I'm willing to give this guy, you know, some more chances to help us, you know, get to that championship level.
Okay, hear what you said. Everybody in the team looks up to him.
Yep.
If you still have this same team for everybody to keep looking up to him, you're going to be in the same position.
No. Now I don't want. Now I'm with you on this. I don't want the same team that I had last year. That's out. That is out.
Kev,
I'm totally with you on that.
Breaking news: Cornerstone Kev says, "Run it back."
No, I'm not running it back. No, I'm not.
Kev says, "Run it back."
Hey, let's be real. Let's be real. I do not want to run the same team back.
Breaking news.
No,
I do not want to run the same team back.
Breaking news.
But what? Go ahead.
But Kev, I want you to see what I'm saying, Kev. And it's not only you. In your subconscious, your truth came out, right? Randall is the leader. Randall is the leader of blah, 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 blah. But in a real team construction going places, he's the number 3 guy. He's not the 1 or the 2.
He could be the 2. I agree with you on the 1. I totally agree with you on the 1. But he could be the 2.
Maybe.
He could be the 2. I agree. I totally agree with you on the 1. On the 1, I'm totally with you on that.
Right now, he's a 3.
I think he's a 2. I think that's where we disagree on. I think he's a 2.
I'm not killing Randall, but it's either or. You can't.
I want him as a 2.
You can't be in the middle of the ocean.
He could be. He could be our.
In the middle of the ocean. You gotta go. You gotta go forward.
He could be our leader, and he can also be our 2 as well. There's nothing wrong with that. Haslam wasn't even part of, you know, a 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, but everybody still respected him on that Miami team.
Right.
Randall could be a 2. Randall can be that 2. He could be our leader, but he can also be that 2 as well.
He could be, but what is he today?
Well, right now for our team, he's 1. Right now for our team, he's 1, and then RJ is our 2.
Right.
Who's to say if the roles don't reverse? That RJ is our 1 and he is our 2.
Good point. But
I think they have that much
have
respect for each other. I think they have that much respect for each other that he could be that either one of them could be our 1.
I would say,
but you want to bring somebody else in as a 1, and I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah,
I can kind of agree with what you're saying, but the conversation you would have to have with Julius Randle, it would be mind-boggling in its perception, because you would go to Julius Randle and say, "Hey, man, listen, I know you're second team All NBA. You're a top 10 NBA player. Thank you, baby. You're a top 10 NBA player, not based on what people say, not speculation."
Right.
But based on a voting by people that rank NBA players. They say Julius Randle's top 10. And for those of y'all in the chat that disagree with me, y'all are losing your minds, because Julius Randle is second team All NBA with the likes of cats named LeBron James. Right? So to say that Julius Randle is not a top 20 player, you are bugging. Right? But the conversation you have with Julius Randle about trading places with RJ Barrett would be one of the six. It would be that conversation would be crazy to me. What I would say to Julius is this: RJ Barrett has the potential to be an all-time great, and we want you to help foster that. We want you to help bring that along. We want you to bring that out of RJ Barrett because of what it does for your legacy as an NBA player.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not only are you looking at the greatest Knicks tandem to ever play together, or in Knicks tandem in recent history, if you win a championship, your number is getting retired. Number 30.
Oh, of course.
Number 30 is getting retired. And not because of AD's favorite Bernard King, but because of Julius Randle.
Because of Julius Randle. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say the way this team, the way the management went to Randle, what it is that you need.
Look at this. Nick's guy phone said Randle not top 10. Stop it. Really?
Wow.
Did Julius Randle make third team All NBA or second team All NBA?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
You see, and this is now the danger. Okay, this is now the danger with that selection. Okay, that selection makes it hard for Knicks fans to ever. Well, all of a sudden you're gonna have Julius fans. All of a sudden you're gonna have Julius fans around, because y'all know damn sure that. Okay, if you want to give him that second team, all team, whatever, okay, but y'all know on most
But the argument could have been made. He could have been first. The argument could have been made that he could have been first.
I'm just not doing that.
Who were the two forwards that were ahead of him? Freeze. Who are the two forwards that were ahead of him?
Oh, geez, I can't remember. I'll look it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta look that up. First of all, AD, what's going on, my brother? How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
You good. You good, my man.
I see you dripping in giant stuff all over your house, my guy. I gotta get my shades, family. What is going on with you?
AD, understand this, my brother. I am never, ever going to portray to be something that I'm not. And what I would tell you, first and foremost, this is the one thing that you have to understand about me. I'm a New York Giant fan. Period. There is no other. There is no discussion. There is no. If I could get you on this person, if I could get you on Broadway Joe, or if I could get you on Jim Kelly, we ain't having none of that conversation. I am a New York Giant fan. Period.
I hear you. I just need warning before you come on the screen with all that, yo.
So what you're
mess up my
saying?
cataracts, yo.
So what you're saying?
My cataracts right
So
now.
what you're saying, G-Man, is that if I send you a Pittsburgh Steelers T-shirt, that you throw it away?
No, I wouldn't throw it away, Kevin. I'm gonna tell you why. Because my baby brother, the dude that I love more than anything in life, is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Oh,
He is. He is.
okay.
So I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Freezy.
Got him.
We all
Got
right.
him.
We all right.
Got
We
him.
moving
Got
on.
him.
We moving
Got
on.
him.
Oh my God, I'm so
Got
sorry,
him.
Freezy.
Got him.
So G-Man for life owes us a super chat. We'll take
Yeah,
that
man.
one.
I'm about to hook you up. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't believe I just said that.
Hey,
I
don't
do
be
not
cheap
believe
now.
I-
And don't be cheap either. Give him a $500 super chat.
No,
Give him
no,
a
man.
500.
I
You're
don't
right. You're right.
believe I just
200,
said that.
250.
Oh my God.
250.
Oh my God.
250.
I
250.
just dropped the F-bomb.
Yeah,
I dropped the F-bomb. I
yeah.
don't believe I did that. I'm
We
sorry.
all right.
It happens.
199, but we all right.
See, I was close. I was close.
Oh my
I
God.
was close.
Oh
I
my
was
God.
close.
Hey, but you see how Steelers fans make you? How
They
Steelers fans do?
make me go there, Freezy. They make me
Right.
go there. They make me
Right.
go. Look, the
Hey,
chance.
man. At
The
least I
chat
wasn't
is
a Dallas
losing their
Cowboy.
mind right
At least
now.
I wasn't a Cowboy fan. I mean, come on. Give me
Look,
something.
listen. Let me explain to you something right now, right? So I'm gonna try to clean this up as best I can. And this is what I would say. I believe in my heart of hearts that the Pittsburgh Steelers have established a dynasty-like
Culture.
environment
Yes.
in which people operate, right?
Mhm.
But as we look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're moving away from that right now. So there's no way possible that you can convince me that Ben Roethlisberger is the best possible option at starting quarterback.
I will go.
I don't see how that's possible. I really don't. But if they believe that, that's what they believe.
Right.
I can't follow for that.
But you have to understand it as a Giant fan because you saw Eli there for them last couple years, and he wasn't the same dude. And Giant fans was like reluctant because why? You don't want to seem ungrateful for the rings.
Right. Absolutely. AD, I agree 100. And see, here we go. See, every once in a while, Freezy, this is what happens, right? Every once in a while, you have a person that comes on the panel that takes away all that negativity and speaks factual things, right? That makes people actually go back in their repertoire and think, why is he saying this? But AD is that dude. That gold watch. I'm telling you, the gold watch when the gold watch is dangling, you know what I'm saying?
That's why he's off camera so we can't see it. That's why he's off camera.
So you won't blind our eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is.
But no,
Okay.
I'm not going to turn this into a Steelers bashing session. All I would say is this, because I am a New York Giant fan, period. There is no second guessing about that. What I would say about the Steelers is this. They are a historic franchise. Historic. So regardless of how you feel about who your franchise is or what team you root for, you cannot dispute the historical aspects of a Steelers franchise. You can't do that.
Absolutely.
They got trophies. Right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And
Absolutely. That's 6 of them.
Mike Tomlin is he's a Hall of Fame coach right now.
Right.
I'm telling you, he's that guy.
Yeah.
But
I need another championship from him. I need another championship from him.
Hey, Kev. So I was in Union. South Carolina, at this fair. I don't know. They call it the egg strut. Yeah, they call it the egg strut or whatever it was.
Oh my God!
In
How
Union,
country is that? What?
Union, South Carolina. I was in Union, and I'm at this booth, and I bump into a guy, and I spin around. Like, hey man, watch who you walking into, old man. And the man is like,
it's getting thick, guys.
Hey, Kev. The guy's like, hey, you talking to me? And I'm like, yeah, I'm talking to you. He like, yo, do you know who I am? and I was like, and you know me, shit, I know who you are. You should. Right? And he's like, hey, my name is Donnie Shell. It's nice to meet you.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, Donnie Shell, why does that name sound so familiar?
You know why? Oh my
So
God.
I'm like, why would I need to know who Donnie Shell is? Right? Who is Donnie Shell? And I'm racking my mind. And he was like, yeah, man, I used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh my
And
God.
so I'm like, and my cousin Gigi is like, yo, that's Donnie Shell. We knew he was from Union, but I didn't know I was gonna bump into him over by the cotton candy. You know what I'm saying? Bro, Kev, he shook my hand, and I'm still taking Tylenol.
See?
That was like 1995.
Hey, yo,
96.
you taking Tylenol, not Geritol.
Yeah. Well, I'm taking Geritol for something else.
I had to throw that one in there.
Really, Cam? That's what we're doing right now?
I had to throw that in there, man. There's the punchline.
Yeah, man.
But yo, what did you think of the? Go ahead.
But
Freezy.
what I was gonna say is that Donnie Shell, after all these years, people still love the Steelers, like the lore of the Steelers. Like people legit look at the steel curtain, and they think the steel curtain was the entire defense, but it wasn't.
It wasn't.
The steel curtain was their fall offensive linemen: Dwight White, Mean Joe Green, L.C. Greenwood. I forget the other guy name, but yeah, man. So it's like, you know. So I understand where you're coming from with the Steelers law, but what I want to know though is, and I'm gonna ask Jermaine Royster.
Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? It wasn't 200. It wasn't 200.
No, hey man, hey, I'm not accepting this. I'm gonna send it back to you.
No, you're not.
Yes,
no,
I
you're
am.
not.
Yes,
No. So Freeze, I'm gonna tell you why you're not gonna do that, right? So
Jermaine Royce is in the building.
What's going on, my brother? So this is what we do, Freezy. This is what we do. We have to take care of each other, right? So when right is right, when I'm right, I'm right. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I am not the type of person that looks for those things that say it's okay for you to be wrong. No, that's not me. I made a mistake, and it is what it is. That's the bottom line up front.
You made mistakes with me all the time, but you don't say nothing.
You don't count. You don't count.
Yeah,
You don't count. I'm just saying. You don't count. Look.
Down goes Cornerstone.
Listen, as the chat says, that's my dollar bill in the curse jar. That's what that is right there.
Dollar bill in the curse.
So I appreciate you. And G-Man, I'm gonna say this, and I've been wanting to say it before, but I don't appreciate you for the stuff that you've become over the years. When I see you as a genuine person, somebody that's real.
Yeah, I can't believe
so regardless of all the accomplishments and all the stuff that you've been through, and I appreciate the fact that you've been through that. You know what I'm saying? But what I get a kick out of is I feel like G-Man for life is a real person, genuine, like a crystal trophy, right? Like the is crystal clear, right? Like rock solid, crystal clear. And I love G-Man for that. I love G-Man. First of all, I love G-Man first, and then I love him for that second. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? And so you know, when G-Man does stuff like this, I'm like, bro, I gotta send this back to you. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? This right here is I gotta send this, but I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate the gesture, bro. I appreciate it because I understand that you're invested more in this channel and the success of it more so than whatever else we can do for other people, and I get that.
Fact.
But anyway, Jermaine, man, I ain't mean to cut you off with my sob story.
Be sorry, my brother. I'm sorry.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I just got home from the job. Like, oh, Freezy on. All right. Who's the first person I hear? Nobody but G-Man, my brother, my GT brother. You know, and I'm like, oh, my man is on right now. And then I hear him talking about my Steelers. Wait a minute.
There you go.
I'm like Ron right now. Don't be talking about my Steelers. Don't do that.
He like Ron.
Don't do
Don't talk
don't do
about my
that.
exactly.
Don't do that.
Exactly.
Hey,
Man,
so
you gonna make me you gonna make me Dallas Cowboy.
Hey,
I
you know what
didn't
it
wanna.
is? You know what it is? You know who's got more Super Bowls than us?
I'll be right back.
Just one player.
Who?
Just one player.
Who?
Brady.
But
Brady's the only one.
Who?
Brady's the only one that got more Super Bowls than
Why are we talking about
got,
Brady? Why you bring Brady?
Exactly. Because we need one more. Because we need
We don't
another
care
one.
about Brady. We don't
We
care
need
about
another
Brady.
one. We got to get another one.
But and however, we got to keep it real, right? So
Yeah.
when we start talking about so normally what happens when we start having these conversations, people start talking about championships. So normally the conversation is the Cowboys and the Steelers, right? Those right there are where we begin the conversation. Yeah, see, he got the 5 up, right? That's where we start. But when you go, you cannot have that conversation without having the conversation about Tom Brady. You just can't. You can't. It's impossible.
You can't.
So let me ask y'all this, since y'all done brought TB12, from all podcasts as Giants and
G-Man.
other fans on here. Let me ask y'all this. So we just gonna forget about Deflategate and Spygate?
No, we're not. We're not. But this is what happens. Right?
It's legit.
It seems like it's in the corners of everybody's mind right now.
So AD, this is what happens, right? As we tend to acquire success, those conspiracy theories and those things that have been proven that were a negative impact on your psyche or your, I guess, your reputation, they tend to overlook those things, right?
Right.
I mean, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what happens. So what we're focusing on right now, we don't talk about Spygate right now. What we talk about right now is Tom Brady is 45 years old and he just won another Super Bowl. We don't talk about Spygate. That's irrelevant to people at this point. Right, wrong, indifferent. That's where it is. The same thing that we talk about when we talk about the Steelers and kind of where they're going in their maturation process. We do a lot of I guess what's the word I'm looking for?
Hiding your shame.
No. We do a lot of
that's what that's called, hiding your shame. And when we're teaching the next generation our love for sports and our history for sports, you have to give it to them in its totality. You can't whitewash something that was so important to the league as you being a part of a cheating system that might have denied Super Bowls to other teams. Because remember, after the league didn't just warn them during Spygate, the league took away draft picks.
They did. So let me ask you this. You got kids?
Yeah,
Okay. So
yeah, I got a bunch of them, bro.
Regardless of what you tell your kids or how you try to bring your kids along and then the wisdom that you impart upon them, do they sometimes go left as to the message that you wanted them to receive?
Doesn't mean that you stop giving the message.
I agree. I
doesn't mean that you don't reinforce the message. This is sometimes where younger people lose it for older people, because we whitewashing certain aspects of the history that you really shouldn't. If you love it, like how we love sports and not just Knicks and basketball, but I'm assuming that there's other us who like watching other sports.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't never whitewash certain aspects of the game.
I agree 110% of what you're saying, AD. And I say that to say this, right? Every once in a while, when I'm trying to impart words of wisdom upon the younger generation, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. You just old. You stuck in the the 19th century or whatever the case may be, you have no clue.
Right.
But the thing that I guess the thing that brings all this back to fruition would be this. At some point, we're going to have a conversation, and my sons would come back to me and say, and not only my sons, the person that comes to me before my sons is my daughter. My daughter comes to me and she's like, Dad, you know what? That conversation we had the other night, you were right. The only person in my house other than me that's a Giants fan is my daughter. Everybody else in my house, my son is a Panthers fan, my wife and my other son are Buffalo Bills fans. But the person that molds with me right now is my daughter, my youngest, the youngest in the house. And what she brings to me is this. She brings the wisdom that I have, the historical knowledge that I have from what happened in the past and how that infuses with what we're doing moving forward. And that's special to me. And I bring all that full circle into what we're talking about as far as the New York Knicks, right? So what we have endured, if we have been fans for years and years and years, and we've endured all this, just I don't know what you want to call it, just bad times and just disgust that we've seen, but now we have the opportunity to be able to move forward in a certain way, but there's a roadmap out there to where everybody doesn't know how to read it. And they think that just because that's what the roadmap says, that's the means that we have to go, and there's no delineation anywhere on that roadmap. But guess what? This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen.
Is there still loyalty left in
Kev, don't interrupt me.
So Kev, I was going to ask you about that.
Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me.
I'm gonna do it again.
Because I'm older than you, number one, and I need for you to sit back, and be quiet. Be seen and not heard.
But I was asking you a legit question: is there more loyalty? Because if you remember before, I don't know if you heard it or not. There, Keith came on and said that he wanted to trade Randall to the Pelicans for Zion.
So
that wasn't Keith. That was Hinton.
Hinton. Okay, Hinton. Oh, okay.
So are you saying so to me, that does not mean loyalty. That means that we are looking to better the team from a holistic standpoint. So that has nothing to do. It's business. This is all about business.
So you would do that? So you would do that?
So I would do that if it was beneficial for the team. Not just because of namesake. I need to have pieces around that trade to make sure that trade is going to be optimal for the Knicks. Not that bring a Zion in here just for the sake of saying I signed Zion Williamson. That does nothing for me.
Right.
That does absolutely nothing for me.
And that's that was a little bit of what I was saying, where you want to bring a guy in who hasn't been proven yet that he's championship material, where Randall at least has gotten you to the playoffs.
What? Okay, be careful, man. Be careful there, Kevin. Be careful. Be careful where you going there.
But he's gotten us to the playoffs that we haven't been to in like 13 years.
This is what happens when you're named second team All NBA. You know, we begin to take these liberties.
Again, a legitimate case could be made that he probably should have been first.
And well, I would tell you this. So, okay. So this is probably going to be an unpopular take, right? But I'm gonna give it to you anyway because I believe in being real and authentic. That's my thing.
Yeah. Authentic is your thing. Yeah, it is.
See, Kev, I'm gonna send you a set of headphones that have both things covered, and then you get a microphone, right? So obviously, you can only afford one ear. This is what the hey. Let's keep it real. This is what the
G-Man. Let's keep it real, G-Man.
Kevin acting up, you know what I got at home, so I ain't worried about it. You've seen that thing, so I ain't worried at all.
So let me ask y'all this, just to
Yes,
get
sir.
an understanding of where we are with it. So we started out talking about what the Knicks fans really want,
Right.
and then the topic of Zion Williamson being disgruntled and wanting to possibly want to reunite with RJ Barrett was discussed.
Right.
Well, you can reunite parties in a couple ways. Zion Williamson can come to New York, or RJ can go to New Orleans.
That's fact.
Right.
Fact.
So, but the thing is, if you want Zion in New York, what are you willing to give up for Zion?
So it's amazing that you asked that question, right? That's amazing. I think that the thing that was mentioned before is going to involve Randall. I mean, realistically. So you have to look at how New Orleans values Zion.
Right.
So if I'm giving up a Zion, I got to get equal trade value,
Right.
At the same time, because he's not a free agent right now. Now, if we wait till he's a free agent, that's a different story. But we're talking about right now, today, right? Based on he's about to get his third coach in his third year.
Good Lord.
That's not giving him any type of stability.
Hey, man, that's Frank Ntilikina all over again.
Oh wow!
See how we get Frank back,
and that's Kevin Knox all over again too.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want to be clear about. Right? There is nothing in the media. There is nothing that has been reported that says Zion is disgruntled.
Yeah.
There's nothing out there.
Yeah. How you say, unless it comes from Woj or Shams or Russ, Bailey.
But let me ask all of y'all this, right?
Yep.
Not even ask you. Let me make a statement and ask y'all this question at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
The last time Zion came here, when he came to the Garden, do you remember his post-game interview? When they asked him about Madison Square Garden,
he said,
that man looked like, like a young girl done been gotten an old man's credit card and can do whatever the heck she wanted to. Did you see his face? When is the last time you ever seen a player asked about New York? If I was the league, I'd have possibly looked into finding him, yo. Look, he literally took on that question. I'm glad you asked me that. I'm glad you asked me that.
He said that. He said that.
Right.
Right?
Bro.
If you looking around doing team construction, that's not somebody that you possibly interested in. This is the last time you saw a young star was literally possibly risking a fine.
He didn't care.
Okay.
He's like, hey, I'm gonna let you know what I really feel.
He the number one pick in the draft, bro. He don't care.
He don't care. He got money. He got money to burn right now.
Yeah, he don't have RJ money. He's got 10 times RJ money.
He does. He just got what he just joined
Jordan Brand.
Jordan Brand. Yeah. So he got money. To Freeze's point, he got loot. He don't care.
And remember when they didn't get the number one pick that night, when he was present at the draft lottery, what did he do?
Sick. He was sick.
He was sick.
Him and his people got up and left out the back.
Did they really? I didn't see that.
They did.
Him and his people got up and left.
Oh my
God! They were so pissed off the Knicks didn't get the number one pick.
They were sick. Right. They were sick about that. So I would say this, right? And I'm not a big person in prescribing the hyperboles and things of that nature.
Hyperbole? No, it is hyperbole.
Before you try to correct me,
I thought he said hyperbole at one point. I promise you, yo, G-Man, I promise you got some ripple underneath that seat, that camera right there. Like, what is going on with you, man?
I said hyperbole. That's what I said. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
That's gonna leave me alone. Oh my goodness. So this is what I would say, right? I would say this. From
That's too funny. That was too funny. Even Freezy can't even roll with that.
y'all stupid. Back up. Okay,
Cab
so
setting you up. Cornerstone Cab setting you up, man.
he trying to, but you know what?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. What I would say is that I would say that regardless of what Zion does or does not do, is not going to drive what the Knicks do in the offseason. Because that's a bridge way too far. There are too many things that we don't control, we can't control, and that's going to be on his behalf to figure out. You know, when at the beginning of the season, someone said that there's going to be a superstar and an all-star that forces their way out of their existing contract to come to the Knicks.
Right.
I still don't know who that's going to be. I don't care about who that's going to be. What I care about is making sure the roster we have right now, improving that roster, and making sure that we're in the best possible position we can be in going into the next season. And that's where I'm at with that.
So with that said, would you be happy with or content with the Knicks missing the playoffs next year?
Jesus!
If we got Zion, but the future is brighter on the other side.
No.
Or would you like to maintain this playoff push?
Yeah.
With Randall and continue on a slow upward trajectory.
I'm on that.
Why do you readily assume? You see, here's the thing that Knicks fans do, and I got you, Freezy. I know what you're doing, Freezy.
AD, be very careful with this one. I set a trap.
You see what he did?
I set a trap. Don't jump into this trap, AD.
Okay, all right. But I'm gonna be that grizzly that come and see your trap and kick it over, right?
Okay.
You see what he did? He readily assumed that because you made a move and got Zion, Zion's game is not growing and could do at least with a team like this, like what Randall did, versus, and we would somehow take a step back, right? Not thinking that Zion can grow versus, well, if we have a Randall, we somehow can be better with Randall. That's not fair on either sides, Freezy. It's not, because you're looking at Randall as if he's still, with any acquisition, he would be the guy. No, he may not be the guy if you get the right acquisition. If you get a couple of other pieces, you know what? He may be just a part. He may be a piece on the chess.
AD, you're selling this guy short, and I understand because of what happened in the playoffs. You're selling this guy very short.
But that's just
I think you are.
He's had just one good regular season, Kevin.
And what's wrong with that? It was with us. It was with us.
He had 2 good regular seasons.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that first season was not a good regular season. Stop.
Bro, so 20 and 10 is easy to come by. If it's so easy to get, how come Obi Toppin didn't do it?
Okay.
He played the same position.
I can look around the league at any point in time and point out 20 and 10s. Remember David Lee's last year here? Yeah. Shaq called him Mr. Double-Double. Yeah, David Lee was putting up 26 and 15, and he was an all-star and blah, 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 blah. And the team was never better with him in those accolades. Right. They were empty stats.
David Lee was one of the best players to ever put on a Knicks uniform in the 2000s.
Yes, indeed.
That's not saying much. You really that's no big compliment there, Freezy.
Wow.
Because if you look in the 2000s, okay, there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain in the Garden days. There's big pink signs to fire Dolan in the 2000s. Like you're not saying much.
G-Man, so the reason why, and this is the reason why AD's argument is flawed and is a deflated balloon, right? Because in the 2000s, we constantly went star chasing and did not try
and didn't get nothing.
And for 20 years, we got absolutely nothing. We went star chasing in 2010 for LeBron James. How'd that turn out?
We
and
did.
Amari Stoudemire $100 million.
So hold on. You are not supposed to make a plan that can radically change the trajectory of your franchise for the rest of time. You're not supposed to try and have an audience with the best player on the planet. Is that what you're telling me, Freezy? Is that considered star chasing?
It hasn't worked for us. It hasn't worked for us. It hasn't worked.
How good did it work for LA? Huh? How good did it work for Miami?
It worked out great for them. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about us. It hasn't worked out for us.
So
it hasn't worked out for us.
Scared money.
Please,
hold on. We didn't
money.
get. They were able to sign him. We weren't able to sign him because you know why? When it came down to sitting at the table, he laughed at us. He laughed in our faces.
G-Man, please.
Why do you think that was, AD? I'm just curious before I respond.
Hold on. You are reeling in, first of all, you're reeling in a 75, 80-year-old man in a wheelchair, for crying out loud.
Who is that?
Donnie Walsh.
That was Donnie Walsh.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Your head of attack from what was laid out is a dude that might not have been there a year and a half because of his physical ailments. How can that be the head of your snake? How can you be in there with a guy like that?
And the second most important guy was the star of The Sopranos. Remember the star of The Sopranos? Remember that?
Okay.
They brought in the star of The Sopranos to talk to LeBron.
Yeah. That cannot be your recruiting tool.
Right. But G-Man, listen, the thing that AD is missing, and I'm almost to a point where I feel like I gotta send him some scotch. Right? AD,
I don't drink scotch. Send me some straight rum. If we're gonna do it, let's do it.
I'm not sending. See, I knew you were going to turn this into something Caribbean. I knew he was going to turn it into something Caribbean, right? So anyway, the point I'm getting at, AD, is I'm going to send you this scotch, and it's a gift. You don't have to drink it. Just accept the gift, brother. But anyway, what I'm getting at is this, bro. Cats don't sign in New York. Period. You point to me during any course of your Knicks fandom where a top 5 NBA player in his prime left his team to come sign with New York. And I'll let you go back 50 years.
Carmelo Anthony forced his way to go.
No, he didn't. He got traded.
Carmelo Anthony forced his way. For whatever Knicks fans want to say about Carmelo Anthony, always remember this. He wanted to be here. He forced his way here,
and crippled us at the same time because management didn't put anything around him.
So he dodged the question. He dodged the question. My question was, when did a top 5 NBA player leave his team and sign with the Knicks? And I'll let you go back 50 years.
So while he's debating that scotch that you're talking about, I'm gonna send you my address. You go ahead.
I got you. So what I'm saying to AD is you can't point to the Lakers and say, well, the Lakers did it. Well, Shaq left Orlando on his own. And signed with the Lakers.
But nobody knew it.
Right, and you said Miami did it. LeBron James left Cleveland, Ohio on his own and signed with the Miami Heat. Chris Bosh. He probably coming back.
Okay. I was about to say you don't ran out AD out the panel. Oh my God.
No, he coming back, man. It's sometimes the technical issues or whatever. We have to jump out and jump back.
Please stand by.
But the point to it all is when have the Knicks signed a player? When Larry Bird was talking about leaving Boston, talking about leaving Boston, he was going to go sign with the Indiana Pacers, and they came up with a bird clause for a team to sign a thing. They did it overnight. They got all the owners on the phone and said, if cats could just leave willy-nilly, it'll destroy the league. And they came with a rule overnight called the bird clause. Bird rights. You know what I'm saying? Y'all heard it. The bird clause, bird rights. Y'all heard of it.
Yes,
because
sir.
Larry Bird was going to leave the next day, and they got on the phone the night before and put a rule in place to stop Larry Bird from signing with the Indiana Pacers. Right? Larry Bird wasn't coming to New York. Nope. Isaiah Thomas tore his Achilles in Detroit, right? And the Detroit Pistons were not going to sign him back. It's the year that the Pistons wound up drafting Grant Hill because the Pistons were so bad. Yep. Isaiah Thomas sat out the whole year with a torn Achilles, right? Isaiah Thomas was a free agent. The Pistons were like, we're not signing you back. And the Knicks was like, please come to New York. He was like, I would rather sit out and retire with a torn Achilles than sign with the Knicks.
Then go to the Knicks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He said that. It was in the Daily News.
That's right.
That was a quote.
And imagine if New York didn't have Brooklyn. Where would KD and Kyrie have gone?
That's speculation. So what I would say is this. This is what I would say, Kev. If ever you wanted to be acknowledged in a environment to where you are playing with the best of the best, and you wanted to play in New York, there's only one place you can go. Period.
Right.
That's the Knicks.
Right.
So what Brooklyn has done? Brooklyn has become, we're all, everyone on this panel right now is over 40, right? Everyone is over 40. So
no, I'm 25.
Stop playing with your ball head self. Stop playing. So what I would say is this: we can never profess to know what the motivating factor is for a 21-year-old.
Right.
At 40. We can't. We can apply whatever logistics and the thought process that we go through to get to the end all to be whatever it is that the outcome of the conversation or the argument is going to be, but we just can't. At the same time, those fans that are New York fans will always be New York Knicks. New York Knicks fans are not people that just pop up and say one day I'm going to root for the Knicks. That doesn't happen. No. There's history there. There is things there that there's a reason why you are a Knicks fan. Regardless of how you got there, there's a reason for it, right?
Right.
So Brooklyn is those personnel that are from the state of New Jersey, right? Remember when Brooklyn used to be the New Jersey Nets?
Yes,
Remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Remember when the Nets used to have, say, what's my man name? The ultimate dunker in the NBA.
Oh, chocolate. Yeah. No, not Blake Griffin.
Darryl Dawkins.
Darryl Dawkins.
No.
Darryl Dawkins.
No.
Oh, Vince Carter.
Vince Carter. Yes.
Vince Carter. Yeah, Vince Carter.
Vince Carter. So Vince Carter
Vince
is that
Carter.
guy.
Oh, okay.
Vince Carter is that dude. So Vince Carter on the Nets. Who done root for that? As a Knicks fan, I rooted. Now, granted, quiet as kept. I'm also a North Carolina Tar Heels fan, so of course I'm a root for Vince Carter, right? So I have ulterior motives in there, but Vince Carter, stop playing with me right now.
Yeah,
that's that guy.
Yeah.
So if a Vince Carter is on the team and the team chooses to migrate to Brooklyn, I probably am a little bit more lenient in that whole spectrum as to what that means, but that's not what happened. What happened was this. This is what happened. I'm in my house. I'm sitting in my man cave right now. My doorbell rings. Someone comes to my front door and says, "Hey, guess what? I'm about to come. I'm gonna cut that lanai that you have, and I'm gonna take your pool out, and I'm gonna charge you $10,000 more in your homeowners association fees. Oh, that ain't finna happen. We're not finna have that. And that's where we are right now with the Brooklyn Nets. So Brooklyn comes into New York. They find a borough that says, okay, I need to be relevant right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, Brooklyn, I am not the person that says you're wrong for doing what you did. That was a business decision.
It was smart. It was
very smart. You were in the Mecca. You were in New York City. You were in the Mecca. So how could you not be a proponent of going into the multimedia capital of the world and not be relevant? So what do? This is what we do. If you're a business-minded person, this is what we do. First of all, let me get a head coach that has name recognition. Who better than Steve Nash? Who better than that? I don't care if he ain't never coached a basketball team in his life. Guess what? He got a pedigree. So we're going to bring him in because it's name recognition. So from that name recognition, we're going to say, okay, let's throw out some filters out here to some free agents, some superstars, and see what we can do. So I don't know what the package was or what the lure was, but the first person I'm gonna reach out to is Mr. Kyrie Irving. Hey, I know you came up a bad situation with Boston, and people don't really believe in you anymore. Come on over here, and we're gonna make this. We're gonna build this thing right here. Kyrie said, "Okay, I'm with you." So, hey, first headline: Kyrie Irving signs with the Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
The next thing you hear is, oh, Kyrie and KD are in conversation about teaming up together in New York. Oh, where in New York? So we float we float the idea that KD and Kyrie could go to the Knicks. Oh, stop. Right. That was never gonna happen. Because why? Because when KD walked into the Knicks organization, remember, he was still suffering from an injury. Right. We don't know what's going on with his Achilles. And when people ask to see your medical records, you don't want to produce them. Guess what? Okay, thank you, but no thank you. Move on. So we go to a organization.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, so to G-Man's point though, the owner had just gone through a medical settlement with guard Cuttino Mobley during the Steve Francis Cuttino Mobley thing. Remember Cuttino Mobley played for us?
Yeah, remember that. Oh man.
And about the medicals and who's suing who and who owes who money and Cuttino Mobley thinks that the Knicks ruined his career and all of that. And then you go through the Amari Stoudemire, you give him a 5-year deal. He plays for a year and a half, and you got to pay the other $3.5 million. And the dude ain't even, playable because of knee injuries. And then you look at Kevin Durant, and you like, well, Kevin Durant is coming off an Achilles, you know what I'm saying? But you want a fully guaranteed contract. So it's more to it than just not wanting to give Kevin Durant the max.
Right.
It's all the stuff that was really up to that.
But Freezy, look at the Nets, right? Look at the Nets. Remember, it was just less than 10 years ago or just about 10 years ago, when they went out and traded and signed for all the Boston guys with Deron Williamson. It didn't work out for them.
Right.
They wasn't gun shy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? At some point in time, in order for them to try and even have a dent in this fan base, they had to go out there and push their chips in, which was a first round playoffs or the last whatever being, okay for the last couple of years, that made those guys even give them a look-see. But when they had their opportunity, they closed the deal. Was Kevin Durant not worth waiting for off of an Achilles?
No.
But AD the
Really?
the point the points that you're saying are divergent. Like they almost come together, but they go separate ways. The point is Brooklyn was in a situation where they had to establish a fan base and could take the risk of signing Kevin Durant, because even if he had never played, they could still sell jerseys and build up their popularity. Right? The Knicks, on the other hand,
but it was still the right move.
But AD, listen to my point. Let me listen to the full point. Right? The Knicks, on the other hand, is a franchise of calamity. Right? The Knicks, on the other hand, were viewed as Keystone Cops. You remember the black and white cops movies where the criminal never get caught and the cops would be running back and forth, bumping into each other, and the criminal always had the keys to the cell and the bag of money. And see, so the Knicks were the Keystone Cops, right?
Yep.
The Knicks were Barney Fife, right? Right. So if the Knicks had done this deal with Kevin Durant and it backfired, it would have set us back an additional 10 years. Right. And while I'm glad that things did work out for Kevin Durant, because you never want to see anybody get hurt. Right. I'm glad that things did work out for Kevin Durant, but what we have to do is put things in perspective. Could we afford to have been set back another 10 years? No,
Freezy, it's not that long.
And AD, and the thing too, you don't, which you're not taking into account, is Kyrie Irving was never coming to New York.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And Kevin Durant, his entire career. No, let me finish, AD. Let me finish my point because it makes sense.
Oh my God!
When you cut my point off, it make it look like I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Kevin Durant in his entire career has always played with an all-star, all-NBA, all-pro point guard. You can't point to any points in his career where he didn't play with a high-level point guard. And the fact that Kyrie Irving wasn't coming and Kemba Walker had already signed with the Celtics, it deep sixed all the KD stuff from the start with. Because Kevin Durant was not coming here to play with Elfrid freaking Payton. Cornerstone Kev, what point guards did Kevin Durant play with in his career? When you name them, I bet you it's going to be a list of 3 Hall of Famers.
It's 3. It's only 3 of them.
Russell Westbrook,
Steph
Curry.
Yep, that's
Kyrie Irving.
That's 3.
Kyrie Irving. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's it.
So as soon as Kyrie said he going to Brooklyn, your Kevin Durant thing was off the table. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I think that to AD's point, there's relevance in his argument, but I think that at the end of the day, where we come to is that I hate to use the term Monday morning quarterbacking, but when KD came into the New York Knicks organization, his future was very much circumspect. We didn't know what it was going to be.
Right.
We didn't know who he was going to be.
Right.
We didn't know what his rebound from his injury was going to be. And when someone says to you, hey, listen, understand you're applying for this job, right? But before I give you 100%, consideration for the job, I need to see these records. These records being your medical record. And the fact that you did not want to divulge your medical records is to where you are with your reconstruction or your rehabilitation, that's concerning to me. I'm sorry.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's concerning. So
that's hearsay. That's hearsay.
Well, no, that's
hearsay.
Really?
That's hearsay.
I don't have the actual facts. I don't have the actual factuals, AD. I don't. But what I'm saying is this. This is what I was saying.
Because just okay. Okay, but hold on just 1 second there, right? In what world, what team that you're going to be able to sign anybody to any kind of contract that you don't have a physical with them. You have to have a physical with them. So whether he's telling you you can't have if you want to believe that argument that you can't have a pre-physical or blah, 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 how are you going to, Kevin, please turn around and flip to your computer. You're an insurance man, right? How are you going to insure any contract if you don't know what you're getting into,
Okay.
That's management putting out that negativity because why? They were incapable. They were incapable.
AD. So you're a grown man just like I'm a grown man. So I'm gonna pose this to you in this aspect right here. Anytime you go into a situation to where you are responding to an interview process, right? The only thing we're looking at is the documents that I present to you and the questions that you ask me and my ability to answer those questions. Now, if all that goes favorably, and then I go to the next step and say, okay, I understand everything that we've discussed thus far has been favorable. The next step is this. I need your historical data on A, B, and C. That's when we get into the medical records. So your inability to be able to provide that to me raises a he
might have got a phone call.
Okay.
He was on his phone.
My God. So I was on my thing right there, Freezy. Oh my God.
I'm with you. I'm following. I'm tracking.
So I'm just saying this, right? Understand when any person comes into your organization that you have interest in, of course you can give them benefit of the doubt. Up until a certain point.
Right.
To a certain point to where I'm going to be able to pull out my wallet and say I'm going to pay you millions of dollars to do said task. But I need for you to be able to do X, Y, and Z. I need to know you can do X, Y, and Z. So the initial conversation went well. We had coffee, we had crumpets, we had caviar, we had all that, right? We did all that. All that's well. We left full. Our stomach is fat, you know what I'm saying? We had crystal, all that. But at the end of the day, what I need your medical records. I need to know where you are, especially if you're injured. Mm-hmm. I need to know where you are in your rehab process.
Right.
And if you're going to be able to be productive in my system. That's what I need to know before I offer you $200 million over the next however many years. 4
years, 5 years. Yeah, I feel you.
I need that. No billionaire has been able to maintain the status of a billionaire and being stupid. Stop playing with me right now. Stop playing with me right now.
Hey, so I just want to address this real quick and I want to get back to your point. Hey, Booker 6102, thank you for the super chat of platter. He says if the Nets win a championship in this city, the pressure will be on for the Nets to make a big moves as per Dolan being the owner.
No.
Here we go again with this donor stuff, man.
No. Free, I'm gonna answer this question for you. If I may. So, Knicks fans, why do we give credence to these idiotic arguments? That's number one, right? So if I'm gonna argue with someone, first and foremost, I want you to have a point. I want your point to be validated. I want your point to be researched. And I want your point to have credibility. I'm not saying that anyone's point is not credible. Everyone's
unless it's me, right?
Unless it's you, absolutely, because you on a whole different platform, whole different. What I would say is this: I agree with everyone has the option to have an opinion, right? I bow down to that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. However, if you there are certain levels to opinions, right? So I can go on Twitter and post whatever I want to post, and that's my opinion, right? But when you get into a situation like what we're in right now, and we have to, I guess, discuss why I feel the way that I feel,
right?
I need to have a relevant conversation as to what this conversation is supposed to be about.
Right.
And that's an understanding coming in here. So before I click that button that says I want to join this panel, I know that I got to face Freezy, AD, and Cornerstone Kev. So I need to have my ducks in a row. I need to have my arguments in such
especially for Cornerstone Kev.
Especially for Cornerstone Kev. Oh my God!
Because I'm looking and taking the receipts.
Look at here. Look at here. Look, don't make me pull out my book.
Yeah, exactly.
You see this book? Do not make me pull out my book.
Exactly. That's what I was. Hey, that's what I was saying about all the guys that were down on us getting Luka. I said, all right, I got the receipts.
Yeah.
I got the receipts. Got the receipts.
That's what it's all about. But I would tell you this, family. Knicks family, it is all good up in the hood. I'm telling you right. AD, welcome back, baby.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and finish your point. Go ahead and finish your point.
Well, from what I remember to the point, because I'm sorry, gentlemen, I'm on other calls and stuff. So if I fade out, it's because I probably tried to say and then had to go. But
I got you.
It's what I'm saying overall is that we can't be afraid to make moves. And management, to someone said about Dolan and Dolan's patience, remember something. The one thing that has been the common denominator with Dolan is that he'll give you a little bit of time, a little bit of rope, right? He's done that for every management that's been here under his regime and so forth. And then somewhere under the initial, whether it was Isaiah, I remember when Isaiah first came on board, that first year we went to the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. For all those trades and stuff and whatever, Phil came, we got KP. He'll give you a little bit of time, and somewhere in there, Donnie Walsh, we were in the playoffs with Melo. After Walsh left, we were in the playoffs with Grunwald and so forth. So he'll give you a little bit of time, but then at some point in time, something goes left. So my point is, you as a management team, you can't come here and think that you're going to have
what happened?
Whoa,
Oh, gee.
AD, you better get off that cricket phone, brother. I'm joking with AD because of what he said when he first came back on.
Hey, he got cricket and G-Man got Metro PCS.
Whoa. We're not doing that.
Hey, so let me read the super chat right quick. Wacko Knicks Fanatic, thank you for the super chat. Or the super chatter platter. Y'all keep talking about the past. Worldwide West Tibbs is here now with $60 million, 4 first, 8 second-round picks. Knicks for life. I feel what he's saying, but we approached that at a stance that we wanted to establish clarity, not that we want to reminisce on what happened in the past.
Right.
So we want to establish clarity. That's all. That's all. We're not. The show is not designed to bash moves made by prior generations of executives.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but Kev, what is it that you want?
We've already talked about it. I just want us to progress. I just want us to. You said enough. Give me $1. Give me $1.
You don't need
$1.
You don't need $1.
Give me $1. Hey, here's the thing. I don't know what $1 would get me now. I mean, when we were kids, $1 would get you a Starburst or a Snickers, probably 2 of them.
Some now laters.
Now laters.
Some butter cookies.
Yeah. Butter cookies, some super bubble. Man. There ain't no candy stores like we had back in the day, man.
Yeah,
there ain't no candy stores. You be getting up in the morning, going to the.
Cam, this is what I want you to do. I want you to prove your worth, right? I want you to read the super chat someday. Read the super chat.
Wacko Fanatics understand.
Not that one. The next one.
The next one.
Yeah.
The one that's on the screen.
That's what I'm reading. Understand.
Look, Kev got a slow internet connection.
Wait, so no, I don't. What are you talking about? I'm reading it. It said, understand your take. I look forward to your debate. Let's see what real.
Right. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I read it.
Thank you for the super chat, G-Man. Appreciate that.
You good, brother. You good. So Kev don't know the protocol, Freezy. We're gonna have
the protocol.
You know, so Kev, let me explain to you how this is supposed to go, right? So Freezy, let me hit the super chat this up right now on the screen, right? So shout out to G-Man, Knicks.
Oh, see, I didn't. Wait a minute.
Hush,
Okay.
Kev. Hush. So
I didn't see this.
You are in the learning process right now. So here we go. Shout out to Sergeant Knicks, aka G-Man for Life, for the $5 super chats. AKO Waco Knicks fanatic. Understand your take, and I look forward to your debate. Let's see what's real, right? So thank you for that donation and what we got going on. Yeah. And when you want to come up in either where it be on the panel or in the chat, let's discuss it, brother. You know what I'm saying? Let's do what's real. Kev,
popcorn ready.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, Kev. I'm just saying.
I'm glad you.
Right.
What you ain't saying now? What are you saying?
But Kev, you keep dodging my question.
What?
You keep dodging my question.
I just wanted.
Kevin's Robito right now. He's in a Robito.
Yeah. Hey Kev, he keeps zinging you, bro.
I know. Here are my untouchables. My untouchables are RJ and Randall right now. Those are my untouchables. They cannot be touched.
Those are your cornerstones.
Those are my cornerstones right now. Mitch is not my cornerstone anymore. He's not my cornerstone.
Oh, hold on. Hold up.
Write the receipt down.
Yeah, what?
Mitchell Robinson is not my cornerstone anymore. He is not.
What?
He is not. He is not. My cornerstones are.
What about Frank?
No, he's not my cornerstone either.
What?
I wouldn't mind him staying, but he's not my cornerstone.
Kev, I'm starting to question your loyalty, bro. I'm starting to question because you think you threw Mitch away fast.
Listen.
I got him.
I credit my teachings. I credit my teachings to Jay Boogie and Man Ron. I credit them because you cannot be attached
to a specific player. That's right.
You cannot be attached. So but I'll ask you this: if Obi gets traded, what you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
So okay, this is what I would tell you. In all realism, right? And where I see this team going and what we see going on, Obi's not going to get traded. That's not going to happen.
Right. It's not going to get traded.
But however, I understand the thinking of the front office, and I will be hurt for about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. He said 30 seconds.
30 seconds. And then I'll be okay with whatever the move was, and then I will criticize the move because this is what I understand, right? Rick, I don't know the conversations that's been going on behind closed doors,
right?
With all these agents and whatnot, and the people they want to bring in, and all. I don't know what that is. All I know is my guy is Obi Top. That's my dude.
Right.
So anything you say against Obi, we're gonna have a conversation. Now, if I'm not of the stature that Leon Rose is going to call me and say, "Hey, listen, this is what we're doing with Obi." That's not my level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not even almost. But at the same time, he about to get the Twitter thrash because you're thrashing my guy. Obi is my guy.
Right.
So understand that when you make those decisions and you don't make them public until the last minute, that's your prerogative. But you got to be you have to be ready for the backlash because the backlash is coming.
Backlash is coming. Yep, exactly.
Look, I'm leading the Obi Top in charge. I'm telling you right now, I am leaving. I'm gonna be on Leon Rose's doorstep. If I got to get in my car and drive from I don't even have a car right now. My wife got a car, my daughter got a car, and I'm like this with Uber.
Right. I gotta get me I gotta get a whip too.
I gotta get me a whip. Freezy. Look, this is what I want. This is what I want, right? I want the 2020 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT 63S. That's what I want.
Wow.
That's what
Wow, that joke is fast, bro.
Hey,
You know,
they-
AMG don't play with the motors, bro.
They don't.
You gonna have like 200 horsepower more
Yeah.
more than the 550.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I want.
You know.
So first off, Hinton Murphy, you got to spell my name right. You have Keg up there. It's KEV. It's KVV.
So Kevin ain't even heard what you said about your car.
He didn't. Kev is he out there in left field. And
He can't even spell Mercedes. So why am I even listening?
I got 3 of them in my garage right now. So why you putting them? Why you? I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So Kev is like, yo.
I'm sorry.
But the thing,
I hope you get whatever you can.
I want to get I'm thinking about getting a truck.
Oh, I thought you already had a truck.
Which one?
Yeah, I do, man. I go through them. So right now we got. Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
It's a bird.
I'm gonna step off camera real quick.
Hey, so you good?
So right now we got.
Who got the little beep beep going on?
That's not me.
That was a whole. That was a whole. I almost said something else. That was a whole.
You're sick. You're sick.
This is what I look. Listen. AD, you there? AD, go watch. Goldfinger. I'm still calling Goldfinger. Goldfinger.
Goldfinger. That's a good one. I like that. Oh, there he is.
Hey, but on the real, are you guys gonna watch the Columbine? I tweeted this out earlier. Are you gonna watch the Columbine next week in Chicago?
Yeah, because I want to see wherever we place who we're not wherever. I want to see.
Look at what's on the screen, Kev. It's me and you.
Me and you.
Me and you. Come on, baby.
Oh my God. No, not guy. Tony.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I want to see which players are going to fall into our category. So yeah,
hey, this is nice right here. I like this. I wish I could get more of this right here. Y'all two on the screen. Now, and Kev, no joke, serious up.
Yeah.
I like this right here. I wish I could get more of this.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's who I want to see now. Ron J Boogie and Freeze. He put out some names out there that could fall down there. So I'm really interested to see, who will fall into that.
So I also saw you tweeted out a couple players that you had interested in.
Yeah.
In coming to the roster, right? So are you interested in seeing those players perform in the combine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
So in that environment, would that sway you on where you think they fit, if they fit?
Well, again, it all depends on if Tibbs is going to play these guys, because as much as we see them, see the videos and see them at the combine,
right?
Honestly, it's not going to make any sense if Tibbs is not going to play these guys. They got to get playing time. You can't go on veteran leadership all the time. You've got to mix in. You've got to mix in, younger players in there. You know what I'm saying?
I would agree, and the same thing that I said when we started this segment, right? Is one of the things that I truly believe in is this: if we go down the path, and to Freezy's point, he had a mock draft to where he actually used all 4 draft picks on young players, right?
Okay, right.
I think that where we will be from a Knicks franchise, I think we will package those draft picks and move up into a lottery type situation to where we go after, say, a what's my man's name?
Which one? What team? What college?
I want to say Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Not Cincinnati. Oh, what's his name? Oh,
Anybody in the chat? Can you
James Booknight from Connecticut.
Booknight, Connecticut. There you
for
go.
Connecticut,
Booknight.
What'd you say?
So,
Cincinnati? Cincinnati ain't been
it's a
good.
C. It's a C. It's a C. Doggone it. It's a C. It starts with a C. Don't play with me right now. But listen. If we can package those draft picks, because Booknight is in the bottom half of the lottery.
Okay.
He's in the bottom half. So that's attainable, really.
So you mean bottom half, you mean bottom 10?
Yes.
Bottom 10?
Outside of the top 10. So we can literally go up or move up to get to that draft pick to get him. Right? Okay. So in doing that puts him in a situation on the Knicks roster to where he comes in my estimation, where Obi came in or IQ came in this season, right? But in saying all that, we need an offensive-minded assistant coach.
Yeah, we do.
To be able to help Tibbs develop these young guys.
Okay, all right. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying with developing those guys, developing the young players.
Yes,
that's why you need of it. Okay.
Because
but still they got it. But he's still got to find time for them as well.
Hey, well, so Tibbs is not going to find time for him by himself. That's not going to happen because Tibbs has a one-track mindset, right? What we miss a Woodson at is this. The Woodson is in. Am I boring you, Kev? Because I see you yawning. Am I boring you?
I know you're not. No, you're not. You're not boring.
So
not boring. I can't yawn anymore.
No, you can't. Yeah. Not when I'm on the screen because I think I take that personal. But anyway. So what I would say is this. Yeah. Is Tibbs is a defensive-minded coach, and that's the way he's looking at what assets these players could bring to the team.
Right.
If you don't have a Wilson in your ear saying, "Hey, coach, check this out. I know you're looking at the floor from this aspect right here, but I need you to look at it from this point, and that point, and be able to elevate, whatever opportunities we have." From an offensive mindset, that because we have been I think we were 21st in the NBA from an offensive standpoint last season.
Oh yeah, 21st. Yeah, we were in the 20s.
And then when you look at how many 3-pointers we made, and we elevated our 3-point percentage and things of that nature, that's crazy to me, right? But it is what it is. But you need someone to be in the head coach's ear to say, "Hey, Kev, check this out. That policy you was about to write, it's not a good look. Not a good look at all."
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So you might want to go back and take a look at that. And that's what Tibbs needs at this point.
Yeah. I agree. But yeah, like the guys I was throwing out there, I didn't throw them out all. But like the Davion Mitchell, I really like him.
Yeah.
And I like Quentin Grimes. I like him. And we're always talking about shooting. I like the guy Johnny Juzang from UCLA. Those are guys that I like. Because we're always talking about shooting. Yeah, you can never have enough shooting. Put it this way, no, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say he'd probably be a better shooter than what Reggie Bullock is. But yeah. Yeah.
So Bullock. So I will put him in both the same categories because we haven't seen a young player coming in from college into an NBA. Go ahead, young Kim. Go ahead. You ain't got to hide it. Go ahead. I saw you trying to hide it. I saw that. It's all good, though. It's all right.
You're bad.
You're bad. But I think that these guys that we talking about coming in for college, a couple things that we want to kind of acknowledge. Number one is how many of them are 4-year players?
Right. None of them. Right. None of them.
None of them. So you're talking about freshmen, the sophomores, the juniors coming into the NBA.
Yeah.
So where we have the narrative to where guys are coming in and they're not NBA ready. Well, hell, these guys are. I'm a freshman. I'm 18 years old. I'm 1 year removed from being in high school.
Yeah.
Stop playing. And now all of a sudden, I'm playing against grown men, grown big men, right?
Answer your phone. Answer your phone. Answer your phone. I can hear that.
So what it was, it's my Alexa telling me that I got people at my front door. There's people walking past.
I see. All right.
That's
We'll
all
put it on.
is.
We'll put it on silent then, and put it on vibrate.
You know what? I'm gonna turn Alexa down. Alexa,
Yeah, turn Alexa down.
Alexa.
I don't know why.
Hush, Kev. Alexa, silent. Thank you. All right, here we go. So if I could use it, watch this. Watch this right here. Kev, silent.
That don't work. That don't work. You're darn right. That don't work. Oh man, you said.
Oh, but what I would say is this: I think there are definite prospects out there in the draft that we can look at. But my concern will always be the ability for us to be able to develop said player, right? Okay. So I think that the reason that an Obi, a Quickly, a Knox, and a Nilakila had the ability to be able to develop was the insurgence of a Woodson. So before Woodson left, he had a plan to get these guys up to par on what it is that the Knicks wanted him to do.
Right.
But without him, who fills that void? And that's a legit question because we all know who Tibbs is. We know what Tibbs wants.
Right.
But without a person to fill that void, that's a whole nother conversation.
Be a whole nother conversation. Yeah. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. The one thing I will say that our sister Stephanie, she always that's of the Queen's Court. She always says that the rookies that we get coming in, we need them to be NBA ready. We can't now in our present moment, we can't have projects anymore.
I agree.
We can't have projects anymore. So I think it's imperative that that whatever we do, if we go with your premise of trying to trade up into the bottom 10 or whatever, or out of these, if we don't and we keep these, these 4 picks, and out of these 4 picks, just give me one that will contribute to the team right here and now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be good. I'll be good. I would prefer it to be a point guard. What are you looking at? Right here. Right here. I'm right here. If you can get me on yawning and everything, I can get you on where your eyes are focused. All right.
Okay.
Right here. Focus right here.
Go ahead, Cam. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
We're bad. Jeez. I would prefer it to be a point guard because as much as I love Luka, as much as I love Luka, and people keep
the possibilities.
Right. People, the possibilities of Luka.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to start or not. I don't know if I'm ready to give him the keys yet. So that's the reason why I would like either we get a prospect in the draft at that position. And I like this Devian, the guy from Baylor, Devian Mitchell.
Mitchell, yep.
Yeah, I love his
the upside.
Yeah, I love his thing, and he's more of a pass first point guard as well. Because I saw the assist that he was doing. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
So I would say this. I would say that anyone that we draft in this draft class that's coming up won't start.
Right.
They're not going to start. Tibbs is not going to start a rookie that we got in the draft. That's never going to happen.
Okay. 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 So now what you just said. So what you just said, it looks like that we're going to try to get either a Dame Lillard or I'm just throwing these names out there.
Gotcha.
Dame Lillard,
Mhm.
Dame Lillard. I'll throw CP3 in there.
Okay.
I'll throw I don't know if you heard about this, but Ron had a good one. What do you think of Brogdon from Indiana?
So okay. So this is what I told Ron. So I called Ron on the phone, on the telephone. I did, because this was on my mind. It was in my soul. So I felt I needed to discuss this with Mr. Cleveland. I will not discuss any free agent moves until after we go through the draft.
Okay. That's legit. That's legit.
And this is why. For those that don't understand, I'm about to explain it to you, right? So what we're doing right now when we start talking about free agents and what ifs and what could be's, that's putting the cart before the horse, right? So what we do in the draft, whether we trade up or we go with Freezy's mock draft and we use all 4 draft picks, that's to determine what we're looking for in free agency.
Okay.
That's how that works, right?
Okay.
So once we get past that, then we can have a discussion and we can have a conversation on what's going on.
Okay.
But I will say this. I will say that I will reserve my opinions of future draft picks after the combine. I'm putting a lot of faith in this combine, just simply because what you do during the regular season, or if you made it to the postseason in your college level, we're talking about freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Now, one senior is on the board. Name me one senior that's on the board.
I can't.
Me either.
I can't. Yeah.
So anybody outside of that, we're talking about people coming in from overseas.
Okay.
And that's a whole different conversation.
Right. Exactly.
But I feel, hey, Haduka Sharon, salute. I see you, my brother. I see you. Salute. What I would say is this. I believe that what we depend on doing in postseason, and going into the draft is going to be very instrumental in what the team looks like moving forward.
Okay. All right. So if I'm understanding you want to see the combine. When does that start? When does that start?
The 21st.
Okay, so that's next week. So that's
I'll be traveling. I'll be traveling on the 21st. I won't even be home. I'll be on the road.
Be on the road. Okay.
But yeah, 21st. Right. I think 21st to the 23rd or 24th, 25th, somewhere around.
Okay. All right. So we got that, and then the I think the lottery is the lottery next week. Is the lottery next week?
No, the combine next week.
Right. I mean, but no, I'm talking about.
We should already know what the lottery is right now.
Say again.
As far as lottery picks. We should know what that is. It's on the 22nd. Duka said it's on the 22nd.
Yeah, it's on the 22nd.
Okay, 22nd. Okay.
All right.
22nd.
That's the lottery, right?
That's the lottery. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll see that, and then see where if we want to trade up or anything like that. But and then we have the we'll have the draft and everything. So you want to see?
So hold on. Somebody in the chat tell me when the draft's going to kick off. When is the draft?
I think it's sometime in July.
I think it's July as well.
Yeah, I think it's July.
We have lottery in June. Oh, I'm waiting, chat.
Yeah.
Come on, chat.
Come on. July 29th.
Okay, 29th of July.
Yeah,
okay.
July 29th.
2 days later, free agency starts. Okay, all right. So
okay, and then 3 days later. Oh my God, 3 days later, free agency starts. Jeez.
And that's what I'm saying when we start talking about, how the draft is going to be important as to how we approach free agency.
Okay.
So depending on what the lottery is, where we come out in there, and then we don't even get a vote in the lottery.
No, we don't. Yes, I ain't even worried about. I'm not really. But to your point, what you were saying was
trade up.
We would trade up.
Yes. Yeah.
So depending on who, and you said that player that you were thinking about could be in the top
Book
in
night.
the bottom 10.
Book night. Book night
Book
is
night.
right now. He's projected to go at, I think, the 13th pick.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if we can package those picks to get up to get a book night type player, and then build upon that in free agency, because what I'm looking at is this, and we have a lot of conversation. And I said this on Twitter. You know what? I was on Twitter a lot this morning for whatever reason. I don't know. I have no idea, but I was just feeling myself.
Yeah.
And I was on Twitter. So, but
Right.
my point was this: when you start talking about these players and how they fit into our specific scheme,
Our specific, right.
the Knicks scheme, book
Right.
night. Okay, if we draft the book night from if we trade up, get him, whatever the case would be, what I need that Derrick Rose influence to be able to say, okay, I'm going to teach you how to be a point guard.
Right.
So in my mind, Derrick Rose still is not a starting point guard for the New York Knicks. So I need a starting point guard. So who is that going to be? So if we go up to get a book night.
Yeah. What's his first name?
Shit. I mean, shit.
That's still.
It's James Book Night. It's
James.
Thank you, Freezy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, look.
Got him again.
Got
him again.
Okay.
Got
So
him again. Okay.
James Book Night. So
Okay.
what I would do if I'm in the front office is this the move I would make. I would say, I'm gonna draft a book night. I'm gonna bring him into the organization.
Okay.
But then I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna get Kyle Lowry. I'm gonna make him my starting point guard. I'll put book night behind him. Not saying he's gonna get any playing time, but I still have Derrick Rose on the roster to spell a Lowry going into the stretch.
But wait a minute. You just said, but you just said that you want to do the draft first before you try to.
Book night is the draft.
Book night is the draft.
And
I'm assuming that if we're going into the top 10, if we're going into the top 10, that
top
all
13,
those draft
top 13.
Top 13.
Yeah.
Okay. If we're doing that, we're losing all of our draft picks.
Yeah,
right?
we packaged all that to get up to be able to get book night.
Got it. Okay, so he's the only guy. Okay, all right,
Yep.
no problem.
That's the only guy I want. I want book night and bring him down, and then sit him behind Kyle Lowry and say, this is what an NBA starting point guard looks like.
So I got to bring this up again. What about Luka?
So Luka is unproven at this point.
He's unproven, but and I'm going to let you finish your point. But Anthony Crow was it Anthony? Yeah, on Sim's show, he made a point. He says the organization doesn't go out and do everything to bring this guy just to trade him.
I agree.
And not play him. I don't know if it was Anthony Crow or I forget who else was on our or if it was Nate. You know who Nate is, right? On Central. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was one of those guys that had said that. So and it's escaping me who it was. So
this is what I would say about that. I would say that if Luka comes in based on what he's been doing right now, I've seen his
and we'll get a better look at him in Olympics and the summer league too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So if he's gonna be that guy, then so be it. He's that guy. So then book night is sitting behind Luka. I'm good with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
but you want them you would want them to battle it out.
No, I want, this is what I want. I want book night to understand, as a sophomore coming out of college, you're playing with grown men. You've never played with grown men your entire life, right? So, when you were the fastest guy, you jumped the highest in college, that was all good. Right now, everybody jumps higher than you, and everybody moves faster than you. Understand what that means in the development of your game and how you get better. So the person that's in front of him, I need for them to have those attributes to be able to teach the young fellow.
Yeah.
Whether it's Luca, whether it's Lowry, whether it's Lonzo, I don't care who it is. I just need for them to educate the young fella into what he needs to do. Because in my mind, when I look at the Knicks, I look at it from this aspect. You can put together a Boston,
You broke up. Repeat yourself again. You broke up.
Okay.
Repeat yourself.
So what I'm saying is, you can put together who is it? Brooklyn type roster, to where you have all these big names and they're not really doing anything for you. Yeah. That's fine. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is longevity.
Yeah.
I'm looking for us to build a foundation as to where we're going to be competitive for years to come.
Okay.
And any championship that we talk about in the Eastern Conference Finals flows through New York. It has to. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. So, I question the panel, what moves you truly expecting us to make? So, Hadouken, I'm gonna tell you this. This is legit what I expect for us to do in the offseason. I expect for the front office to make the same moves they made throughout the rest of the season, which is this. The true off-season free agency gold mine is not until 2022, 2023. So I don't expect for us to do anything this season that negates that.
Right.
I expect for us to make another couple, prove it deals here or there to get us through this season, and we will still be competitive, or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But at the same time, we're not looking to make any considerable moves until the next season. And I think Knicks fans need to be okay with that. Because
I agree with that. Absolutely.
We definitely need to build. If we don't, and when we start winning, we got away from the whole development narrative. We jumped off that narrative quick. I'm like, Knicks fans, what are you doing? What are we doing? Right? But we jumped off that bandwagon quick. I'm like, oh my God. And then all of a sudden, we want to go out and mortgage our whole future for superstars that are not proven. And they got no. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. This is what's about to happen. I'm going to bring you back down to reality. So I need everybody take a deep breath, right? Do the woosah thing. You do the woosah. Grab earlobes and rub them or whatever you got to do, right?
Yeah.
That's not what we're doing. What we're doing right now is this. The front office is going to say, if we lose a couple of those people that are role players, whether it be Bullock, Burks, or whether it be if somebody comes up and says, hey, Noel, Nerlens, if Boston comes up and say, hey, listen, I need you on my squad and this is what I'm willing to pay you, I don't expect for that man to say no.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
He's looking out for his family. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I need for y'all to stop that madness. Stop the madness, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going through that. We are not living through that
at
right?
all. Yeah.
So, hey, Hadouken.
Hey,
salute,
Hadouken.
Salute, brother, salute. But what I would say is this. I would say that regardless of how the people that we have, and there's a reason these guys were signed on a prove-it deal. That's not necessarily saying they were trying to prove themselves for the Knicks. They were essentially auditioning for another job.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing. And State of New York, New York Knicks podcast, haven't talked to him in a while. He says he doesn't want to see Bullock or Burks or New Orleans or Alfred on my roster next season. I totally agree with you a little bit. I think out of those four, I think New Orleans might stay. I already know. I think Bullock is going to stay, but the other two, Burks and Alfred. I know Alfred ain't staying. I know he's gone. He's gone. I think there would be a lynching if if Alfred was back. There would be, there would be a march on. Hey, there would be a march on Madison Square Garden if Alfred was still here. Let's be real with that. Burks, I think someone's going to give him a bag, and he's going to take it. And that and that's fine.
So,
but I think Bullock and Norms might still be here.
And I understand that stance. I would say this. So let me get the four people together, right?
Hey man.
So hey, salute Hadouken. So
wait, what are you talking about right now? I missed the 30 seconds.
Well, State had just said I read something that State had said.
The Kyle Lowry thing.
Well, not the Kyle Lowry, but more of the guys that we have right now with Bullock, Burks, Alfred, and Norns. He doesn't want them on the team. And I said, I agree with you. I think the only one that I would keep personally was probably New Orleans. Bullock might move to the bench, but Burks and Alfred, I'm totally with him. I don't want them here.
Okay. Right. So this is what I'm going to say, and I'm gonna shoot it over to Hadouken real quick.
What's good, Unc?
What's good? Preach it back in a bit. So this is what I'm leery of, right? So again, I've been in the military for a long time, and I understand.
You've already said that, right? Your new name is Gomer Pyle. Gomer Pyle.
Hey, Kev, salute to the veterans, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he knows I already saluted.
No, that's funny. I know what he means.
He knows that from the door. He knows that from the door. He knows that.
He says it every time. That's why he says it. That's funny.
Yeah, I do. So I this is what I understand, right? So what y'all don't know is Freeze is about to roll one of those camouflage hand grenades up in the building. And you ain't gonna see it coming, and you had to respond to it. So I'm gonna tell you that, and then I'm gonna back off and let y'all go ahead and self-destruct. But before we get to that, I'm gonna respond to what Kev just said. So give me those four names again, Kev.
Bullock, Norland, Alfred, and Bullock.
You said Bullock twice.
Yeah, you said Bullock twice.
By the way, Rick Carlisle just got fired. That's crazy.
Oh my
just said he won't be coming back. Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, this is wild. The last 2 days of the NBA news. That's wild.
Right
let the bodies hit the floor.
And what I'm about to say is going to be more prevalent just based upon all the firings that we've had.
Yeah. All right. So, let me name them again. Burks, Bullock, Norland, and Alfred.
Run it back.
No.
No.
Kev, Cornerstone Kev want to run it back. Run it back.
I do not.
Kev, I actually heard you say that you want to run it back at least like 2 times in the
Never.
And bring back Frank. Run it back.
No.
Hey, can I touch on y'all point about James Bouknight real quick?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
So I think the dynamics of the Knicks bench with a Bouknight and Emmanuel Quickly in the backcourt as a second unit, with Quickly maybe playing more on ball and Bouknight playing more off ball. Man, that to me, in my mind, that's potent. Because James Bouknight is a flat out bona fide bucket getter.
Yeah, and he's not a point guard, because you were saying to back up Luka. He's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard / small.
No, I didn't say it. No,
not you. I'm talking about when G-Man was talking about it.
That's what
I wasn't in here. I couldn't.
Yeah,
couldn't say it.
No. He's got combo guard potential.
Yeah, he has some facilitating, but it's not like crazy.
Yeah, but his strength is flat out getting buckets.
So he can't run the pick and roll then.
You would rather for him to
be the one on the other end.
So I guess my question is Bouknight is what we're perceiving Bouknight to be as an asset to the team with a ball at the point.
No.
You don't want.
That's why you need a point guard.
Yeah. So who is the point guard? Is my point. Who is the point?
Book Knight though, because to G-Man, to your point, if you get Book Knight, he definitely helps this team.
I agree.
He definitely helped the team because he's a walking bucket.
Yeah.
That's so even if he don't play point, because the reason why you get a point guard is so that you can get buckets, right?
Right. Set other people up.
Right. To set other people up to get buckets, but Book Knight can get those buckets on his own.
I agree. I'm high on Book Knight, and I'm all about them trading up to be able to get him. Right. Now, if they were able to do that, then look, the front office is in my debt for life, for real.
Right. My only question is he really 6'5"?
I don't know. People think he's shorter.
I think
because if he's 6'3", if he measures in it at 6'3", then can you really have a 6'3" quickly and a 6'3" Book Knight?
No, you can't.
Doing the same thing.
Same thing. No, you can't. I agree with that 110%.
Right. So that's my only my only issue with Book Knight.
I think next week we will see what's going on because Book Knight is scheduled to be at the Combine.
Guys, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all the main players we're thinking about are going to be on that combine.
Yeah, and that's going to be something to watch. Right?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching those on YouTube when it comes out. It starts on the 21st, I think.
It does. It's 21st.
It's until the 27th, and then the lottery. The reason why the lottery is important to us, not because we're in it, because the people that are gonna land from 6 to 10 is the main importance for us. Right. See if they really need the players that we want.
Right. And will they be available? Will they be available at the spot in which they?
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because Orlando is gonna be. Say, for instance, if the Orlando Magic get the number 1 pick, and it's possible. If the Orlando Magic gets the number 1.
It's definitely possible. I feel like I do think that they're going to give it to Houston, but I still think that the number 1 is kind of open because they kind of all have the same percentage right now. They were all like tied.
You know what? You heard it here first. I think the team that's going to get the highest pick is going to be Chicago.
Chicago traded their pick to Orlando, bro.
Did they?
Yeah, unless it goes top 3, but their pick is like number 9. So if they somehow get to the number 1, that's just rigged.
Yeah, but you know what? What you call it? New Orleans did it the year they got Zion.
Yeah, but we all know that was rigged. and now he wants out his fam. Like this is actually like true because it's from Shams. It's from the Athletic.
Right.
His family, like I told my friends this before the draft, don't be surprised if he's gonna want to leave early, and they said no, it's not gonna happen. And look what's happening now.
Yeah, they're naive, bro. They're naive.
Yeah. Look,
New Orleans is not a destination, bro.
Bro, and after listening to JJ Redick, I knew it was gonna go downhill. Him saying that this is like the worst front office he's ever dealt with, and nobody should trust them. That's how you know. Like that should have told everyone. That's a red flag if you ever think about going to that organization.
So Hadouken, since you brought that up, let me ask you a question. A Zion Williams trade to the Knicks versus Randall. What's your thoughts?
What do you mean by that? Can you expand?
So if the Pelicans are saying, I will give you a Zion if you give me back Randall, what are you saying?
Thing is, I don't see us doing that just because Randall is like, I don't think they're gonna trade Randall. As much as we've been talking about, like if we would trade him for someone else, I don't think we are trading him.
I agree.
I still think it's more political, though, to me, in my opinion, for trading him because we kind of like he became an all-star with us. This is his first year, so if we trade him, other people are gonna look at it and be like, "Oh, this isn't a good situation. They're trading their all-stars." Something like that, blah blah
exactly.
blah. So that's why I think it's more political. But if we would trade him for something that's actually better somehow, then I wouldn't be mad.
Right.
But I don't think
it is the same thing. It's the same thing I said about Hadouken last night.
We were talking to like 5 a.m.
Yeah,
you know
man.
What? Y'all are doggone warriors.
I don't know how y'all do it, man. I don't know how y'all do it.
Yeah, but I got on late. That's why.
Hey, but
it's summer already. I don't got school, so I don't gotta wake up early, so I'm good.
Yeah. Hey, and so the thing is, as I told Duke about this last night or early this morning, I was like, yo, it's like me trading Hadouken and Sharon for a carton of Newports, right? Yeah, y'all know Newports are expensive, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
they are.
hey,
They're
Newport.
They're like $36 a carton right now.
Right, hey, Kev, and I know Cornerstone Kev don't smoke, don't drink, don't do nothing. He don't, push down old ladies.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? He don't do none of that.
Breezy, after this call, I will call you and tell you exactly what Cornerstone does.
Ah!
Oh, you about to get exposed.
We know Cornerstone Kev is a saint, right?
Hey, don't get it twisted, all right? I will I will fly down to Tampa and take my Louisville Slugger out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a piece too. You talking about pieces?
Listen, Kev, this is what I got for you. Check. So you come down to Tampa.
Yeah.
I will pick you up from the airport.
Yeah.
I got a room in my house already ready for you. You can have breakfast in bed, the whole 9. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look out for you like that because you're my brother.
Okay.
But here's the thing. That's what I be telling my cousins. I be telling my cousins. I be like, I got a room for y'all, but if y'all act up, I got about an acre and an eighth of nothing but green grass.
Hey. Will the food be poisoned? That's what I want to know.
Oh wow.
I can't promise. You know what I'm saying?
See, there you go.
Look, eat at your own. You know when your stomach.
Oh my God, man!
I'm just saying.
Right.
You my man, 50 grand and all, but hey,
50 grand.
I got a spot out back that
spot out back.
And nothing but green grass. If you act up, we going out there to the green grass. Right.
Florida, baby. I got gators.
I know. Right. That's the thing. Don't be walking out there by yourself now. In the backyard.
So my guy was like, "Hey, Nick G, what's good? What's good, Nick G?
What's good, Nick?
And so what Hadouken is saying is you can't build up all this goodwill with what you accomplished with Randall, and then trade them at the first sign.
Exactly,
because it looks bad on us.
Exactly.
It's not more of us just trading him, because it's like people trade their all-stars a good amount of times, whatever, but it's always for a good piece, whatever they get back. But if we do somehow trade him, I only see it being for a really good piece.
So Hadouken, so I gotta ask Hadouken. So earlier, before you came on, I forget the guy that came on as well, but he said that with what's going on in New Orleans, that he would trade Randall for Zion.
You would send Julius Randle to hell after all you just heard.
You could say that, but still, New Orleans let him go at the end of the day, so they're not taking him back.
Right.
Exactly.
So it doesn't even matter about the Randall for Zion.
Exactly.
Yeah, you shouldn't even think about it for that. Like
the only scenario we see is a Kristaps Porzingis trade with the Knicks.
Oh,
yeah, basically.
Yeah. And basically what it is Porzingis to New Orleans, Randall to Dallas, and Zion to New York. That way everybody gets what they want.
I can see that.
You see, everybody, it's like that, like with that being brought up about his family being frustrated, whatever, with the organization. Then they started posting about how in 2019 Zion talked about how him and RJ talked about teaming up in the future a lot.
Right.
So then that builds up. So I mean, I always said that I still think that RJ is gonna be the one that brings stars here in the future.
So one thing that we haven't touched on is, and I posted this on Twitter too.
How you don't grow any hair?
And I no. So you know what? I tell you, ooh.
Hey, me and Freeze was talking about that. We were talking.
Listen. You see my beard, right?
But James is on top. They're on top. That's what we're talking about.
I've never had hair.
You never had hair.
Never. Well, my hair has been gone for a long time. It's been a long time.
Get it, Sam Cooke.
But a
Sam,
change is gonna come.
change is gonna come.
Oh yes, it is.
Yeah, that's our Knicks. That's our
Hey,
Knicks. Change gonna come.
but check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna float something for you guys, right? And Kev just made me lose my whole train of thought.
Good.
Doggone it. Doggone it. Here we go.
Pop,
But
a Geritol and you'll be fine. Pop
You know
a
what?
Geritol and you'll be fine.
I'm gonna call your boss. I'm gonna
Hey,
call
Kev.
your
Oh hell no!
I'm gonna call your boss and be like, hey, listen, do you know your employee is down here on YouTube when he's supposed to be selling insurance? Do you know that? Do you know that's what's really going on?
People die all the time. Hey Kev, real quick. Hey Kev, hey,
Yeah.
can you and G-Man hold it down for like 20 minutes for me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got you. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I forget what we were talking about, but we were talking about well, what I remember is, and correct me if I'm wrong. Look, he about to talk about my age right now because I can't remember what we were talking about. But go
We were
ahead.
talking about before about how who to bring back from the team.
Okay, so when we talk about Zion and then the way that the team is currently constructed, I think it's going to be predicated again on what we do in the draft.
Right.
So the draft is going to be where we decide what the future of this team is going to be, and then after the draft, we look at what free agents are out there and what our needs are, and then how we move forward from there. I don't believe this front office is going to mortgage our future for a big name. I just don't believe that. And
Yeah, and
you
I don't
guys
think we
correct me
should.
if I'm wrong, but go ahead. But I just don't believe that that's where we are at this point.
Now, Duke, what were you saying about the 4 draft picks?
Oh, so I mean, this has been my idea like for the last few months. Like you know this, G-Man, because you've been here when I was saying it. That like from what I saw last year, I'm expecting us to play around with these picks, whether it's trading up, trading our 32nd for like 2 picks, maybe a little down and a little around that, something like that, or if we really do trade for a star. But for me, this offseason, I don't think we are gonna get a star. But to me, it's not the end of the world, and a lot of Knicks fans need to understand that because we already skipped a few steps, and if we don't get a superstar now, like you shouldn't think any different because 2022 is where you could actually get someone, and that's where it becomes tough, and that's why I've been saying that July 29th is the day we find out if we really are getting that star or not.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But still Knicks fans are going to be like AD.
No,
like
so
AD.
many Knicks fans are, especially the older Knicks fans are going to be like that because, like, I'm not even mad at them for saying it because older Knicks fans always want to win now, but it's because they're older, so they want to see it earlier. But it's understandable. But that's how it's going to be.
So what I don't want to see is this, and I'm an older Knicks fan, and I would say that what I don't want to see is a Brooklyn situation to where you bring all these free agents in, these high-powered superstar names, and you base that season on these guys being on your roster and being able to accomplish whatever it is you think they're supposed to do. I don't want to. What I want to see is I want us to be good for a long period of time.
I see this all the time. Yes.
I want us to be in the conversation for the Eastern Conference Finals for an extended period of time, the same amount of time that people said that we sucked. I want us to be in that conversation and say, the Knicks, if you want to go to the Eastern Conference Finals, it has to go through Madison Square Garden. I want that to be the conversation.
I'm very confident. I don't know. I was thinking about it this morning. I'm very confident. I don't know. I really feel like we're gonna get a good rookie in this draft.
I agree.
Like a top 5 rookie of the year candidate type, like we had quickly. But I just feel like someone we're gonna get someone we wanted, and then it's gonna work out. I'm really confident in that right now. I don't know why.
Duke, I would agree, and I think that what this front office just kind of get the vibe I get from the front office is telling me this. It's telling me that we're going to take these picks that we have, we're going to package them up, and we're going to go up to the lower tier of the lottery draft picks. And
yeah,
that's
what I've been thinking too.
yeah, and that's where, because if anybody that looks at the and
Oh, look who we have in the chat.
Hoodie Kev says nonsense.
Oh, nah, I don't even have to look at that because he doesn't know anything about the draft.
So Hoodie Kev.
Oh God, he really.
This is what I'm going to tell you right here, right? So if we trade up, if we package those products, and we go up to get a book night, because he is in the lower tier of the lottery.
Yeah, it's so random because me and Freezy were going over this yesterday, like looking at mock drafts and just in general, like with the noise. He's either like in the top 10 or he's like in the late teens. So he's not nowhere in the middle.
Hey, just let y'all know. Let y'all know. Whenever Hoodie Kev comes on, I'm always getting some of this.
You mean aspirin?
I'm always getting some of this.
Someone said Kev is screaming in his text.
Yeah, literally. Because he will move. He tries to deny it, but he'll move heaven over earth.
He says Leon Rose is going to trade for a star.
Yeah, I know he's been on
these
there.
Rookies, you're going to be. Oh my God! So
I mean, we were
again. He'll move heaven and earth to make sure that his boy Kevin Knox is in that starting role.
So I would say this. I would say this, Knicks fans, because sometimes we get enamored with names, right?
Mm-hmm.
I use book night as a reference point, right? But if we decide to trade up and get into the lower tier of the lottery draft picks, then we're going to get someone that's going to be prolific in what we have going on moving forward.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What tier do you think we could get into in that lottery?
I think we can get into tier 2, just based on the picks that we have available, and what I guess what other teams
Nick
desires
good,
are.
Nick?
What's going on, Nick?
What's going on, Nick?
Thanks for the link, Hadouken.
That's good.
No problem.
What's good with everybody?
What's going on, man?
Never met G-Man for life, but what's up, man? How y'all doing?
What's going on, baby?
Hey, everything good, Pops.
Hey, listen. Hold on. Listen. But before Kev gets started, how that baby doing? No,
that's
good, man. Yeah. He's out the house right now, but yeah, he's with family.
That's why.
That's how you got time.
That's why he calling us now. That's why he calling us.
No. I actually just woke up. I mean, he would have been asleep anyway, but I just woke up and was like, because I worked last night. And
you worked last night. Okay.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that y'all were on it, so I said, you know what? Let me just jump on for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say, bro, look at Dreadhead Kev in the chat. There's a troll that has dreads on Kev.
Leon Rose trading out for Carl Anthony.
That's funny.
Oh my God.
Jeez, I can't, man.
Yo, people troll so quick, man. I don't know how y'all put
that was so random.
Oh man.
My God.
All right, back to what we were saying. We were talking about the trading up, right?
Yeah, we were talking about trading up to get into the lottery. So I used what's my man's name? Book night.
Yes.
As a bookmark, but I truly believe that the Knicks were going to package our draft picks to be able to move up into the lottery to get someone relevant for what
you said all 4 draft picks, right? To move up in there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see them being able to move up without using all 4 draft picks. No, I really don't. I don't.
You see,
what do you think
the 58th pick, like, I don't think I mean, if we trade that, it's probably going to be like if someone wants a pick, like for cash consideration, something like that.
Okay.
I don't think that pick really matters to me as much unless you get like a crazy, like Isaiah Thomas type of situation. But we usually don't play that pick either way. But I do think that we could trade into that 10 to 15 slot easily if we trade. Like I really think you can get to like the 14th pick or 13th, which is trading the 19 and 32.
Yeah,
because you're giving them, it's basically 2 first rounders and you're just jumping up a few slots. So I don't know. I see something like that happening.
I agree, and if we're able to maintain picks after that, I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, I want us to be able to move up, to be able to get that said draft pick and put it in our pocket, and then moving into free agency, we know exactly what it is we're looking for. Because right now, there's a whole bunch of hyperboles about who's available, who's not available. Now I don't care about none of that because I don't know what my draft situation is.
Right.
Quick question. Can I ask y'all,
sure,
who you all talking about trading with to get into this 10 to 15 range?
It hasn't been determined. Yeah, it hasn't been determined yet of who's got the 10th pick and everything. So.
I got that part. What I'm saying is like look at the draft right now. Let's just say everything holds firm.
Okay.
10 is New Orleans. Charlotte is number 11.
Mm-hmm.
San Antonio 12.
Right.
Indiana 13.
I'll start right there. 13.
And Golden State 14.
I would start at 13. I would start at the 13th pick.
Nick G, where do you think we could trade up to? Do you think that 19, 30, 32, and 21 can get us?
I think the draft picks that we have, we could literally get into the top 12, realistically. That's where I think that we are. I think that's where our ceiling is.
I think so 1 through 5 is going to tell us to get lost.
Yeah,
definitely.
Oh yeah. You shouldn't think about the top. You shouldn't think about the 1 through 9 at all. I don't think
they're not going to take your call. They're going to be like, "Who is this?" I'm not taking that call. I'm not taking that call. But here we go, right? So what we're saying right now is what we perceive to be what will be relevant after lottery picks, right? Lottery picks still have to happen. So once lottery picks happen, then we get into the real deal as to who needs what and what I can do for you at the end of the day. That's what we don't know right now.
Unlike last draft, I expected more trades in the last draft, but this draft I'm expecting a lot more trades with the draft picks.
I agree because I think that where we are right now, just based on us having a shortened season, and people did not really get a chance to exercise and display whatever their talents may be. And then at the same time, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you got a lot of injuries out there.
Yeah, because last year they didn't really get to see how these players were playing, so I'm feeling that a lot of people were hesitant in trading picks.
Yeah.
But this year they actually got to see the people, so if they really want someone, they could trade up. That's what I think we're gonna do. I think we only trade up if we see someone we really want to drop. Just like we did with Obi. We wanted to trade up, but we saw he dropped, so we didn't trade up.
Yep, and we picked him.
Yeah.
So I think at the end of the day, what goes on is that after we go through the lottery, I think that Leon Rose and the front office, that phone is going to start blowing up a little bit more to people that want to kind of exercise their options and figure out how.
You're saying after the draft, right? You're saying after the draft.
After the lottery, and then after the draft. So lottery means something to me, right? Because the lottery picks are going to determine whether or not I need to package my picks and try to move up in the lottery to get a top 13 to 15.
Well, the other thing also is we want to. I think the organization wants to see if there is that player that we want in the draft, and I guess see how he works in the combine, and then once the lottery, happens, where they think that he'll be projected, and then you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
I don't think from a draft prospect, I don't think we go into the draft from that aspect. I think we go into the draft from a lottery aspect. So
right. But if there's a player that they want, that when Tibbs says, "Hey, you know what, Leon, I really want this this guy on our team. I really think that he,
someone in the chat said Mitch number 32 and number 58 for Jalen Green, bro. What?
Why? Why do we do this?
We gotta watch out for the Warriors and see what they do, because they might get Minnesota's pick, so then they'll have a top 5 pick maybe, and they'll have a lottery pick. So they might be like more free to listen to what people have to say regarding trades and whatnot.
And you know, Keyshawn, that's important because at the same time, there's also been conversation about Oubre.
Oubre, yeah.
Yeah, we already in talks with the Warriors over that. So I feel like
so you know,
but is he a free agent? Is Oubre a free agent?
He's a free
Yeah,
agent.
he's gonna be
We're not in
free
talks
agent.
with the Warriors. We're in talks with
not in talks with Warriors. My bad, with the Oubre, my fault. But still, you know, they'll have more room to like, you know, make a mistake. You know, like because they're getting Clay back. They're gonna have a lottery pick already. And then with the high pick, they might use that as bait to just trade down. You know, they might trade down with someone. So I think you gotta look out for that.
Yeah.
Nick G. How do you feel about this draft? Because I know you know a good bit about this draft.
I love this draft. I love the prospects of this draft. I just don't see us moving up into the top 15. I just too many. I'm looking at the names on these lottery teams, specifically lottery teams. Houston needs players. Detroit needs players. You're not getting anything from them. You're not getting anything from Orlando. They need players. They just traded some. Oklahoma City, same thing. Cleveland, as many players as possible. Minnesota needs them if they keep their pick. Golden State, they need to retool. Toronto needs players. Chicago, if they stay in, needs players.
Right.
Sacramento needs players. New Orleans needs players too, because they hadn't made the playoffs yet. Charlotte needs players, especially a big man. San Antonio needs players because some of the guys hadn't panned out. Indiana needs players because they traded some. Levert is injury prone. And then Golden State again, they may package some of that last pick or the 14th, which is probably the closest one we could get. That one may be packaged to get a better player like Bradley Beal or something. But
yeah, I see the Warriors trading their it only makes sense to me for the Warriors to trade their picks for something that's already ready made, not for a young guy. But I understand where you're coming from. That definitely makes a lot of sense. But I just feel like if they see something like maybe a 1921 or like a 1932, and maybe a player add in. If we add like a random player, like maybe if we add a Knox or something, if we're drafting a player that's in his position.
Knox has no value. We don't want Knox. No one wants Knox. That's the way you got to look at it.
Have his bags ready that night.
No, Kevin Knox is going to get a chance next season. I just don't feel like he has any value. You can't trade someone that has no value. That's the same thing last year with the whole Dennis Smith thing. He was a salary dump Derrick Rose was a salary dump.
Do you think a Davion Mitchell or something like that will drop?
No.
No. I think he goes high.
What about
he should drop?
Yeah, I think he might drop too. I don't know. Me and Freezy were talking about do you think we trade? Because I don't know if we trade up. We try to trade up if we see a Davion Mitchell fall a bit. If we really want him, because I don't know if we really want him. I don't know if we're looking at him like that.
I mean, I guess the question is, do we really want Mitchell?
That's the thing I'm wondering, because I haven't really seen them I don't know what they're interested in this draft. I don't know if they're really interested in the point guard from a draft or they're trying to find one outside of it.
Well, I just like Davion Mitchell. I really do. I'm gonna throw some other names at y'all. Johnny Juzang.
UCLA. He should be a second round pick.
Okay. Deion Johnson.
I like him.
You like him? Yeah. What about Quentin Grimes?
No.
Okay. Trey Mann.
Yes.
I like Trey Mann.
Trey Mann.
Top 10?
No. Late 20s.
Yeah. No.
Nick, do you think he goes 20?
Heck no. No. Well, Trey Mann, yes, I do think he can go top 20.
That's what I'm saying. You think he can go 20? Because I think he's more of a late first round pick, like in the 25 up.
I think we can get Trey Man to 19. Honestly.
Okay.
No,
All
we
right.
can, but I'm saying like he's like I think he's gonna go probably late 20s. But I don't think we should take him at 21 or 19 because I feel like he's gonna fall.
Okay. What about Corey Kisberg?
No.
Kisberg?
I don't like his defense.
Okay.
Essentially Duncan Robinson.
Yeah,
Okay.
his defense, like to me, the main worry with him is I legit don't know how he's gonna guard a 3.
Okay. Cameron Thomas?
He's not bad.
Trey Murphy.
Yeah.
That's from Virginia, that dude?
Yes.
He's not bad either.
Okay, and this one is far down, but Jay Boogie.
Keyshawn, you're having a little like static.
Yeah.
So just mute when you're not talking.
Yeah. Jay Boogie brought this guy up a little bit, but I think he's going to be real far down. Luka Garza.
I don't see him on this roster. I think just like the chat saying, we talked about Sharif Cooper.
He's raw.
Sharif Cooper. Okay.
I think he's gonna be nice in a few years, but I don't think we're gonna get him.
Okay, and the last guy, Kai Jones.
Kai Jones.
Yeah.
He's a power forward center.
Yeah. I don't think we get him either.
Yeah, he's like a very athletic big.
Oh, so he's top 10? Top 10?
He's Obi Toppin.
Yeah, he's like he's kind of
he's like an Obi Toppin. Okay.
No.
Yeah, he's kind of a little more athletic Obi in a way.
Okay.
Basically.
All right, and I just we just talked about earlier James Bouknight. So, all right.
Is anyone interested in Chris Duarte?
I like Chris Duarte.
Yeah, I like him too, but I know like people like he's 24. That's the only throwaway for me.
Okay, let me.
We want ready-made products. That's why it wouldn't be. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't be surprised if we take him.
What's his last name, Hadou? What's his last name?
It's Duarte. I'm pretty sure Chris Duarte.
Okay, and what school?
Oregon.
Yeah,
Oregon.
I don't know the school by.
The one thing to look out, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and someone just said, I think it's Wild Boy. He just said, BJ Boston. If we get BJ Boston in the second round, I want people to understand this. I'm gonna make Kev cry. Hold on, let me make an argument for you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna make Kev cry. Okay.
Hoodie Kev or Cornerstone Kev?
No, Hoodie Kev.
Okay.
Oh,
I
great.
already know what you're gonna say.
I feel good now. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good.
He essentially is Kevin Knox.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that many times.
Hold on, wait. And I know G-Man is flipping out, but listen to me. He is Kevin Knox, but he could create his own jump shot.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He is Kevin Knox, but he has more aggression to him.
Oh,
he is Kevin Knox, but in high school, he was the number 2 guy behind Jalen Green.
Yeah, he did very good in when he played with Bronny. Like I used to watch him there. I didn't watch him that much in college in Kentucky, but he had a bad season in general. But I know from the past that he was very, very streaky.
His defense is not gonna be good at all. But let me tell you, let me make the argument for him,
right?
Especially in the second round. The idea is look at what Obi Toppin had going on this season. Obi Toppin came in a bad defensive player, and Thibodeau sat him, and he basically tried to break the bad defensive tendencies out of him.
Yeah,
I believe if we draft him, and I'm not saying that we're going to draft him. I'm just saying if we draft him, because again, he's been wearing Knicks gear sometimes this season.
Yeah,
he is from Kentucky. He is linked to us. Do not knock the idea of getting him and him being a 2 or 3 year project versus Kevin Knox, which is a 8-year project.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they got him in the.
So y'all don't mind getting? All right, so use the word project.
Kev, hold on for a second. Yeah. So the thing with BJ Boston and what Nick G is saying, when BJ Boston is dialed in and aggressive, he's very, very, very aggressive.
Can I give you one comparison?
But he can disappear. He can and will disappear in stretches. You like, Where's BJ? But what did BJ Boston do for the last 15 minutes?
15 minutes, yeah. The one comparison I want people to think of with BJ Boston is Kevin Porter Jr. in Houston.
Oh.
Like when he's dialed in, Kevin Porter Jr.
He has the skill and talent. He has
He
those
the
intangibles. It just all matters on if he's gonna. I actually like. I think he's gonna be decent. I don't know. Like a lot of people think he's gonna be bad. I mean, I think at one point he's gonna be decent in a few years. I don't think he's gonna be.
You're shaking your head. Why are you shaking your head?
Yeah. Well, the thing is everything that we're saying is accurate, but it only makes the puzzle that is BJ Boston more complicated. You know what I'm saying? More because you can't draft him thinking that he's gonna get significant playing time right away.
Yeah.
Because his defense is bad. Right? But on the games that you see him, you remember how Alonzo Trier, if Trier hit 2 or 3 shots in a row, remember how he could just cook anybody in the NBA?
Yeah.
So I'm not going that far, but what I'm saying is he's got the potential he's very, very high upside, but the bust potential, in my opinion, is there also.
Well, you can't count second round picks as a bust. That's
I don't count those either. I don't know how I can only call like the
top 15.
Somewhere in the lottery 15, I could truly 10,
He's
call bust.
not going top 15 though.
But
he's ranked second round.
Yeah, he's second round. He's not going first round.
No, but
preseason he was like a top
he was
5
lottery.
pick.
Yeah, he was lottery and top 5 like 2 years ago. If you looked at it, he would be top 5,
top 10. Yeah, top 5, top 10. Yeah. So, but the point I'm making is the dude has got top 10 talent. Mm-hmm. The talent is there, is what I'm telling you.
Definitely,
the talent is there. Now, the Kevin Knox thing that Nick G mentioned is also there. Like, what's going on? How come he's not motivated to? What's happening?
I don't compare him to Kevin Knox just because I know, like, from watching BJ Boston, that he's like his talent and skill is completely different from Knox.
No, I'm talking about mentality, bro. I know
we're talking about mentality.
All right, let me lay this down. Here's a legit question. What do we always talk about with Knox? His motor. What's this guy's motor like?
His motor is not high on defense. That's the question mark. Like his motor is high on offense.
Right.
He is more like he has some of the same bad tendencies as Kevin Knox from a defensive standpoint, right?
From a defensive standpoint.
He has low defensive IQ, low defensive motor, but on offense, he has the aggression that Kevin Knox doesn't have.
Okay.
So
Does he have the mindset?
Kev, I got a text message from Hoodie Kev. He said, if you say Kevin Knox's name one more time, it's like saying Candyman. It's like saying Candyman.
Kevin Knox. Now come on.
He should have a Beetlejuice outfit on too.
Nah, because he really thinks that we're getting a star, so he's like, don't even talk about the draft picks, but that is unlikely.
Okay,
that's
so Hadouken Nick G. Does he have the willpower? Do you feel as though he has the willpower and the drive to learn the correct defense underneath Tibbs?
But that's why I brought up Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin was broken. Like he legit showed defensive signs in the playoffs this year.
He sure did.
Like that's Tibbs' effect. Tibbs was hard on him. You could tell throughout the season, and by the end of the season, he was something that we could actually be proud of on the defensive end.
So with you saying that, I wonder why he didn't put that same effort into Knox then.
He did.
But he did.
We can't see everything that's being done.
Right.
Knox might have looked a little better on defense, but other than that, I don't know. I didn't really see any improvements.
Right. And the thing about this thing is this is year 1 under Tibbs without a full off season.
Exactly.
Right. So before we cast all this stuff in stone, what we need to realize is Tibbs is gonna be the coach next year.
Yes.
Right. So we can't.
That's no question.
Right. So we can't draw all these things in stone. And towards in the draft picks that Hoodie Kev, Cornerstone Kev was mentioning. Hey, Cornerstone Kev, listen, man. Because it's something unknown doesn't mean it's not good. You remember the first time you ate steak? You was like, this steak don't look like hamburgers. Hot dogs. I want hot dogs. Because when you're a little kid, you eat hot dogs, right? The grown-ups be eating one thing, and you know what I'm saying, we eat something else, right? The thing is you gotta understand that there's a progression, right? Just because something is different don't mean it's not just as good or better.
I didn't eat hot dogs. I ate spam.
Right? That too. That too.
Hell, I don't even think I had spam my whole life.
Right.
Yeah, me neither.
So the point I'm getting at is just because you don't know who Trey Mann is doesn't mean that Trey Mann is not a good player.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
You
the
know what I'm
hoodie.
saying?
That's the hoodie Kev. That's the hoodie Kev mindset. that
Yeah,
you're talking about.
like if you don't see it, it don't exist. That's not how it is. It's Trey Mann is going to be a quality NBA point guard. If you're looking for a Derrick Rose at Trey Mann's spot, you're not going to get him. Derrick Rose is goal number one.
Yep.
Trey Mann at his spot will be a value pick for any organization that pick him in the 20s. You're talking about a 6'5" guy that can defend, facilitate for others, and can knock down the open shot. The point guard you started all year could defend some depending on matchup, right? Facilitate to Randall and had no jump shot. So if you bring in Trey Mann, automatically you getting something better off rip.
Okay, so Uncle Freeze, let me put you on the spot. I've always put other people. I'm put you on the spot. If we pick Trey Mann at 19, are you gonna be upset with that?
Yeah, I think that's early.
I think that's early, but I won't be upset. And the reason why I say that, just to clarify real quick, if you like a guy and you believe he won't be on the board, you take him.
Go get him.
Right. You go get him. It's like Cornerstone Kev. It's like when you met the missus. When you met the missus, you was like, yo, I better holler at her right now because I don't know if this opportunity will ever.
Oh, she came to me, man, because I was looking good. She came to me.
Oh my God.
Yo, hold on, wait. I seen Cornerstone Kev in Hawaiian shirts before. There's no way.
That was a whole negative
bro. There's no way she went up to you, bro.
Shout out to Mrs. Starchild.
Yo, destroy this, because if she hears this, I'm being.
Hold on. So I'm gonna let y'all know about my boy's game, right? So if everybody saw that shirt he was wearing last week,
here you go.
I don't think there's a single person that did not see that shirt. That is like
we already know.
That was Black. Hey, that was Black Friday for me, man. That was Black Friday,
bro.
That was Black Friday. That was Black Friday.
It was definitely.
With all due respect, I don't know what you were thinking with that shirt.
That was that Dollar Tree shirt, man.
I'm gonna tell you, Duke, like I told everybody else. It was a quick morning. It was a quick morning.
Why do you like that?
You remember Rollo? You remember Rollo?
Yes.
That's who we look like with that shirt.
That's before Haduke's time. That was on Sanford's time.
Kev got dressed in the dark. He just went in the closet and picked the shirt out.
I paid my light bill. All right.
Boy, look. The fact that I'm
moving right along.
What I'm struggling with right now is you paid for that shirt.
Yeah, you paid for it. That wasn't even a gift.
That wasn't an accident. You paid for that.
J.C. Penney.
Yo, I know the guy at Dollar Tree was like, bro, you sure you want that?
Said Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
You ain't right, Nick. You on my list, man. I'm done with you, man. I'm done with you. I gave you so much respect, man. I'm done with you.
It took 4 years for them sucking a good shirt.
I'm done.
It probably was dusty and all that under all the good shirts. Probably.
I'm done with Nick.
I'm
done.
Come on.
I'm
done.
Just give it to Goodwill, man. Just give it.
Done.
Let me get Nick G.
He said Dollar Tree. Oh my God.
All right. So let me get Nick G opinion on this. So Nick G, do you go star chasing this summer or do you build your team through the draft?
Okay. No, I don't go star chasing. If the right opportunity comes up, of course you go get it, right? You never want to repeat the Melo situation.
Exactly.
Number two, just like the draft, if there's a guy that you want go get it because that would cost you less than the star, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe in laying groundwork to get your star. So like for me, we don't have that treasure trove of assets that we think we have to get a star. We got some draft picks, but it's a lot of second round picks. It's a lot of, it's not first round, possibly team that might tank, and we end up switching picks like how Golden State has it right now. Like that's not our situation. But we do have some late round picks, second round picks, especially for the double draft in 2023 that could be valuable in 2023.
Don't we have
now
like
we got
how many second round picks? I'm sorry for cutting off,
I
but
think
how
we
many? I
have
think we have
six.
we
I
have
think
like
it's six.
six.
We have 8 of them.
So there
8 of them
8 second
in
round picks in
2023.
that.
Yes. So
Yo,
there's a website. I'm gonna put the link to the website that outlines where we projected to pick with those 8 picks.
Yo, if like we know something is going down that day.
Yeah,
100%. Or we just use that early on for like a player.
Yeah, 2023 is we're just like real stacked for that draft. But like
OKC,
just coming back to this season, I don't mind. Like I'm just throwing names out there. If we were to trade for Harrison Barnes,
right,
to be our small forward, right?
Yeah.
He's a declining contract, meaning it starts off at like 19 this year and then goes down to 18 next year, right?
Right.
Plays defense, could shoot. He could do a lot of things that create off the dribble that what's his name couldn't do.
Right.
Reggie Bullock. He averages 16 points every game since back in Golden State.
Right.
Reggie Bullock doesn't do that. But that's an upgrade, and he could be traded to a team that needs a veteran that, so it could be turned into another asset. Boston wants him. Like, go down the line. Like, there's a lot of stuff that could happen that around players. I mentioned Otto Porter at one point, a guy that could play defense and shoot the ball, averages 16 points per game or 15 points per game or something like that. Like there's guys that could be got. Even what's his name? Kelly Oubre. You could kind of add him in there too, but it's a tradable asset.
That's what I want. I want Kelly. That's who I want. That's what I want. I get
Hey, Nick, you're right. It's 6.
Yeah, it is 6.
It's 6. Okay.
Yeah.
I get Otto Porter confused with the there's another guy that's on. They're both on Chicago, right?
No, Otto Porter is in Orlando.
He's on
now.
Magic. Yeah, he's on.
Oh, he's with the Magic. He's with the
No,
Magic.
actually, he's a free agent now.
Oh
Free
yeah,
agent now.
He was traded in the Vucevic trade.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was with Chicago and just got traded down there. Okay. Who was the other guy that was with Washington with Beal and Wall? That was
Oubre.
No, not Oubre. Another guy that was
Otto Porter Jr.
Is it Otto Porter Jr.?
Yeah,
Okay.
So that he got paid a bad contract.
Yeah,
okay.
Chicago.
And there was and there was somebody else too that I always get him confused. It'll come to me and everything. I got to get my Geritol and everything. So
you do. You're showing your age right now.
Yeah. But Kev, so the point I was asking Nick G is that if you feel like, do you chase the star or do you build through the draft? What happens is the safe play is you build through the draft, right? And then when free agency come, you sign guys that plug roster holes.
Yep.
So you can still make a run at the playoffs if you don't chase a star.
Right.
Now, if you chase a star and you left holding the bag, or in the game of musical chairs, if you when the music stops and you don't have a chair, guess what?
You out there.
You out.
And now you begging Reggie Bullock to come back, right? You begging Reggie Bullock to come back, and now he gonna want more money.
Yeah,
you begging. You told him, nah, we don't want you, and then now we gonna, you know what I'm saying, go with, hey, we didn't get the guy we want you back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's kind of the same way what we were with Alfred. We let him go, But then we
and then you
we
didn't
took
get
him back.
anybody, and then you had to beg him to come back.
Yeah, had to beg him to come back and everything. So, which I think we probably still could have held out for somebody else, but it is what it is.
I do not want Uber.
Why?
Really?
Why?
Because I don't want another lefty that plays in the same space. It just doesn't make sense to me.
What are you mocking? What are you mocking me?
How am I mocking?
Me?
No, not you, Hadouken. Not you. The other guy. The other one. This
Me?
other one. Yeah, because you both exhaled at the same time.
Yeah, because
Yeah. Hey, Kev, y'all were waiting to excel.
yeah, wait.
Yeah, y'all were waiting to excel. That's funny.
Freezy, shoot.
Wow.
So I would say this, right?
I don't look at it like that. As being left-handed and everything. I mean, I know we got RJ and Randall. I don't look. I mean, the guy could play. Go ahead, Sergeant.
I need to bring you on the big screen over here so I can. And so what I would say is this, right? I understand the whole too many left-handers on the team, but the same argument could be said about how many right-handed players we got on the team.
No, I know you could say that, but I'm just saying because the problem with them is that they mainly only go left.
And because they don't space the floor. The problem is the floor is not spaced, regardless of whether you're right-handed or left-handed. The problem is we don't space the floor. That's where the problem begins.
So would a point guard help that out? Would a decent point guard help that out?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I also just don't think he'll. I don't know. I don't think he'll do that well with us.
You think he's gonna fall? You think he's gonna fall on his face? Hadou?
Nah, he already went down from how he played in Phoenix. He was averaging like 19, and then he went to 14. But that's not really on him. The Warriors weren't really his type of team.
Right.
But I don't think we're his type of team either.
Did he go to Golden State as a free agent, or was he traded?
He got traded to OKC in the CP3 trade, and then OKC traded him to the Warriors.
But G-Man, let me ask you this: what type of point guard do y'all want? Like people say, send in the infantry. Well, you know what? There are several different types of
infantry. It is
right. You talking about mechanized infantry? You talking about it? You can go on and on, right?
Yeah.
Hey, G-Man, am I lying?
No, you're right. You
right. And the thing about point guard is there are different types of point guards. Right? You just saying just go get one is like going to Baskin Robbins getting ice cream.
I want a point guard that's like
I want some ice cream. I want some ice cream.
I want a point guard that's like CP3. Okay. That's what I want.
Okay. What? Okay.
I want a point guard that's
expound upon the CP3 algorithm.
And how readily available are CP3s?
Exactly.
Zero. But go ahead, Kev. I want to hear what the algorithm is for a CP3 type point guard, and then I'll talk.
All right. So throw CP3 out. Throw CP3 out. Okay, I just want to point guard.
Give me the traits.
What is CP3's greatest asset?
In my estimation, CP3's greatest attribute is being able to make people around him better. That's why I think he's the most prolific in his career, because any place that he's been, he's made the roster better. He's taken a mediocre roster and he's taken them to the next level. Whether that is from being a sub 500 team to a 500 team, or being a 500 team to a playoff team. He's been able to elevate whatever that team is to the next level.
What made Steve Nash great? What was his greatest attribute?
Steve Nash was a prolific scorer. In my
really?
So yeah.
You don't think he was a passer too?
I think that he did pass. He was a person that was able to facilitate assists, but where he brought value to the team was his ability to score. Because I'm telling you right now, when people gave Steve Nash the ball, they didn't give him the ball with the aspect of him passing to someone to score the ball. That didn't happen. They gave him the ball for him to score. Don't get it twisted.
All right, I'm gonna name you two more. Jason Kidd, what was his greatest attribute?
Jason Kidd, in my estimation,
Passing.
was a say again, Hadouken?
I said passing.
Yeah, I would say court vision. Like the
Playmaking,
dude,
core
Court
vision.
general.
yeah, like the dude
Court
could
general.
see stuff. The dude could see stuff happen.
Yes.
Like 4 or 5 milliseconds before everybody else.
I agree.
And it caused them to be 4 or 5 milliseconds late in
Behind.
reacting to
Jason Kidd is he was before his time from the aspect of he saw, to Freeze's point, he saw the floor way better than everybody else.
Right.
Way better than everybody else. And he also had the ability to score when he needed to.
Right. And you know what? And the thing about Jason Kidd also, he did this thing that was very underrated before everybody started doing it. But him and Joe Montana were great at this thing called passing people open.
Yes.
Like if you were covered, he could pass it and uncover you if you chase the ball.
Facts.
Right. And people were like, well, how did Joe Montana get that ball in that window to John Taylor? Yep. John Taylor was covered. But but he would throw it to a place where only John Taylor could catch it.
That's fact.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? And Jason Kidd could do that. He did that some with the Knicks. And at first when you see it,
you just got burned out.
Yeah, at first when you see, like, he used to throw passes, and they used to go out of bounds. And then everybody was like, what was Jason Kidd thinking right there? Then the guy was over here. But nah, it wasn't on Jason Kidd. It was on the guy. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last one. Jason Williams, AK White Chocolate.
I think overrated. That's the first thing I would say.
Really? Overrated. Okay.
Overrated is the first thing I would say. So in Jason Williams, he was a good basketball player, but I think that at some point in his realm of where he produced, we were looking for how shall I say? I won't say a savior, but we were looking at something good to talk and say that this is what's going on.
Okay. Right. So I named all those point guards.
But Kev, you missed out on different. So there were some type of point guards that you didn't mention. What about?
But your question was, what do you want out of your point guard? And all those point guards that I named, that's what I want to see. I want to see a point guard work the pick and roll and get everybody involved and get make everyone better.
But you have to have the players to go with that, though. You have to have like the pick and roll. So you say pick and roll, right? But immediately, what you have to have is a roll man that's a threat. Because if you just put no matter you could get Jesus H. Christ to come back down and run point guard, right? But if Taj Gibson is your roll man, guess what's going to happen? The same thing that happened to Derrick Rose.
Do you think any of those guys that were in their prime, they wouldn't have made our roster look better?
So I think
I'm asking the question.
Bro, Nerlens Noel can't catch.
This is what I would say, Kev. This is what I would tell you. A lot of times we get enamored with people and personalities and then what they do just based on whatever game they're in, right? So if I'm in a game and I score 40 points, then automatically people are going to assume that I can score 40 points any given game. No, what happened was I was matched up against a guy that didn't understand what my offensive attributes were, and he didn't defend me well. So he gave me the open shot every time, and I just happened to be hot that night. I think where we are, to your point, as to what you're looking for from a point guard, I guess the question should be that I would ask you would be, are we looking to get that point guard from the draft, or do you want to draft the personnel that is the most, I guess, the most athletic at the point that we draft and then go to free agency, or do you want to do it in the reverse? I guess.
All right, here's my thing. If we can't get Davian Mitchell or I forget who else we made, but David Mitchell's the one that's on my mind. If we can't get him and we can't get Lonzo Ball, I'm done.
So who is first in your mind, Mitchell or Ball?
You got to give up assets for both.
I think Mitchell. I think we just give up the draft picks to move up to get Mitchell. Ball is
where do you see him at? Where do you see Mitchell at?
I think he should fall, but I don't know.
Dude, do you think he'll fall between 10 and 15? I had that marked down here. I don't know why, but I have 10 through 15.
I thought he couldn't, but I really think he will now.
You could put Pistol Pete in that situation. And if you have Nerlens Noel,
all right,
you are not running the pick and roll. Bro, what I'm telling you is it does not matter who you put at point guard there. Derrick Rose is a good NBA point guard. Yes. And you ran the pick and roll with Nerlens Noel, who set a screen like a wet blanket. Yep. It didn't even feel like a big man screen.
So why are we even talking about point guard then? If what you're saying is true, why are we even talking about point guard then?
I'm questioning the same thing. I'm asking you the same thing.
I'm going to tell you why we're having this conversation right now, Kev, because the whole
about point guard, because I agree with Crazy that we need to upgrade our talent on our team. I agree with him totally on that. Yeah. But I said the point guards that I named, one of them could have made our roster look a little bit better than what was being run, this year.
But Kev, it's like dropping paratroopers in a drop zone that a drop zone is not clear. You know what I'm saying? You can't just drop a paratrooper in a drop zone that's not clear.
So again, I ask
you got the clear.
So again, I ask you. I mean, what I'm reading from you is that a point guard is really not going to matter because we don't have the talent to.
No.
I'm trying to understand him.
What I'm speaking to is the pick and roll scenario you mentioned specifically. Is what I'm speaking to, not just overall team offense. So, you mentioned pick and roll, and I'm speaking to the pick and roll part. I'm sorry, G-Man.
No, you good for
you can interrupt him again.
I'm trying to help you. See, this is what happens when you try to help people. They don't know they need help.
Give me $20. That's helping me. Give me $20. That'll help.
Oh my God, no, I'm not giving you $20.
I got a cash app. You cash it to me, man.
So. Remember when we first started the conversation? Who was the guy that you touted as the point guard of the future for the Knicks, as currently constructed? Who was that guy?
Luka.
Okay, so why move off of the narrative into something different? So anybody
AD's back. Oh God.
AD, my man. Look, listen. Anybody that is different from that narrative. Would be a backfill because in my mind, based on what you said, is what you've seen from Luka right now has Luka as a starting point guard and Derrick Rose backing him up. Is that an inaccurate statement?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Who's the starting point guard as the team is currently constructed?
Luka.
I just asked you. Freezy, this see what I'm dealing with right now.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I was writing something down, so I didn't hear you last.
And Kev has a preference. Kev has a preference that he don't want to back off of. That's the reason why no matter what we say, he has a preference.
Say your question one more time.
Okay. The New York Knicks, as currently constructed, the way the roster is right now.
Yeah.
Who is the point guard in your mind, and who's the backup point guard? Of who's currently on the roster right now today?
Well, right now it would be Derrick Rose.
Starting
as a start as no. What? All right, I said Luka and then Derrick Rose.
Keep changing your mind, doggone it. You're saying
Luka Vildoza is gonna come straight into the NBA.
Everybody might get blocked like me. You gotta watch out. I got blocked for saying he's not.
I put you back on, Hadouk. All right, I put you back on.
I'm talking on Twitter for trolling him about Luke because I said that to not expect him to be as good as everyone is making it seem. Just hope he's at least decent.
But my argument, Hadouk, my argument was, hold on, I'm gonna get back to you in a minute. I'm late and everything. The missus is gonna kill me. But anyway, Hadouk, my thing with you was that you were trolling me because I said that he was going to be good for our team, and not. I didn't say that he was going to be Luka Doncic or even a CP3 or whatever that. I said for our team that he's better than any of the point guards that we have. That's what I said.
He's not a starter next season. I hope he gets someone.
But Hadouk, if he turn, what are you saying no? What are you saying no for?
I want to hear from AD. I want to hear from AD. Go ahead, AD.
Go ahead, AD. Go ahead.
So let me ask you guys a question.
Yes, sir.
When you say starter, you mean starter as the one who carries the bulk of the minutes from the point guard position?
Absolutely.
No, I mean start the game.
No,
start the game.
I mean start, yeah.
Yeah. Albert started the game, and then however it goes,
okay. So let me define what I mean as a starting point guard. Starting point guard is the person that's the floor general, right? That's the person that comes out and orchestrates the offense. He carries the majority of the minutes on the floor, and the only time he comes off the floor is when he needs a breather. But
then from that definition, Kevin is right. His first statement was right. I don't know why he lost conviction. It can't be Rose. It would be Luka.
I agree.
You ain't agree with me. Get out of here. You ain't agree with me, Sergeant. You was looking at me crazy.
No, because you know crazy. You know why, Kev? I'm gonna tell you why I look at you crazy.
Why?
Because I wanted to see if you're gonna move off your conviction just based on how I looked at you, and you did. That means that you're not confident in what you said.
Yes.
Did he Jedi mind trick you?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Hey, Nick, he looked like Yoda anyway. He looked like Yoda. He looked like Yoda. He looked like Yoda.
He looked you in your eyes.
He looked like Yoda. He looked like He a Jedi Knight, Jedi Master. He's a Jedi, and Uncle Freeze is a Sith. The Dark Lord is
something else.
Man, come on.
You are something else, Kevin. You know what? Look, I'm gonna go into my Kevin Hart. You want something else?
Y'all bad, guys. I gotta go. I gotta get on the road. All right. So I will talk to y'all tomorrow, and I will have another Hawaiian shirt on. So.
Please don't.
Please
don't.
Dollar General
and again, Hadouk, I unblocked you, so we cool, all right?
Hey, so Kev, you're saying there's a sequel. There's a sequel to the Hawaiian shirt game.
I hope not. Lord, I hope not.
There's a sequel.
I'm gonna get y'all. I'm gonna get y'all big time.
Look, I'm about to call Miss Cornerstone and be like, "Don't let your husband out the house with that."
And she's off tomorrow.
Yo,
Take care, guys. Love y'all.
Kev get a paycheck, he just rolls up in Donald General like, just got paid.
Get paid tomorrow, so there you go. Hey, take care, guys. Love y'all, man. All right. Okay. Peace out. All right.
That's my dude, man.
And I wasn't grilling him about point guard, but what I was asking is, like when we have the 2 or 3 points running side by side, it's like trying to argue each point, and what it makes it look like is if we're arguing for nothing. What I wanted to do is establish which conversation is the relevant one, and then stay on that topic as opposed to bouncing around.
That makes sense. That makes perfect.
Yeah, because the type of point guard that you want, and the type of point guard that may be available may be two different things.
So let me ask you this, Freezy. What is the point guard that we need? Based on that analogy, what's the point guard that we need?
I'm unclear at this point because I don't know what the roster is going to look like going into next season.
I agree. Ideally, what you would like to have is somebody that recognizes when players are open
and has the IQ to get them the ball in a place where they can make a play. Right.
Say it, Freezy.
And also defensively, you want a point guard that's smart enough to stop the ball high enough at on the court where it makes their offense hard to run.
Absolutely.
You want them to start running their defense at about 35 feet. Yep. And then that way, those lanes that are open, you give your weak side defenders more time to recover. Like say RJ Barrett has to tag Clint Capella. Yep. You want to give RJ Barrett enough time to scramble back out to DeAndre Hunter.
Absolutely.
Little things like that. See, we didn't have that, right? And what it makes it look like when you watch the game on TV, if RJ Barrett's job is to tag Clint Capella, right? 1 foot in the paint, tag Clint Capella, and then scramble back out to the shooter. But if you're watching it on TV, you like, how did RJ Barrett leave his man wide open in the corner? You know what I'm saying? And so it's not fair to RJ Barrett. You call him a bad defender when his job was to tag Clint Capella to make sure Clint Capella is not catching the lob right over the top of the defense, right? If your center is fronting Clint Capella, you don't want Clint Capella catching a pass over the top of the center and then turn the drop step and dunking. You got RJ Barrett to tag him. And then if the ball rotates to the corner, you got RJ Barrett with enough time to scramble back to the corner and contest a corner three. But that all starts with stopping the basketball up top. You don't want offenses starting. You don't on defense. You don't want your defense starting at 25 feet because at the end of the day, any misstep in a guard can just pull up from 25 feet and knock down the three. You don't want that. If y'all remember Memphis Grizzlies basketball, they started their point guard would start their defense at like 35 feet, and you had to legit work to get the ball closer to the basket. And by that time, grinding down the shot clock, you had to force up a shot late in the shot clock. Right. So it's a lot of stuff that go into defense, man. It's not just give me Derrick Rose or give me such and such. It's a lot of things that go in. And ideally, you also want somebody that can take his man off the dribble. And the most important thing, somebody that can stay relatively healthy for 82 games.
Yeah, I want someone that's gonna bring the ball up, so it doesn't make Randall bring the ball up, and then he's the one facilitating rather than just Randall's double teams causing us to have some movement. Right. That's what I really want, and like I don't want like someone that could just purely score or just someone that could just play make. Like I want him to do a bit of both. Like he could score and then he could play make when you need to. He has the core vision.
So you want a floor general. So I described a floor general. So you want a floor general also.
Yeah. I don't I don't want basically.
So why are both of you men afraid to say you want to sign CP3 in the offseason? And that's who you described, Freezy.
Yeah, but it's not us being scared to sign him. Is that I'm not gonna. We talked about it before, but I really don't think we're getting him. Like if I'm CP3, I'm not leaving my situation to go.
Right. I just want to be realistic.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on this question?
Yeah, man. Definitely.
So, if I had to choose archetypes on what I would want for this team, it would go two different directions. Jamal Murray. And De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox is me. Yeah, I want De'Aaron Fox.
So, could we trade for De'Aaron Fox? Yes, if Sacramento gets the right draft pick, right?
Right.
Because if they get the right draft pick, that'll mean they're paying their payroll. I would dare anyone to look at a payroll.
Yeah, they got Buddy Hield. They're gonna have to pay Marvin Bagley.
And also
Holmes is about to leave.
Harrison Barnes, the guy that I brought up,
getting 18 mil.
And then Buddy Hield and De'Aaron Fox at 30 mil. Like there's a lot of money out there. But anyway, I digress. Jamal Murray. The thought is we could draft a Jamal Murray type in Devin Bouknight. Bouknight, right? James Bouknight.
Yeah, right.
We could draft a Jamal Murray type in Trey Mann. He's similar, like 3-level scorer, but he's not going to drive the ball as much or as often.
Right.
but could still catch and shoot. His catch and shoot numbers are good. Buck Knight's catch and shoot numbers are not as good, but he could drive to the basket and he could score on his own.
Yeah.
There's avenues to the Jamal Murray type. And let me throw another name out there. Just start quickly. His catch and shoot numbers are good. He could break down the defense. He just ain't gonna pass, which Jamal Murray, no duh, he doesn't pass the ball as much.
Right.
So like there's avenues to get into that prototype. There's not many avenues to the Derrick Rose, De'Aaron Fox prototype, because that's an elite level of athleticism that has so much burst that everyone in the league, are gonna have to struggle to compete with. You talk about Davion Mitchell. Well, that's the closest thing that I see within our range that could be had. I like him. I love the pull-up jumper. The pull-up jumper is there.
Mm-hmm.
The question mark is, can he do it consistently? He has only been this good for one season. Like what we saw in the national championship is a one season sample size.
Right.
But he has a chip on his shoulder. New York Knicks, they like these chip on the shoulder. Oh my gosh, this guy, he's been shelved, and look at Jeremy Lin, whatever. So like that prototype, he has the chip on the shoulder. He's been benched for most of his college career, and then came to this team that said, "Hey, look, I saw you on the bench. Let me try you out here." And
You talking about at Auburn? You talking about at Auburn?
At Auburn, yeah.
Yeah.
So he finally got his chance, and we saw what he could do. But he never shot 40% from three at Auburn.
Right.
Different offense, yes, but Auburn was no slouch of a team either.
Right.
So like we gotta put things in context. So it's not that there's always give and take. Everyone likes to present all the pluses, but never look at the minuses and balance things out. So there's a balance to be had. You could actually chase both of them, and I would dare anyone to say, "Hey, look, if I had the chance, I would go after." Oh man, I gotta see this right here. So,
oh my God.
why are you looking around like?
He looking for Kevin
Knox cereal. It's not there.
No.
I think Hoodie Kev is the only one that got Kevin Knox cereal.
Here it is.
Kevin Knox cereal.
So Kev, first of all, I want to be the courteous one on the panel, right?
Yeah,
welcome. It's great to see you. Welcome to the fold. We look forward to your commentary and everything that goes along with that. Welcome, Kevin.
Your microphone is not on.
Take yourself off mute. Take yourself off mute. Let's do that first. Okay. That grade school 101. No,
Kevin. Hey, so Kevin Knox has a low motor, and Hoodie Kev don't know what to say about it.
Nope, I can't hear you, Kev. No, I can't.
You know what? I think the universe is telling us this is a good thing.
Yeah.
And he got a crisp haircut too. Nope, can't hear you, Kev. Nope.
All right, I'm gonna let Kev fix that. So our thing though is what Nick G was saying. I like what I'm hearing from Nick G. It's a different and fresh approach.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? We got to explore all avenues. Nick G, I'm sorry about cutting you off, man. You can.
So one thing about the Jamal Murray type is look at that team. That team has a power forward that basically leads or center, I should say, that gets all the assists, that gets that handles the ball, is their point, basically. And Jamal Murray plays off of them. Right. So that's a good archetype. And for what it's worth, Mike Malone is also a descendant of Van Gundy. He also is his team is also one of the teams that Thibodeau did visit in the bubble. Just putting it out there.
Right.
Okay.
Scott Perry visited them too also, right?
I don't know that part of the story. I just remember Thibodeau visiting like Van Gundy
Yeah, because the Knicks had at one point the Knicks could only send one representative, and the Knicks sent Scott Perry.
Perry to the ball.
Yeah. No, and I'm not talking about the coaching. The coaching thing is different. I'm talking about in terms of the front office. Scott Perry was the guy.
Okay, that makes sense.
But what Nick G is saying is different from me and Hadouken, except for Hadouken has a De'Aaron Fox tattoo on his upper arm. The dude loves Swiper, right? But so yeah, it's true. He loves some Swiper. He loves some Swiper, but
swiping.
Yeah. But the thing is with the prototype, with the point guard prototypes, and I was trying to get to a deeper point with Cornerstone Kev. You don't know exactly what you need until you find out what you're gonna do on offense. Like what are you gonna? You got to find out what the requirements are for the position, and then you go get the guy to fill those requirements. That's the way I feel like doing it. I feel like you should do it, right? You don't go get a guy. You don't get Alonzo Ball and then say, Lonzo, I want you to be a penetrator in the paint, when Lonzo has never been that guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to know your personnel.
I agree. And that's kind of how I laid out when we first started the conversation was, the first thing we need to do is address the draft and what we do in the draft. And based upon what we do in the draft, as our current roster is configured, figure out what we need to do in free agency and move forward from there. Because I don't want to go out and get a dude.
Hello.
Can
you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Kev.
So you can hear me now. This is great. Yeah. This is wonderful. Okay.
We can hear
Ready
you.
to rock and roll. Let's do this.
Okay, but I'm gonna need you to be quiet because I'm giving my point right now. Okay. So what I was saying is after the draft, we go into free agency, figure out what that looks like. And after free agency, we start to develop, what the team is going to look like. Now, in conjunction with all that, if we're going into the draft and free agency, I also need for the front office to go and get me a coach that can talk about the offensive perspective of this team. Right now, we don't have that, and we need that.
G-Man.
Yes,
G-Man. I want to dive into that, but please finish your point. I'm gonna give you something.
Well, okay. So what I'm saying is,
that's a great point.
If there is a person on our squad right now that's an offensive, I guess, a guru, I don't know who that is right now. Or if that person exists, Tom Thibodeau's not listening to him because we're 21st in scoring in the NBA. So I need someone to be able to tell us what is the scheme that the Knicks need to use to be able to score the basketball. That's all I'm looking for at this point. Go ahead.
All right, let me throw you a little tidbit. Do you like rewatch Knicks games?
I do.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
I do.
All the time.
Can I give you some homework?
Yep. Go ahead.
And you can even do it off just the highlights, but watch the offense the bench runs versus what the starters run.
Got it.
Okay.
I already know what you're talking about. Go ahead. Yep.
So we were talking about all season about like why don't they run Spanish pick and roll? If you know what Spanish pick and roll is.
Yep. I'm with you.
Why don't we run flex offense or more elevator, like all that stuff, instead of just give the ball to one person and run to a corner and stuff like that.
Right.
Watch the bench. Now I have a simple theory. Now this is just a working theory. I don't have any way to prove this.
Mm-hmm.
What if the New York Knicks are saying Randall, RJ in particular, and other guys like that are veterans? You get to win, show the young guys how to win, etc., etc. But in 3 years after Randall, or maybe Randall has flamed out, what if they're trade bait and then the young guys take over because they've been playing in a more modern offense? Because they already played the modern offense with the bench. Okay? When they choose to go a different direction which my theory and Macri, friend of the show, has once said that Johnny Bryant more than likely could take over this team.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, that's been the scuttlebutt. Go ahead.
So if he takes over the team, there was one of his shows that he said Johnny Bryant came to New York Knicks with Utah's playbook in hand.
Okay.
Utah puts up the most threes in the league right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They run the most modern offense to date, right?
Okay.
Like, what if that's the real thing that's out there? If we think about like adapting modern offense, well, technically we do have the guy. It's just that he's building the bench and getting their fundamentals to do it. Because Randall is hard-headed to. If we want to use look at the way he plays, it's a hard-headed game. It's his way or the highway.
Right.
And it works. Like Thibodeau figured out a way to make that work. But what if we're priming the young guys and Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina? All these guys are part of building that to take over in 3 years. What if?
So I hear exactly where you're coming from, right? And I agree to a certain extent. Where my path diverges from where I hit the Y in the road would be this. If what you said is what would be the outcome or the future of the team moving forward, then they would have made moves this past season to perpetuate that thing. I think that where we are right now, with Thibodeau at the helm, is he is looking to win now. That the aspect that you described is more along the lines of what I expect from the team, is being able to take those aspects of or attributes of those players that we have on the roster and capitalize on that and figure out how we put them in a situation to where they're able to produce a little bit more efficiently than what they have been doing in the past.
Okay, I just want to ask you this: like, how is it like one stopping the other? Because they just use Obi Toppin. I brought that up. Obi Toppin is being broken to play defense, so and that's off the bench. So all the bad habits are being ironed out behind the scenes.
Right.
So I can see that could be a perspective, right? But I would counter that with this. If that were the case, then Obi Toppin would have designated minutes to come in and play behind Julius Randle.
But he does.
But he does.
He doesn't. He doesn't. So what Tibbs has done, Tibbs has come in and said that when Randle needs to be spelled, I'm going to put Obi in. And depending on how Obi plays, is going to be depicted on how long Obi stays on the floor. There are no definitive minutes for Obi Toppin to come in the game and say, I'm gonna have Obi play this spell of minutes for Julius Randle.
Well, but at the same time, I have a lot of people have different ways to develop rookies. Yep. A lot of people believe give them minutes and they'll get better. There are old school coaches and many coaches that believe that what they do in practice is what they do in game. So if you do something, and Alfred Payton during the season once said, if you don't do what Thibodeau says, you're not gonna play.
Right.
We could use that as the framework.
Yep.
If Obi Toppin didn't play what was practiced, or doesn't do what was practiced, he's not going to miss. So that makes Obi Toppin one mindful of everything that he does on the court and before the game.
So I will ask you this. I want you to go back, and we just talked about rewatching games, right? Mm-hmm. I want you to go back to early on when Obi first started getting into his stride and tell me how many times, every time something happened on the floor, Obi looked back at the bench at Tibbs.
Yeah, because he mess up, you get out the game.
And Tibbs was calling his Obi!
Exactly. That's my point. So when you get into a situation, if Obi Toppin, and I'm an Obi guy, So you would not find a person on the planet that's a bigger fan of Obi Toppin than me. You will not. But I will say this: when we're talking about Obi Toppin, it goes into the fact of the matter is Obi was able to develop based on the circumstances that Tibbs provided for him. Shout out Quiet Money.
Shout out.
But at the same time, to your point, I would argue that when we're talking about the development of this roster, Tibbs, for all intents and purposes, is not going to develop the roster based on Obi Toppin's performance. That's not his mindset. It's really not, right?
But that's not what he was brought here
No.
to do.
Yeah.
You know what
I agree. It's not.
He was brought here to establish a winning. Kev, really? Kev, you need for your text alarm to be there. It need to be that loud, bro.
Is that loud, really? I didn't even know.
Is that Kev?
My apologies.
How do you know it's not that loud, bro? How you gonna say? I didn't know it was that loud. They could hear it all the way to Omaha. I didn't know it was that loud. Come on, bro.
My fault.
Come on, bro.
But
I wish Kevin Knox's motor was live like your text alarm. we'd have an all-star right now.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I'm gonna let Sarge finish his point.
Because Sarge is right with his stance. Thibodeau was brought here to establish a winning culture.
Right.
And developing young players is secondary.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not saying that it's not important.
It's not. It's not his forte. That's not what we brought here to do. Point blank, period. So guys that Tibbs plays fits into his narrative. And if you don't fit into that narrative, guess what? You're on the bench. You're on the bench. Period. And who can debate that? Let's debate that fact right there.
So what about your offense though? So you don't like what the second unit is running?
The offensive second unit, I believe, in my mind and my heart of hearts, I don't think Tibbs had a lot of imprint on the second unit. I think Johnny Bryant or whoever that person is on the bench has taken that second unit, cultivated them, and said, "Go out here and do this." And that's what it was. It's not Tibbs, because if it was Tibbs, they won't be going out doing what they did. So, and I think that at the end of the day, if I'm the head coach, I have to be mindful of the fact that if Uncle Freezy is my assistant coach and he's coaching the second team up and they're going out and they're outscoring my starters, then that's a problem. So, Uncle Freezy, I need for us to sit down and have a conversation to figure out what the second team is doing that the first team's not doing, so we can kind of, build upon what we got going on right now.
The second team doesn't outscore the first team.
What?
Yeah. They don't. Not in general.
No, but Nick G, so the Spanish pick and roll that you mentioned, I want to break that down so people can understand what it is that we're talking about. So in the Spanish pick and roll, are you saying that two screeners come up top, one rolls to the basket and one fades, or is that a different offense?
So it's in other words, so some people will call it stack, some people will call it other things, but basically it's two screeners up top.
Right.
Whenever the man gets around the first screen, there's another screener there to screen that screen, and then one person dives to the basket and one person pops to the top.
Right.
Or
it's what Boston runs with Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Kemba Walker.
Yes.
I've seen them run it, and occasionally they'll sub out Jason Brown. Tatum. No, not Tatum. Jaylen Brown. They'll move Jaylen Brown, and they had Daniel Tice in that spot. And then Tice goes to the basket, and Jason Tatum goes to the wing. But by that time, it's up to Kemba Walker to either shoot the three or go to the basket. Or is that what you're?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But it gives you options, and it's a simple play.
Right.
What's his name? Harden did a lot of it in
Houston.
In Houston, a lot.
Okay.
But it's options. And matter of fact, Trae Young did it a lot to us in the playoffs. He dissected us a ton in the playoffs with the Spanish pick and roll. Killed it.
Right. And so the Where did G-Man go? Did G-Man dip? I'm gonna check in on G-Man real quick.
All right.
Hey, Kev, you mind? Oh, never mind. I'm on.
What? Anyway, Kev, let's
hear your point. That was about.
You want to rebuttal to anything now?
That was just said.
Well, BJ Boston. I know you had some crawl in your teeth about BJ Boston when we said the only thing about BJ Boston is he's similar to Kevin Knox, and sometimes he doesn't have a motor.
I don't know who BJ Boston is at all. If he walked up into me and said, "Hey, I'm BJ Boston," I'd be like, "Who are you?"
He'd probably say, "I'm Brandon Boston Jr." He probably won't call himself BJ.
I'll be like, "That's nice. Okay, that's nice to meet you. You would like something?" Anyways, on to my next point. I first like to start off by saying that today is the 27th anniversary of one of the most frustrating days I've ever had. This is the 27th anniversary of the 1994 Game 5 Knicks versus Houston Rockets, in which I was interrupted watching Patrick Ewing have one of the best games by a guy in a Bronco driving down the highway. Thanks a lot, OJ, for messing up my day. And that was 27 years ago.
Bro, you were like 14. Why is that even important?
I was literally like 8.
So that's even worse.
Even worse.
Yes. What are you talking about?
Because I remember being on the floor of my mom's house watching. Because that's back in the 90s, remember some of y'all might not. Remember the floor model TVs?
Yes.
So we set the big floor model TV, laying on the floor watching the game, and then we interrupt this messages to this live break, and it just showed like this Bronco on the highway. I'm like, "Mom, hey, take off the game. What is this? I don't want to see this traffic jam."
Yo,
he just got he interrupted your Spanish pick and roll breakdown for a trip down memory lane.
Yes.
Yo, look
what
at
Fred and
Julian's
Barney are
comment.
we talking about? Come on,
look,
Kev.
For all the girls that Kev actually dated, they like disappointed they never broke your heart at least once.
Huh?
Wow.
Dude, if that's the worst day in Hoodie Kev history, like, bro, your dating life is impeccable, man.
Right. You are a G.
I would say that I don't think a girl. I'm pretty sure all my breakups I have initiated.
Oh my God! All right. It touches your knees too. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, all right. Let's go.
Yeah. Next topic.
Spanish pick and roll.
But yeah, so that happened 27 years ago today. Patrick Ewing had one of the best games ever, and I couldn't see it.
Oh wow, Wilt scored 100 points in a game, but Patrick Ewing's game 5 is the best game ever. Okay.
I didn't say it was the best game. I said one of his best games.
I didn't hit. Okay.
Yes, one of his best games.
My bad. I'm gonna step out of the way.
He almost had a triple double. He had 8 blocks. To go on with 25 points, 12 rebounds.
So, want to ask you this. Do you chase a star? Do you go star chasing? Or do you rebuild slowly through this draft?
Let me ask you this question. I'll answer that question with a question. Who is the Knicks president of basketball operations?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know who is the current president of so you don't know that Leon Rose is the
with a question.
I
don't care. I don't care. I'm trying to get to the point.
That is the point. So I'm following. Follow me. Follow me.
Is this like a Moses follow, or is this like James Jones follow? Like, which kind of follow? Who we following?
If we wanted to build slow, we would have hired like Andy Ellisberg or Rob Hennigan or someone like that, right? Someone who has a background development and, from a team like Oklahoma City or someone like that. We already got their GM and promoted him. But no. No, James Dolan went out and got Leon Rose. And he hired William Worldwide West. You think they came like, man, we get the Nets. We're going to build it slow. and we're not going to use none of our connections. We're not going to trade for anybody. We're just going to build. So that's what James Dolan brought us in here for, right? Like that's real. That's what they brought Leon Rose to the New York Knicks to build it slow. He brought in Tom Thibodeau to build it slow. Y'all are on it. Y'all are really on it. Because if y'all think that for a second, something.
So for one, I don't follow because I don't follow what you're saying because yeah.
Let me see. So I'll say this.
Kev, we know you don't know anything about the draft. You already told us. So
I don't care about the draft because it's not going to be important.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you don't know anything about the draft and you want to start right now.
Right.
So we already know that.
You all should want to start. Y'all.
I mean, I think everyone wants to start, but if
no, y'all don't. Y'all don't want to start. No, you don't. No. No, you don't.
We don't want to force a star here, like you want to just give whatever you want.
Forcing a star? Are we going to hold them ransom?
No, giving up like 8 picks and like two young players for a player like you imagine. But yeah, if we have a fair deal and someone is disgruntled and we go after them,
what's a fair deal?
And so Kev, you sound like the dude that eats out every day. Like what's for dinner? A number 7. You know what I'm saying? That's what you sound like, bro. Right now, some of us like to cook at home. Bam. Right. That's what I'm saying. Star chasing. Like go out and get it. It's already made. All I have to do is go get it. Let somebody make it for me, and then I'll enjoy it. Instead of taking your chances on getting your own guy. Because star chasing.
Just like we took a chance on Kevin Knox.
Just like we took a chance on Kevin Knox. It was the biggest.
But you don't want to take a chance on more rookies after you saw that.
No.
I know you have PTSD from that Kevin Knox pick.
Listen. This is ridiculous, and I want y'all to get out of this.
No.
They're off the bubble wrap of mediocrity.
You've been star chasing since 1995.
Dude, wait. Kevin Knox is mediocre. Like, what are you talking about?
And you've been star chasing since 1995.
What does Kevin Knox have to do with getting a star?
Kev, you've been star chasing since 1995. How many championships have you won?
None, because we ain't got a star since 1995.
Right. Yeah, because star chasing is dangerous.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What team has won a championship without stars?
What team has won a championship? And what team has won championships without homegrown talent?
It has to be a bit of both.
No,
you can't not have the star.
It has to be balanced out.
No, bro. You got to have
the star.
You have to do one before the other. Because you have to do one before. You can't go get a star.
How come do you think the Knicks already have one? You're a Baratier. He's a cornerstone.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. You can't do one before that. You can't go get a star and make the playoffs and think drafting 25 through 30 is going to get you a star. You have to get your stars first and then put the icing on the cake. You ain't never seen no damn cake with the icing on the bottom. That's the most ridiculous thing.
Hold on. There's a pineapple upside down cake.
Hold on. There's 8 teams left in the NBA. 8, right? Let's go down to the Philadelphia 76. And so that means 8 times 15 is what?
I'm not doing that.
Nobody knows, so that would be
8 times 15 would be
120. 120?
Yeah.
So there's 120 players left in the playoffs. Let's go down 1 through 8. How many drafted stars do the 76ers have out of their 15-man roster? Oh, 2. So it's 13 other people that they got. Okay. Who's left? Brooklyn.
Wait. No.
Skip Brooklyn.
No.
We're going to skip Brooklyn.
No, who is Philadelphia's best players?
Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons.
And they drafted them, right?
Yes.
Well, I think Tobias is the second best.
And their third best player.
Some people say Tobias Harris.
Their third best player, Tobias Harris, was a free agent signing. Was a trade. Was a trade.
Okay. So let's go to the number 2 seed in the East. You want to go there?
Yes.
Okay, Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
You want to skip them, and you still want to go to them? Okay.
Wait. Well,
how many
Oh, that point is whack. How many championships has Brooklyn won?
The series that's their first year together.
Oh, that was their first year. Yeah. Okay,
it's their first year together, and they on the brink of going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
What about Atlanta? Did Atlanta?
I ain't got Atlanta yet. Milwaukee has one star that they drafted.
No, Middleton is one too.
Yeah,
No,
Middleton was not a
They did
star.
not draft
Yeah,
Chris
but he
Middleton.
was not a star when they traded for him.
Yeah, they traded for him from Detroit, right?
Yeah, from Detroit.
Yeah, so they did not
Him
draft Chris
and
Middleton.
Spencer Dinwiddie was on Detroit's bench.
Yep.
Him and Spencer Dinwiddie were on Detroit's bench back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they traded for him after they drafted Giannis.
Yes,
I think Detroit could use Spencer Dinwiddie and also Chris Middleton
right now. Yeah.
They use a lot of stuff in Detroit.
It show you their grease fire.
So they got one drafted player, star, and traded for everybody else. Okay. Atlanta, they drafted Trae Young,
DeAndre Hunter,
John Collins,
Hunter,
who's not even playing.
Porter, Cam Reddish,
he's injured.
Porter.
Yeah.
And let's see, they traded for Clint Capella. They signed Bogdanovich. They signed Gallinari. They traded for Lou Williams.
Right.
But
they did that. But they did that after they traded after they drafted Trae Young, right?
Yeah. After.
Yeah. So let's go to the West.
Keep proving my point because I don't have.
You're actually proving my point.
I mean, I don't think you're understanding that the centerpiece of all that is the homegrown star.
All of them.
Yeah. And I'm saying, don't you already have that?
But you have to draft it.
But don't the Knicks already have that?
You don't put icing on the bottom of the cake, bro.
Don't the Knicks already have that?
You're saying RJ is that star?
Everyone else said RJ is that star.
No, what did you say? This is not everyone. This is not everyone's argument.
The Baratiers lineup.
Right. This is conjecture. This is a whack argument.
The Baratiers.
You are arguing for
RJ is the
yourself.
cornerstone. I wouldn't trade him for nobody.
Right. You are using everybody else, but you are making a point for yourself. G-Man, have you ever seen a guy walk in your building brand new and like, yo, I'm a pass master?
No.
Off the rip.
No.
Off the rip, I'm a pass master.
No.
He had to go through something, right? You had to bring him along, right?
Yes.
Right. What is Kev talking about?
I'm saying this. There has to be both, right? Clearly, in all these instances,
there has to be order. The universe operates under order. Everything that you see in life.
No, the universe actually operates under chaos. Chaos brings order.
Oh my God!
You bugging out right now, bro.
What?
Let me ask you a question. What are stars?
What's going on right now?
What are stars?
What are we talking about?
We see stars as beautiful, sparkling lights. But what are stars actually?
I'm gonna let you answer that question.
Nobody knows. They're suns that have exploded in the universe. Those are actually what we see at night. So out of chaos brings beauty and order. Did you see the fifth element?
All I'm saying, hey, cocaine is a hell of a drug. That's all
Did you see the fifth element? What did Gary Oldman say about chaos?
A movie, bro. A movie.
You get a lot of life lessons out of movies.
Oh,
yeah.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Oh my God! What the? Oh, that Sam and Barney is going on right now. Somebody tell me, please.
I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost.
I'm
telling you, fans of Kevin Knox can't come to the realization that you have to do things in a certain order in order to be competitive.
I believe the Knicks have their stars. I believe that we have our star core that's already been drafted by this organization.
Whom?
Now we must go out there and bring in that star player to bring it all together.
Not in the draft.
Not in the draft, no.
Go get in there.
Because we've already done that. We have already accumulated the draft capital that will help push this team to the next level.
So who is that star that we're gonna skip over the draft and go?
We've already drafted him number 3 overall 2 years ago.
Right. And so this is what
then why do you always like say like, oh, the bear tears say he's a star
because
make it sound as if you don't think he's
that
good.
makes you a Baratier too.
Yeah, you're literally making it seem as if you don't think he's nice.
It's what it is when anybody who has ever been in court and watched a defense attorney, what happens is they
what the
mute yourself.
So what happens is in the defense setting, what happens is people use passive aggressiveness to make you feel guilty, right? And that's how you get people to vote in that way. You know what I'm saying? You get passive. You said RJ Barrett was a star, and we said RJ Barrett could be a star, but not in this context. Right. So using RJ Barrett is going to be a star in this context
because those players were already stars when they traded for those pieces.
Right. So he's going to say something like, well, if you want De'Aaron Fox, you have to part with certain things. Obi Toppin is the first one to go because he knows G-Man like Obi Toppin. But notice he never says Kevin Knox is the first one to go.
I want to ask a question. Okay. Because this Rob brought this up, and I want to know what everyone here thinks about it. If there was a way to trade Randall for De'Aaron Fox, are you doing that?
Why would you trade? Okay.
What? Why? Right. Why would you do that? No, I'm not doing that. No, absolutely not. Why?
You gotta add things to Randall. Like the point is to add Randall, De'Aaron Fox, and also RJ together.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think there's a way to trade for him if you don't include one of them.
Listen.
So you
gotta go for the low hanging fruit. You can't go for the fruit on the very top of the tree.
Oh my God!
We can't be doing that type of nonsense.
Who is that person talking right now? Who is that guy that's talking right now?
It's St. Louis.
Your best
friend.
St.
Louis. St. Louis in the house.
That's my other antithesis right there. That's my man. Show me. What's going on, my brother?
You're breaking up a little bit.
You're breaking
up, brother. You're breaking up. You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix right now.
Yeah. I was driving through a bad spot. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I was listening to Kev kind of lose his mind a little bit, and I thought I'd call in to kind of help him. I know he's going through a grieving period because we all know Kevin Knox is on his way out of here. And I understand, brother. I feel for you.
Why has Kevin Knox been on his way out of here for like 3 seasons? I don't understand what's going on.
I am here to lend a shoulder crown. I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you.
I legit have heard. I know what the Frankers go through, right? Because every year Frank's on his way out, but he's legit been here 4 years. Went through 4 trading deadlines. How many GMs? How many presidents? How many head coaches? And Frank still finished out his rookie contract.
Hey, so Kev says, Kev slapped a real king says, Kev slapped some sense into the panel, please.
I'm trying, but they're in the bubble wrap of mediocrity and comfort, and they don't want to get out of it.
My God.
Right. Okay, so y'all remember the Carmelo years when y'all was like, Carmelo don't have no help. We traded for a star, and he don't have no help. Carmelo, he here by himself.
Yep.
Carmelo didn't have RJ Barrett.
He didn't have. You passive aggressive. He didn't have RJ Barrett because the Knicks never had the number 3 pick when Carmelo was here.
So what's the whole point that you brought Carmelo up?
Right. That you trade for a star and you give away all your assets, and now you can't backfill the roster for a star that you got. Now you got a star here with no help.
But who says he had to give up RJ?
And you can't go get help.
I think it's time. Hold on.
Time for what?
Because y'all don't.
Yeah, it's.
Oh my goodness! What? Whoa!
If he pull out this stupid picture, bro, I'm telling you,
it's time for the picture.
Hey, everybody! Yeah, my man is losing his mind.
Oh my goodness! What in the Sam and Barney is going on right now, Freezy?
Yo, why do I keep saying J.R. Smith is equal to R.J. Barry by the same person in the chat?
Oh, is it? What? You know what? Oh my!
That is crazy.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Uncle Folio.
Uncle Folio was good.
Salute. What's good? What's good? Oh my goodness!
Hey, Kev is trying to troll y'all with that Photoshop picture.
Nice photo.
Listen, y'all see this? Y'all can't see the glare. It's a glare in the sun.
No.
They're on the sun.
No.
Y'all let me good. I'm sitting in the sun right now. Y'all wait till it goes down.
Kev is trying to show that picture, but he didn't tell y'all he photoshopped himself in the crowd. Kev's in the crowd in that picture with a Kevin Knox jersey on. He photoshopped himself in there.
This is what happens when we allow Kev to get on when you know he's not accustomed to be. So you're at work right now. I'm assuming you're at work right now.
I'm always at work.
Yeah, no, you're not, because the last time I saw you, you was in a white robe sitting in your house. See? So you're not always at work, but anytime that you're in that environment that you call work, we come up with some crazy takes. I'm just saying.
Listen, it's not crazy to believe. Listen, and this is, I had a vision.
Oh my goodness! Here we go. Okay, go ahead, give it to me.
This vision was so clear, and it was just.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I was watching The Last Dance last year when it came out. I was watching The Last Dance. Very good miniseries, right?
Mm-hmm.
It came out great because that was the beginning of COVID. And we was all like, that's when everybody was stuck in the house. We was like, what are we gonna do? There ain't no sports. And the ESPN was like, let's move up The Last Dance, right?
Yep.
And I was like, I sat there and I watched, and I was like, you know what? If the Knicks do this the right way, right? We could have our own mini series in like 25, 30 years.
Oh my God.
And I can see RJ, and I can see Knox, and I can see Obi leading this team to a dynasty. They fit their skill sets. Let's take mental out of it. Let's take the names out of it, whatever. Their skill sets fit perfectly together. And if they could all develop together, it could be beautiful.
You say that, but then you want to trade for superstars, and you're not getting them.
No.
Because you only think that you could trade for these players with picks, but that's not how it works.
It is how it works.
No, it is not how it works.
It depends who you're talking about. Now, when I bring up Russell Westbrook,
yeah, let's talk about him.
When I bring up Russell Westbrook, it's not going to take that much. If Washington does, because it kind of, with them losing Scott Brooks, it's kind of, but if Washington blows that up, they're not going to be asking a lot for Russell Westbrook, right? So you don't have to give up. You have to give up some picks, but I don't think you have to give up. Remember the other day when we were talking about hard currency and digital currency?
Yep.
I don't think that you'd have to give up that much hard currency to get Russell Westbrook. And what Russell Westbrook would do is, Russell Westbrook is the point guard nobody knew they wanted, right? Nobody knows they want Russell Westbrook, but he's everything that you want.
Are you making a Batman reference right now?
Can't shoot. Huh?
Are you making a Batman reference right now?
I always make Batman references. People don't even really notice that, but I tend to often make Batman references.
The hero that no one knew they wanted. Okay, all right, go ahead, please.
That's who Russell Westbrook is. He could be our Dark Knight.
What?
Bro, I see through Hoodie Kev like, oh my gosh, like shower curtains, man. Come on, bro. Like, seriously?
I mean, okay, other than Russell Westbrook.
Hold on, let me ask you one question, because one thing that has to be said about the idea of the Knox RJ thing. I still have hope for Kevin Knox. I feel like it's slim. I do feel like BJ Boston is a better version of Knox. And I do see the archetype that you're making the argument for, but I don't feel like it has to be Kevin Knox. There are other people to get that could do that. But the question mark still remains is you don't want to be in Boston's situation where you don't have a point guard. Like, who's going to be your point guard? Who's going to lead that? And Russell Westbrook, I understand the argument for him, but there's a lot of other stuff
like,
that goes
your,
against it.
Your sound, because we could hear.
Yeah, like you texting.
Like, turn off the vibration or whatever it's called.
Listen,
that you break the Heartbreak Kev. That's the new name, Heartbreak Kev.
I had to send a message. But listen.
Yeah.
Russell, this is what we need. Okay, do you remember The Last Dance?
Yeah.
But Kev.
No, follow. Just follow me. Close your eyes. I want everybody out there, close your eyes and listen.
Is it dark and we're in Gotham right now?
The smooth vocals traveling through the airways as I try to lead you to the future.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
I need RJ Barrett. I need RJ Barrett.
Mm-hmm.
Not to people see the picture, right? They see the picture that I have, and they're like, "Oh, you think it's crazy that RJ and Knox are going to be the next Scotty and Mike?" That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, what are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying. Is I need them to be that version for the Knicks.
That's what he's talking about.
Not be them. No one can be them, right? But I need them to do what Michael and Scotty did for the Bulls for the Knicks, which means I need RJ Barrett to be the person we think RJ Barrett is mentally. That we think he's that Maple Mamba, right? That he wants to win at no other cost, right? Right? That I need him to do that. Because what that would do, because I do believe that Kevin Knox is going to get his shot next year.
I do too.
There's a lot of evidence that
I think a lot of people think that that's going to happen, even people that don't like Knox. I really do think he's going to get a shot next season, just because I don't think there's a lot of wings available to get. Yeah, and I don't think we're going to get anything but from the draft. So I do.
And here's an interesting
this is his best shot. This is going to be his best shot.
You remember that? You remember that article I sent you from his trainer?
Yeah, I saw.
That came out a day after the team's exit meeting.
Interesting.
So Tom Thibodeau went to Kevin Knox in the exit meeting and said, "This is what I want you to work on." And coincidentally, his trainer came out and put that out there the next day.
Can I ask you one question? Because I hadn't seen that article or anything like that.
I'll post it.
Is it the same trainer he's had since high school?
Yep.
Is it?
Because if he has a best friend that's his trainer. If it's that same person, then I don't think this is.
I don't know who that trainer is. This is the guy that. Well, you know his name?
I don't know his name off the top of my head, but I do know Kevin Knox has a best friend that's his trainer.
Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of forgot what his name is myself. Gotta look it up.
Nick, it's in the private chat. Just look. That's the link of the article.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you. I know his face though.
I don't think I have a picture of him.
I'll be back in a little bit. Like probably, I don't know, 10-15 minutes if you guys are still here. Whatever.
But
still going.
In the article, I'll be back. It talks about the little things, the things that, like, here's the thing: shooting. Knox doesn't go this whole off season and not shoot a basketball and come back just fine next year, right? Like, shooting is not something he needs to work on. What Kevin Knox has to work on is like ball handling, his agility, his footwork. Those are the things that he needs to work on. Like I said, Kevin Knox doesn't have to pick up a basketball to shoot it all summer long. Right? That's like saying, Obi, I need you to work on your jumping and leaping abilities. No, you don't. You're fine. Work on other things. And so because I'm under the belief what makes me push even further to believe that Knox is going to be the starting forward next year is because I do, and it's kind of is connected, but it's not connected because I do believe, regardless, the Knicks. I might be in the minority, the majority. I don't know, but I do believe the Knicks are going to go out there and they're going to trade for a high-priced player. I do believe that one way or the other, that's going to happen. Knicks are going to go out there and spend money on somebody because, and I've seen this. I've seen it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes that this team is talent, will, and fight can get you through a lot of things in the regular season. But when everyone else's will raises up in the postseason, like the Atlanta Hawks, a team can coast through the regular season. When the playoffs, every team just tends to turn it up that next notch, right? But when a team turns it up and they have the talent to go with it, the Knicks are like, well, we don't have that talent, right? And say what you want about the mental of Kevin Knox. I don't know if anyone has ever truly questioned his talent. But people get frustrated about it because they know that he has the talent, just can't put it together. So RJ, there's a scene in The Last Dance that thought, and G-Man might know this better than anyone else. He might have been sitting in his couch watching it. And I always forget who did. I was either Lambeer or Rodman. But in '89, or was it '90? I think it was '90. When Rodman pushed Scottie Pippen to the ground, and Scottie Pippen sat there, and he said to himself, in his mind, he's like, I can't let these guys push me around anymore. Like it clicked to Scottie because everyone thought Scottie was soft, and they can just bully him around. But then when I think it was Rodman, but I think it was Mark Aguirre. It was Mark Aguirre that pushed him down. It went on in Scottie Pippen's mind like, I'm better than them. Like I'm better than them. And that's what. But he knew that Jordan was there to help him off the ground. And I think that's what Knox needs from RJ. I think Knox needs RJ to pick him up. For him to be that dog, because no one ever confused Scottie Pippen with being the dog that Michael Jordan was.
Right.
Nobody ever did that. But Michael Jordan was dog enough for both of them to let Scottie just go out there and be Scottie Pippen. And that is the correlation that I bring between RJ and Knox. Is I need RJ to be that dog to lift Kevin Knox up so Kevin Knox can just play. Does that make sense now?
So at what point does RJ get to that level? Because he's we're
that
now
is why I'm under the
influence.
I'm under the belief that as long as RJ plays under Julius Randle, he'll never get to that level.
So you're saying as long as RJ plays behind Julius Randle, he won't reach his full potential.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
That's tough.
So, number one, there are two different positions. And I believe that RJ, if he's truly developing his game, what Julius Randle does is transparent to what RJ does, in my belief.
No, and I say that because I don't think it matters what RJ works on in the offseason. Because Julius Randle is the king of New York, right? He's been anointed that by Knicks fans, by everyone else. The All-Star, the most improved player, the second team All-NBA. To him, it's like, this is my team. I am the man here.
So
and he will never defer to RJ Barrett because to him, this is his team.
So, number one, I would never expect for Julius Randle to defer to RJ Barrett based on his productivity at this point. That's just crazy. That's crazy, right? So, however, if we're talking about the development of an RJ Barrett, at some point he has to have the wherewithal within his skill set to say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to be able to benefit this team. And then see what Julius Randle says and how that is incorporated into what the skill set is for the holistic aspect of the team. But the thing that's missing in all this, and I think where we get caught up is we do not have a designated floor general to say, listen, I understand you are good in this aspect, you're good in that aspect, but guess what? This is what we need for you to do. This is what I need for you to do. When I bring the ball up the court, I need for you to go over here and isolate. I need you to go over here and spot up. And that's it.
That's the one that is the coach on the floor to make that decision. I want to chime in on one thing. I kind of agree with you, Kev. I'm not trying to be controversial with this, but at the same time, there were times this season and games this season where RJ Barrett was the primary initiator on the team. And Julius Randle, to his credit, accepted it. He played second fiddle. He played second fiddle to Derrick Rose. Matter of fact, when Stephen A said that some people feel like Julius Randle won't think he's the man, basically, and he won't give that up. Like, that's kind of preposterous because he gave it up to Marcus Morris. Like,
no, that was a different. No. But that was a whole different circumstance. That was a different circumstance.
Either way, Kev, like the guy has given up like leadership to other people, and also let other people run the offense at times. He still gets his. Like last year, he had a bad year, but he still got 20 and 10 pretty much. And he allowed someone else to lead the team when he was the bigger contract guy. Even though, it was a different circumstance, but we've seen this guy step aside to other people many times in his career. Many times.
Like I said, how many times last year, stop me if you haven't seen this, have you seen RJ Barrett just cooking, killing it? Then the ball stopped going to him and Randall started to do his thing.
Well, but then go to G-Man's point. When are we going to have that point guard that's going to say, okay, Randall, you had enough tries at this. Let's balance out the floor. Or this is what I see, balance out the floor. Because remember, we had an argument before the season about CP3 trade, right? And I said, well, CP3 has injury history. And there were things that you have to do to keep CP3 healthy. Well, guess what? If we had gotten CP3, he may have balanced out the floor for us and also be able to defend Trae Young on a high level. Who knows? Like, or even let's go to the Toronto guy. He may come in next year and actually balance the floor for us.
I just believe wholeheartedly that guy is Russell Westbrook. The more I think about it, the more it just makes sense to me.
I get it. Look, after seeing Derrick Rose do what he does, an explosive point guard playing on that team could balance out our floor. I just don't like his jump shot. I feel like if we make that kind of trade, I think I'll give up the draft picks and the assets to get De'Aaron Fox. I would
love De'Aaron Fox too, but I don't know. Here's my thing. De'Aaron Fox and Freezy can attest to this, is my number one guy.
Okay.
I just don't think it is feasible at this point that he's going to leave Sacramento.
Well, okay, I painted a scenario where if Sacramento gets the number one overall pick, right, or even top 5 pick, and they have the chance to get Jalen Suggs or Cade Cunningham, I want everyone to take note. They have $30 million for De'Aaron Fox. They have $20 million in Harrison Barnes. They have Rashad Holmes that they got to re-sign. And also, too, they have Buddy Hield at $20 million. That's a high price or a high tag that you're paying for guys that you're not getting to the playoffs with. Not to mention, you have a perfect out scenario in De'Aaron Fox to trade him, get more assets, and add to the guy they drafted, Halliburton, last year, as well as, let's say they get Kate Cunningham or Jalen Suggs. Jalen Suggs will be perfect to replace De'Aaron Fox, and he's on a rookie scale contract at $10 million per year.
Right.
That saves them a ton of money if we take on Harrison Barnes and also De'Aaron Fox. They can rebuild their team and start fresh, give them all the assets that they deserve and need, because that's a lot that they're giving up, and just move on. Both sides could be happy.
I understand. No, and don't get me wrong. That's a really good concept to me, and I think the only thing that stands in the way of me 100% agreeing with that is I think they would rather trade Buddy Hield first and have Tyrese Halliburton replace him than trade De'Aaron Fox.
I agree with you, but again, my scenario.
And I think if they can't,
drafting,
and that's the thing, if they can't find someone, then they might consider it. But if they trade Hield, then I don't think they'll trade Fox.
Well, but Kev, remember, my whole scenario is based on them getting a top 5 pick and having the ability to replace De'Aaron Fox with a younger point guard on a rookie scale contract. That's the whole scenario. If that doesn't happen, I don't see them trading anything.
Like I said, to me, Russell Westbrook just makes the most sense. Because I think Washington is at a point where they're going to trade Bradley Beal.
Yeah, I think so too.
And if they trade Bradley Beal, you know they're going to trade Russell Westbrook too.
Yeah.
And how many teams can legit? We can lowball Washington and still get Russell Westbrook.
So, for a point guard and the season moving forward, your guys are Russell Westbrook.
I think it's not because I want Russell Westbrook. It's just that I think he fits financially, and I think he fits because, like I said, I do think they're going to get a star, right? And after last season, we saw Russell was one. We saw all these point guards trading places, like Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, I know exactly what came about.
I don't.
Oh my goodness.
Take two. I don't think that Leon Rose is going to leave it off season without getting a big name at point guard. He has to. And if it's Russell Westbrook, then and think about it. People are down on Russell Westbrook, right? And he had a down season where he still averaged a triple-double, where he still led the league in assists, where he literally shot the same thing from the field as Damian Lillard did.
Okay.
The one thing is, like, Russell Westbrook fits. Like, I'm not denying that part. Look, Russell Westbrook could get to the rim just like Derrick Rose. He has a mid-range jumper just like Derrick Rose. It's like, to me, I want to upgrade, and I feel like we need more spots than just the point guard. So 47 mil is what I think Westbrook makes, right?
44 next year.
44. So 44 mil. That leaves you with very little left in the cap space.
It all depends what else you want to do, right? Because, like I said,
I think Westbrook is more productive when he has people that can shoot the ball around him. And right now, if we bring him in, who are those shooters? It will be a question.
Bro, we'll be talking about bringing back guys like what's the one that Phil Jackson drafted that went to Cleveland? Like, it's guys like that. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Frank?
No, not Frank. The guy who was drafted with Frank in the second round from Houston. I could see his name. I could see him. I just can't remember his name right now. But he went to Cleveland anyway. Like, we'd be talking about cheap guys that are inconsistent. That 2K rating is gonna be like a 50. You know what I mean? Like
Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks, who he did last year. Oh,
yeah, but
I
okay, but right
see.
now, but the downfall is Kev is that we just spent a ton of we're gonna spend money to get Russell Westbrook, right? And that takes away. We have 60 million cap space, 44 mil minus away 44 mil. You have 15 mil now.
Yes.
Alec Burke is like, you know, he raised his value.
Oh no, I wasn't saying Alec. I was saying bring back Alec Burks.
Oh, Damian
I was
Jackson,
saying
how
how we got Alec Burks and Nerlens Noel and Reggie Bullock and overpaid all of them on the cheap. I'm pretty sure we could do it again.
I don't know if
the math doesn't add up.
Contract though.
The math, there's math that's missing there. Like you can't. Okay, you have 60 mil. You take away 44. That leaves you at 16 left. 16 mil left.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, whoever it is, and we could look up NBA free agents right now.
So let's say, hold on. Let's look at this. How many players are under contract right now? 8. There's 8 players under contract right now. So let's say we don't trade anyone, and we just trade picks for Russell Westbrook. So that's 9 players that are under contract.
So first of all, Washington is not going to take that.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
Okay. I go with your hypothetical. Go ahead.
Well, hypothetically, just picks for Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
They have a salary dump. Just want to get rid of this contract.
Yep.
We can take it.
Okay.
There's 9 players, so we need to have 6 players on our team to stretch out $16 million to fill. So let's say we have our starters already intact. We have our 5 starters.
Who are those 5?
Well, it'd be Mitch, Julius, obviously Knox, RJ, and Westbrook. You still got Obi and Quickly off the bench, and there's Vildoza character, who everyone is high on. So that's a backup swing guard, a backup point guard, a backup power forward, right?
Who's the starter point guard?
Lavelle Pell too.
And Pell. So you still that's a 3rd string center. Even if let's say you want to bring back Taj Gibson, you know Taj Gibson ain't gonna cost that much money. You know that.
Oh my goodness.
That'll be a last second signing. But okay, here are the small forwards. Just spitballing. Otto Porter, Iguodala, Kelly Oubre, Will Barton, Justice Winslow, Trevor Ariza, Derek Jones Jr., McDermott, Reggie Bullock, Stanley Johnson, Mo Harkless, James Ennis, Jared Dudley, he's out the league. Nick Batum, Solomon Hill. I think this is the range that we're supposed to be talking about right now.
Yeah.
None of these. Okay, maybe Ben McLemore. I think Ben McLemore could actually shoot. Like
my vision.
The argument of
I said
Solomon Hill,
Tony Snell.
But does that get it done? I don't know.
Tony,
I don't even know if that team will get back to where we are right now.
Why would it not? Because here's the thing. Let's say, just hypothetically, that Knox does take that step and he becomes the player who is like, yes, you can give me 13 to 15 points tonight. And RJ takes that step and he's getting you 20 a night, right? Julius is going to be Julius. And we know Russell Westbrook is going to be Russell Westbrook. Mitch is going to be back healthy. Quickly takes that next step. Obi takes that next step. I don't know this Vildoza person that well, but he's what people say he is. Okay, that's great. That's a different kind of look when Russell Westbrook comes off the court. All we got to do is just add.
So you bring him back, Rose?
No, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, because the cap space won't allow it.
That's why I said that's why you have Vildoza.
You have to go over the cap to get Rose back.
Yeah, and like I said, that's hoping that Sports Survive TV is correct about Luka Vildoza. I hope.
Okay.
So all you really need is like a $10 million a year wing off the bench. as a sixth man.
Okay, so
like an upgrade of Alec Burks.
My thoughts was Otto Porter at one.
No.
You don't like Otto Porter?
That's a downgrade
Otto
from
Porter.
Burks.
He could. No, I'm thinking about him as a Bullock replacement, where he could defend your best wings in the conference, and then also too he could hit a spot up jumper, plus drive to the basket every once in a while. But spot up jumper, he could hit that, or et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's an idea. And guys, I'm about to get off, but I'm listening. Great talk. Nice talking to you guys. Nice to meet you, G-Man. Nice to meet you, Kev. Thank
you've technically been on me. Not a first time meeting, but okay.
So Kev, I've listened to your potential trade aspects. I guess the question for me would be, what do we have to give up to get that?
What do you mean, Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, Westbrook.
Like I said, I'm under the belief that if Washington trades him, they know they're not going to get equal value for him because of his contract, right?
Right.
Because there's only so many teams, not many, that can take on his contract. And I do think Washington, like if they blow it up, it's one of those things that I think they'll do right by Russell Westbrook. I do. I think they'll do right by him. They're not going to trade him to like Sacramento,
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you want to go to New York? Well, okay. Leon, what you got? You got some picks for me? Okay. Like I said, we're the only team that could literally just absorb his whole contract and not have to give up anybody.
Right.
Like I said, to me, it's you just have to find, because if you believe that Quickly can be that combo guard off the bench, and you believe Obi is going to take that next step, you really just have to, and if you think Knox is ready to be a starting small forward in the NBA, you only really need that bench wing that can score. Like, we need to replace Burks, but we need to upgrade on Burks. And then the end of the bench is going to fill out by itself. Like I said, Theo, how much money do you think Theo Pinson about to make, really? Come on now. You think we're going to break the bank for Theo Pinson?
No, we're not. But
okay.
He brings
you
back.
You think anybody about to break the bank for Jared Harper?
No, I agree.
Okay, so the end of the bench is going to fill itself out anyways. That's what we got a G League team for also. So really, you have 9 players already, 10 if you count Pell. So really, we just need to bring, if Fournier says, I'll take 10 to 12 million to be that 6th man, that guard wing off the bench, boom! And then you have Fournier, Quickly, Obi, Vildoza. Could you get a little bit better upgrade than Taj at the backup 5? Yes.
Yeah.
But if it is Taj, okay. Boom! Leon Rose needs to hire me right now. I just put together the 2021 New York Knicks. If he's listening to me right now, thank you. You're welcome, Leon Rose. There you got it. Boom! I just put together a team.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So
what in the world? And we still
got money under the salary cap.
You know good and well Evan Fournier ain't taking no $12 million to come up no bench.
No.
Come on, bro.
Why is he not? Why are we over? See, people overvalue themselves, right?
What?
They be thinking like Kelly Oubre, I'm worth $20 million. And I'm like, someone like Kelly Oubre, you are not worth $20 million, Kelly Oubre.
So a dude that started for a franchise for 6 years get traded is gonna come off the bench for it. Man, come on, bro. Just take your draft picks and draft talent.
Definitely not. I mean, there's other players you can get that could fit that kind of Alec Burks role also, even if it isn't Fournier, but you know.
Bro, you know good and well Evan Fournier is not. That's like we could get Karl Anthony Towns for a second round pick and pay him $9 million.
I'm definitely not even saying that at all. So that's not saying, but I'm saying Evan Fournier for $12 million. I don't know if that's a big stretch.
So,
hey y'all, I gotta get out of here, man. I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna jump on, and I'm gonna do the Knicks at Night podcast tonight. Coming in hot, 11:45 on the dot.
Okay, I was about to say, please make it early because I can't be up late.
on the dot, 11:45 on the dot, bro. Do this fact. Okay. I'm gonna do a juicy thumbnail, something maybe like Kevin Knox breaking a free throw or something.
Ooh,
we'll do. Yeah, Kevin Knox getting dunked on by Ben Simmons.
Do you want me to? Well, that's never happened. Now, if you say Kevin Knox posterizing Ben Simmons, that's happened twice.
I'll see if I can find
almost 3 times. Ben Simmons backed that away.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Do you want me to send you the picture? You can have that as a thumbnail.
No.
You sure you don't want the picture?
No. Hey y'all. Hey, I'm out of here, man. Thank y'all for coming through, man. The thing has been rocking for like almost 6 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, Kev, Photoshop that. Kev probably. Photoshop that. All right, Kev. Hey, we gonna rock, man. Thank everybody for coming through, man. 11:45. I'm gonna be back with some Red Bull, coffee, and tea, some water.
No doubt. I'm with you.
All right, bro. I'll let y'all.
Peace.
All right.